Mecha and Sword. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 551. What are you doing? Alien Planet. 3 months ago, the Independent Regiment carried out a difficult and strange mission. They aimed to kill all the Imperial guerrillas, but they had to protect an gorilla. And it was an Imperial Jew captured by their corps commander himself. What's even more strange is that when they were protecting this Imperial Jew gorilla, the enemy they faced was still the Imperial gorilla. Ji Xinghe has left the alien planet because it wants to be the butcher knife in the hands of Emperor Wu II, suppressing all the nobles, civilians and slaves in the empire who want to rebel against Emperor Wu II. This is the information Dong Guosilian told the Federation when he contacted the Empire. The Federation expressed its delight at the guerrillas starting to kill each other, and decided to add fuel to the flames. Releasing Dong Guosilian was a natural thing under this circumstance. Us in the Empire, we can be called the rebels. We don't have enough resistance. Even if Emperor Wu II doesn't use nuclear weapons, as long as the conqueror Ji Xinghe is on the same page with Emperor Wu II, we can't defeat him. Don't look at Ji Xinghe being defeated by Ji Xinghe many times, but there are reasons for that. In terms of military command, excluding those special reasons, you have never defeated Ji Xinghe. Dong Guosilian had said before that Ji Xinghe had a golden medal of immunity from death. This made the miracles created by the combination of Ji Xinghe and Tu Yuan, including the miracles created by Ji Xinghe leading the Independent Regiment, no longer magical. But it is still a legend. We are not really of one mind. Some of us want to completely overthrow the rule of Emperor Wu II, while others just want to fight for some conditions, change some systems, and obtain rights that we did not have before. In this case, if I go back directly, it will be difficult to return to the Empire Star, and even difficult to survive. There will be guerrillas in the resistance army who want to kill me and use this as a credit to gain rights. So, you can use me as bait once, and we in the resistance army can also use me as bait once. As long as we get rid of those troops who come to kill me, I can smoothly return to the Empire Star and bring you the results you want to see most. Dong Guosilian, who is willing to be a bait, can catch many fish, and if he wants to successfully get those fish into the net and complete the net, the entire Federation must be absolutely elite like the Independents. The mission 3 months ago was started under this situation. Although there were some twists and turns in the process, it was generally smooth. The Independence Regiment successfully used Dong Guosilian as bait to aid an Imperial Mecha Corps consisting of 600 Imperial mechas. The number is not much, just twice as much as the Independent Regiment. For the Independent Regiment that only fights elite troops, it is nothing. But it is worth mentioning that there are 4 Duke armor, 12 Marcus armor, and 36 Earl armor. The Independent Regiment suffered some sacrifices, but they were not big, and these sacrifices did not cause any trouble to anyone. There are always deaths in war. But what few people in the outside world know is that this operation almost made the Independent Regiment a remnant, and even had the risk of annihilation. The Imperial forces attracted by the bait of Dong Guosilian are far more than the Imperial Mecha Corps, composed of 600 mechas. There is also a part of the force that they are solved by the rebels themselves, but before they really start fighting internally, there is a chance to join forces to eat up the Independent Regiment, and then solve their own problems about Dong Guosilian, about resisting and defending Emperor Wu II. The Western Theater Command was not prepared to support the Independent Regiment, and the lack of intelligence made them completely unpredictable that this situation might occur. In this case, Tu Yuan took action. He did not overstep his authority to interfere with the command of the Western Theater of the Battle Scar Canyon, even with Tang Qiao's help. But Tu Yuan was able to provide support to the Battle Scar Canyon. He sent the Pinguin space battleship, which was now under his command sequence, to transport 600 conventional class mechas, 100 Wongshan class mechas, and 30 Pazian class mechas. This reinforcement disrupted the deployment of some people and a certain guerrilla, and the Independent Regiment won by chance. But since then, the combat missions that the Independent Regiment needs to perform have become more and more dangerous. Their 10 teams were even completely separated to perform combat missions separately. The advantage of the Independent Regiment's cluster combat was destroyed just like that. Time has come to the present. 3 months later, Chu Feng and all the members of his team were killed, making everyone in the independent regiment furious. Qin Tong, Harris, the blind man, the lame man, Sichuanian, the deaf man, the lame man, the left hand, and Jing Yun. These 9 team leaders are the only members of the original Xing team left in the independent regiment. The others have already died. When some people died, Ji Xinghe was still on the alien planet, and when some people died, Ji Xinghe had already returned to the blue planet. The 25-member Galaxy Squad, the first Galaxy Squad in the entire Federation to achieve the goal of all members being ace mecha warriors, now has only 9 people left. Han Li, if you can't do it, you can let us do it ourselves. The anger of the independent regiment was first focused on Han Li, the corps commander. Because in everyone's mind, there is only one corps commander of the independent regiment, and Han Li can't do it no matter how strong he is. The independent regiment, which consists of 10 squads, originally had a squad named Galaxy Squad, and the captain was Ji Xinghe, that is, the direct leader of the corps commander. However, Han Li failed to inherit this squad, nor was he the captain of any squad. Before the independent regiment began to split up and fight, he fought a little like Ji Xinghe. After the independent regiment began to split up and fight, he would choose to temporarily join a squad according to the different difficulties of the combat missions of each squad. This time, the battle that led to the annihilation of Chu Feng's squad was not actually Han Li's fault. The Federation will not fight the Empire openly, and the Empire will not fight the Federation openly either. The battlefield is always full of uncertainty. But the people of the independent group are still angry. When Sichuanian started to speak without thinking, Qin Tong and others who would have scolded Sichuanian in such a situation before, did not stop him this time, but joined in. I've said before that we can't fight like this. When the Imperial Mecha Corps faced us, you saw clearly the consequences of dividing the troops to fight, and they saw it clearly too. Now, it's us who are divided, and they, the Empire, take advantage of the situation to defeat us. They just want to break us up and then merge us into other independent regiments. Let me put it this way, even if I die, I will die in the Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps, because it is the commander's independent regiment. I never thought that the Federation should only have one independent regiment like us. The more the better, but other independent regiments cannot come to suck our blood. They cannot use our being beaten into remnants to lay the foundation for their own establishment. Colonel Han Li, haven't you seen it yet? The sacrifice of Chu Feng and others could have been completely avoided. At least they would not have been wiped out. They did it on purpose. I don't think Colonel Han Li didn't see it. He is much smarter than us. So, Colonel Han Li, in fact, are you and they are of the same mind? Nonsense, we only have one corps commander in mind, and he is the one who is going to be the corps commander of the independent regiment. If we don't listen, they will find an obedient independent regiment. What if there is no independent regiment that can fight as well as us? Destroy us and help them. The words of Qin Tong and others became more and more direct and outrageous. Han Li remained silent, without getting angry or explaining. He knew very well that the people in the independent regiment had a lot of opinions about him since the Battle of B-72 Heights. Because he thought he was likely to die at the time, he told the secret in his heart. But because of Ji Xinghe, he didn't die. Although Ji Xinghe handed the independent regiment to him and had no intention of retaliating against him, as Ji Xinghe's most loyal followers, who can even be described as believers, how could Qin Tong and others completely let go of that knot? They are all adults and excellent soldiers. Qin Tong and others can understand Han Li and know not to blame Han Li. In normal operations, everyone will cooperate with Han Li with all their strength, and even sacrifice themselves for Han Li. Because Han Li is really good at fighting, and really important. In the eyes of many people, Han Li is very likely to become the third galaxy-level mecha warrior in the Federation. If Li Yuanba has a problem, Ji Xinghe has not come to the alien planet, or he is not as good at fighting as before. But when the independent regiment has a problem, the knot will take advantage of the situation to burst out. Sichuanian, who was the first to attack, handed out an extremely fierce knife after the others finished speaking, which was even more powerful than Ji Xinghe's heart-cutting knife. You used Ji Xinghe's life to exchange for your chance to become an ace mecha warrior. Now, do you want to use our lives to exchange for your chance to become a galaxy level? Han Li, who had been silent all the time, suddenly looked at Sichuanian, his eyes fierce as if he wanted to choose someone to bite. Sichuanian, this was Qin Tong's roar. He felt that Sichuanian's words were too much. The blind man, The lame man and others also frowned and signaled Sichuanian with their eyes. But Sichuanian didn't look at them. Facing Han Li's glare, he didn't avoid it at all, and gave people a feeling that he was going to fight. Speaking of armor-piercing combat power, because of the God's punishment armor, Sichuanian is second only to Han Li in the independent regiment. "What are you doing?" Chen Sun's voice sounded from not far away, and then stepped over. When the footsteps approached, Sichuanian, who had a stiff neck, finally avoided Han Li's eyes. If there's someone who can make the independent regiment execute a life or death order after Ji Xinghe left the alien planet, that person must be Chen Sun. Chen Sun is not a mecha warrior, but the achievement of 10,000 apes is truly completed by Chen Sun and the entire Federation. Of course, launching missiles does not count. Moreover, Chen Sun has saved the lives of many people in the independent regiment, including Ji Xinghe, who was also saved by Chen Sun's sniper rifle before, as well as Qin Tong and others. When they were fighting through armor, Chen Sun's sniper rifle affected the imperial mecha that threatened them more than once. Especially Han Li. If it weren't for Chen Sun, he would have died when he was on the B-72 high ground. Chen Sun saved him because Ji Xinghe didn't want him to die. "Everyone, go and do what you need to do." Liu Mian's roar made all the onlookers in the parking area disperse, but the news of the internal conflict in the independent regiment also spread. Chen Sun and Liu Mian came with the current commander of the ground command of the Western Theater Command, Major General Tang Qiao. His arrival helped Han Li share almost all the firepower. Zuo Shou rushed over and grabbed Tang Qiao's collar. His mechanical arm was too powerful. At this time, he was emotionally excited and his control was reduced. With a tearing sound, Tang Qiao fell to the ground uncontrollably. This scene was seen by the guards and military police behind him. They subconsciously wanted to rush over, but it triggered a more intense reaction from many mecha warriors of the independent regiment. The two sides confronted each other on the spot. "Are you crazy?" Tang Qiao climbed up and glared at Zuo Shou, then at the other people in the independent regiment. Zuo Shou was a little confused at this time, because he really didn't use much force just now. No matter how excited he was and how uncontrollable his mechanical arm was, he was still an ace mecha warrior. No matter how you look at it, Tang Qiao shouldn't have fallen to the ground. So, this guy is playing me? Playing our independent regiment? Zuo Shou became even more angry. When he attacked again, he heard a voice that made him stand at attention instantly. "What are you doing?" Just like Chen Sun's question just now, this voice didn't even have as much anger as Chen Sun, and it sounded very calm. But everyone in the independent regiment, including those who joined the independent regiment later, stood at attention when they heard this voice. "Corps Commander," Sichuanian shouted, and when he was about to complain about his grievances, he heard the long-lost order. "Sichuanian, 30 kilometers, immediately." Yes, Sichuanian turned around and started running without any hesitation. Ji Xinghe then looked at the others, or rather, his holographic projection, and looked at the others. "Ask again. What are you doing?" Chapter 552 No Conspiracy. The communication delay between the alien planet and the blue planet is normally as long as 6 minutes. Therefore, Ji Xinghe's 3 consecutive sentences actually sounded a bit weird. How did he know that Sichuanian would definitely make trouble today and would execute the orders of him, the corps commander who had been away for a year and 9 months? How did he know that his first question with a calm tone did not get any answer? But all this seemed very normal when Ji Xinghe faced the independent regiment. Everyone present could understand and accept it, whether it was the people of the independent regiment, or those who were dispersing, and the guards following Tang Qiao, and the military police who got the intelligence and came to do things. They all knew that the independent regiment would always be Ji Xinghe's independent regiment. If Chen Sun could let the independent regiment perform a mission with a life or death situation, then Ji Xinghe could let the independent regiment perform a mission with a life or death situation, even if he was on the blue planet. 2 calm questions and a calm punishment order made this area of the parking area completely quiet. The mecha warriors of the independent regiment in a state of confrontation, as well as the guards of Major General Tang Qiao and the military police of the Western Theater, all stood at attention in a standard military posture. Someone subconsciously saluted the holographic projection of Ji Xinghe, so everyone stretched out their right hands to salute. In this situation, the first person to speak was not Chen Sun or Han Li. "General Ji Xinghe, the situation is like this." Commander Tang Qiao has stood again, also stood at attention and saluted, and explained the situation while maintaining the saluting posture. Basically, there is no difference from the facts, but the statement is different. The independent regiment's troop division tactics were not formulated by our Western Theater Command, nor by our Battle Scar Canyon Command, but by the Nanchunman General Staff. General Ji, I think you should be able to understand that with the size and strength of the independent regiment, it is difficult to play its due advantages in this war. There are a total of 301 mechas, including 2 national level, 4 general level, and 295 mountain chopping level. Before today, before Colonel Chu Feng's death, there were 11 ace mecha warriors, and even earlier, the number of ace mecha warriors reached as high as 15. The current form of war is completely different from when you were here, and large-scale cluster operations are unlikely to occur. The mecha forces that our Western Theater Command can muster are almost all conventional level mechas. Wangshan level mechas are rare, and there are only 35 mountain chopping level mechas in the entire Battle Scar Canyon Theater, except for the independent regiment. In this situation, as our battle line continues to lengthen, and the width of the battle area in the Battle Scar Canyon has reached 200 kilometers, if the independent regiment does not divide its troops, then only the independent regiment can continue to win, and our battles on the entire line will be defeated. And after our defeat, how can the independent regiment continue to win alone? What Tang Qiao said is true, but it was said in a completely different way from what everyone in the independent regiment thought, and the meaning is already very different. Originally, the Western Theater of the Battle Scar Canyon did not have such a level of mecha configuration, but with the cooperation of Caitlin and Jackson, the Bald Eagle Independent Regiment was formed with the support of the top leaders, and the commander-in-chief was replaced by Ivanovich from Zhao, and the main force of the Independent Regiment was in the Western Theater at that time. The Bald Eagle Independent Regiment naturally went to the Eastern Theater, which was mainly composed of Zhao troops, and the troops of the Independent Regiment that were transferred to the Eastern Theater for support were also transferred back to the Western Theater. Therefore, the Independent Regiment has now become the absolute main mecha corps in the Western Theater, which is also the goal that Kentvis wanted to achieve before. Unfortunately, he can no longer see it, and the Western Theater has nothing to do with him. After Tang Qiao finished speaking, Su Chuanayan, who was running frantically in the parking area, and Zhou Xiao and others all wanted to argue. But seeing the eyes of Chen Sun, Qin Tong and others, they all kept silent. When Ji Xinghe came, the independent regiment must be Ji Xinghe's, even if Ji Xinghe came with a holographic projection without any combat power. Perhaps, there is also a strong combat power. Han Li also did not speak. His current mental state does not look very good, and he feels as if his heart is dead. Others can also understand his current state. Taking over Ji Xinghe's independent regiment is an unimaginable pressure for anyone. Because there is a big premise, no one can do better than Ji Xinghe. Under this pressure, it is not easy for Han Li to use his own combat power to support the weaknesses of the independent regiment without Ji Xinghe. But when Su Chuanayan and others really grew up, the independent regiment was replaced with half-blood, and the goal of all special-grade mecha warriors was truly achieved. Han Li's combat effectiveness was no longer important to the independent regiment when there were no dukes or marquises in the empire who dared to participate in the war. And the important point for Han Li to the independent regiment was also the point he had been doing for the past 2 years, but this time he failed completely. Chu Feng's team was wiped out because of the lack of rescue. Although they won the battle, the losses were very heavy. 1 ace mecha warrior, 29 special-grade mecha warriors, and 2 of them had more than 70 gold stars, and were about to become the new ace special grade. Han Li actually blamed himself more than everyone else. Some people began to worry, including Qin Tong and others. They also felt that the pressure they put on Han Li was too great. They didn't really want to make trouble for Han Li. They just wanted Han Li to be like Ji Xinghe. But Han Li is Han Li, and Ji Xinghe is Ji Xinghe. Everyone was waiting in silence. This time, Ji Xinghe did not show his ability to foresee the future. In the 6th minute after Tang Qiao finished speaking, Ji Xinghe's holographic projection expression still did not change, but his voice sounded again between his mouth opening and closing. Left hand, chase Su Chuanayan. If you can't catch up, go to the logistics unit to carry supplies for a week. Su Chuanayan, if you are caught up by left hand, then you will go for left hand. Left hand turned around and ran without hesitation, chasing Su Chuanayan with a ferocious expression. Su Chuanayan's expression also became ferocious. As mecha warriors, They don't mind carrying supplies, provided that they are really needed to do it. But when it is not necessary, they cannot drive the mecha to participate in the war, which is the greatest torture for them. Will there be sacrifices in battle? They have never been afraid of sacrifice, but only afraid of the sacrifice of their comrades, and only afraid that their sacrifice is not worth it and should not be. Can I? Ji Xinghe asked Tang Qiao this question. If Sichuanian's questioning of Han Li was an internal conflict of the independent regiment, and outsiders, even higher-level commanders, had no right to deal with it, then Zhou Shou's impulsive attack on Tang Qiao was a felony. In serious cases, it could be brought to a military court. But it can also be handled very simply, such as what Ji Xinghe said just now. No, because I don't agree to let them carry the supplies, and I just slipped and fell. Tang Qiao's response seemed meaningless, because Ji Xinghe did not wait 3 minutes to hear his answer, nor did he wait 3 minutes for his words to be transmitted to the alien planet. 5 seconds after asking is it okay, Ji Xinghe's voice rang again. It happened to be after Tang Qiao said that, as if Ji Xinghe had already anticipated what Tang Qiao would say. Either obey orders, or apply for retirement. Ji Xinghe's tone was calm, but his words were very harsh. If Han Li is unwilling to approve it, and Nanshanman is unwilling to approve it, I will approve your retirement application. Do you understand? Without waiting for an answer, Ji Xinghe hung up the call after saying this. And his holographic projection in the side of everyone in the independent regiment has disappeared. Tang Qiao's answer just now seemed to be really meaningless. Ji Xinghe did not give him face at all. But this is normal. One is a lieutenant general and the other is a major general. Even if the functions are different, the power gap is obvious. But the problem is that Ji Xinghe has the only military medal in the entire Federation, the Galaxy Medal. So Tang Qiao did not feel embarrassed, and no one else felt that he had lost face. Too many people knew about Ji Xinghe's dissatisfaction with him. He glanced at everyone in the independent regiment, left a word and turned away. There is no conspiracy behind the sacrifice of Chu Feng's team. No one in the independent regiment argued anymore. The two people who could argue the most, Sichuanian and Zhou Shou, were still chasing frantically at this time. Although Tang Qiao said that he did not agree with Ji Xinghe's punishment, and the two of them did not want to be punished in that way, they agreed. There is no conspiracy. Chen Sun looked at everyone and said expressionlessly, if there is, you should know what Lao Ji would do. Compared with Tang Qiao's explanation, Chen Sun's words are undoubtedly more convincing, and Ji Xinghe's reaction does illustrate this point. Compared with Sichuanian and Zhou Shou's temper, Ji Xinghe, who has violated military orders many times, is the most undisciplined person in the independent regiment. If there is really a conspiracy, Ji Xinghe can break it. He is a man who dares to shout out the title of Empire, Ji King, and many people know about this. Some people who are interested have even compiled 2 doggerel for this. Today I take off my armor and abandon the Federation, and I will be the Ji King of the Empire in the future. Interestingly, Chen Sun called Ji Xinghe Lao Ji instead of the corps commander. After Chen Sun finished speaking, he glanced at everyone in the independent regiment, his eyes full of oppression, and no one dared to look at him. To be honest, he is a sniper who has achieved the killing of 10,000 apes in the alien battlefield, and his real position is actually the chief of staff of the independent regiment. Who is more important, the corps commander or the chief of staff? If it was Ji Xinghe, there would be no doubt about this question. If it was Han Li, there would be something to say. Go back and think about it carefully. If you have figured it out, take a rest and prepare for battle. If you don't understand, come to me. After saying that, Chen Sun turned and left. But Liu Mian, the deputy chief of staff of the independent regiment, stayed and began to explain softly to the mecha warriors of the independent regiment, especially Qin Tong and others. In short, someone plays the good cop and someone plays the bad cop. Really, there is no conspiracy. Liu Mian finished speaking, and then said, there is indeed a possibility, that is the so-called conspiracy. Neither I nor Chen Sun, including Lao Ji, could see it, nor could we discover it. But you should all know that Admiral Tu Yuan and Lao Ji actually have a very good relationship. I was also a soldier of Admiral Tu Yuan before, and he didn't see it either. That means there is really no conspiracy. The blind man frowned. So, it's an open conspiracy. It can't be said to be an open conspiracy. Liu Mian shook his head and said, it can only be said that the current changes in the war are very unfavorable to us. Dongo Sillion's dog gorilla may not have completed the task we assigned to it. Maybe it is dead now, and the civil strife in the Empire is over. Therefore, the Empire has more energy to go to war with us. Before, the reason why the Federation was able to continuously win in the Battle Scar Canyon war zone was because Ji Xinghe led the independent regiment to kill several waves of fierce enemies, and the mecha forces mobilized by Ada Kang and Yinan from the Battle Scar Canyon were killed by Ji Xinghe in the number 5 base war zone. The loss of several thousand mechas, plus the mechas of the great nobles, especially the death of great generals like Yinan, had a great impact on the Empire in the Battle Scar Canyon. And for some reason, the Empire failed to replenish troops in the Battle Scar Canyon in time, so the Federation was able to continue to expand its victory, and after using Little Ivan, it had a momentum of winning the first battle. The general staff of Nanchaman believed that it was because the civil strife in the Empire had begun. Emperor Wu Yi and Ada Kang, using this war to borrow the hands of the Federation, killed countless guerrillas with disloyal hearts in the Empire, as well as the troops that those guerrillas could influence. If they continued to kill like this, no one in the Empire would be able to resist Emperor Wu Yi, so it was natural that a war of resistance would break out. Now, 1 year and 9 months later, the Empire seems to have resolved the civil strife and began to continuously increase troops in the Battle Scar Canyon. The Federation, with its extended front line, was a little unbearable for a while. However, it was precisely because of the steady deployment of troops that the Federation did not suffer a collapse. The local defeat did not affect the overall situation for the time being, and the two sides fought back and forth. But the same thing is that there are sacrifices in the battlefields that win, and more sacrifices in the battlefields that lose. Then we will obey orders. Liu Mian's expression also became serious. We are all soldiers. We should not be afraid of sacrifice. We are not afraid of sacrifice. We are just afraid, I said. There is no conspiracy. If there is, you don't need to get angry. Lao Ji will get angry by himself. Can it go to the alien star? That's Lao Ji. If he gets angry, he can go directly to the Empire Star. That's right. After this, the independent regiment seemed to have returned to normal. When receiving combat missions, they were as brave and diligent as before. No one chose to retire, and no one shouted at Han Li, Tang Qiao and higher superiors, and no one violated military orders or even acted rashly with superiors. But everyone knew that they would never be the same as before. Because Han Li was gone. He left the independent regiment entrusted to him by Ji Xinghe, joined another independent regiment that had just been formed, and became the head of the corps. Really, there is no conspiracy? There is no conspiracy. Ji Xinghe looked at Suhi, who came to ask about the situation and looked worried, and sighed. So the problem is more serious. P.S. I wish all the bosses a happy Mid-Autumn Festival. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 553, Killing and Destroying the Heart. Empire Star. Emperor Wu City. Li Zhengfen stood at the highest point of the imperial capital, but he could not see the end of the city at a glance. This is a huge city with 50 million permanent residents, but there are few high-rise buildings that are common in cities on Azure Star. Except for the imperial city where Emperor Wu Yi lived, there was a building called the Tower of Babel that was 500 meters high, and the other buildings were no more than 100 meters high. According to the average height and construction habits of humans, 100 meters can build 33 floors, but in the Empire, 100 meters can build a maximum of 27 floors. Those buildings that are nearly 100 meters high are at most 27 floors. It is said that this is because Emperor Wu Yi was 27 years old when he started. It is worth mentioning that the revolution speed of Empire Star in its galaxy is similar to that of Azure Star, with an average of only 16 days more per year. So the 27 years old of Empire Star is actually equivalent to the 27 years old of Azure Star. Because high-rise buildings are not allowed, the area of Emperor Wu City is extremely large. After all, there are 50 million permanent residents. But there is almost no traffic jam in Woody City. One reason is that there are very few private vehicles, and the other reason is that the carrying capacity of public transportation can meet normal needs. The real core reason is that civilians are not allowed to travel freely between urban areas. There are civilians born in Woody City who have never been to another urban area in their entire lives, let alone other cities. This is simply unimaginable in the Azure Star, but it is very normal in the Empire. Because in a sense, Woody City is actually a giant military camp. All residents living in the city can become soldiers of Emperor Wu III, whether they hold weapons or not. Various legal regulations that make their lives inconvenient are equivalent to the prohibition of orders in the army. Some are like the farming and warfare system of a dynasty on the Azure Star. The difference is that the 50 million gorillas in Woody City do not need to farm, and there is no place for them to farm. They are almost all workers. Almost all technological products in the Empire, from home appliances to digital products to military products, come from factories in Woody City. This makes the city look cold. Although the workers have been producing various technological products, they know the results but not the reasons. The production environment of the assembly line does not require them to understand the scientific principles. All the design and research and development work is done by the Royal Academy of Sciences. Ji Xinghe looked in the direction of the Royal Academy of Sciences, which is very close to the Imperial City and there are no tall buildings there. Does it look good? Emperor Wu III, wearing the Imperial military uniform, appeared in front of Ji Xinghe and also looked at the city that was completely controlled by it. It doesn't look good. Since the last communication with Li Yuanba and Ji Xinghe, his condition has improved a lot, mainly focusing on his spiritual will. He had worried a long time ago that the Empire would use his identity to do something, but Li Yuanba and Ji Xinghe did not disappoint him when he died. So he was very happy. It's really not very good looking, because there is no breath of life. Emperor Wu III was also in a good mood. He laughed. And the pressure in his voice was reduced a lot. I've seen other cities, and they all have a lot of life, and the civilians have a lot of smiles on their faces, but not like in the city, where few civilians dare to laugh outside. Most of them only laugh when they are watching TV, surfing the internet, or playing games at home. Isn't this what you expected? Ji Xinghe looked at the cold city and said bluntly, if you don't like it, you can destroy it. That way, I will think it looks good. Emperor Wu III was not angry, and he was in a really good mood. I won't destroy it. I will leave it to Dongguo Silian's group of rebels, and then watch it be destroyed. Not only it, but also this planet, completely different from the Federation's speculation at this time. Dongguo Silian did not die, the rebels were not eliminated, and the civil strife in the Empire was getting more and more intense. Not long after Dongguo Silian successfully returned to the Empire Star with the nuclear weapons given to it by the Federation, one of the four most powerful kings in the Empire joined the rebel camp and became one of the leaders. And now, nearly 3 months later, there's news that another king of the four directions is ready to join the rebel camp. Because Dongguo Silian really has nuclear weapons, and has successfully detonated a hydrogen bomb of the Little Ivan level, destroying one of the 12 cities that Woody III controls most, except Woody City. Dongguo Silian doesn't have many nuclear weapons. Ji Xinghe frowned and said, you have regained control of the jump base in the Battle Scar Canyon, and it can't get more from the Federation. Moreover, you could have intercepted the nuclear weapon last time. So, they can't destroy this planet, and they are reluctant to destroy it. This is the reason why the war on the alien planet has changed. Woody III easily cut off the most powerful support of the Empire's resistance army. From this point of view, it is actually capable of preventing Dongguo Silian from returning with nuclear weapons. If Dongguo Silian is not allowed to detonate the nuclear weapon, how can the rebels believe that Dongguo Silian has nuclear weapons? If the rebels do not believe it, how can they dare to resist me? Woody III said softly, you don't have to trick me. I can tell you directly that when the alien advanced civilization comes, it will definitely destroy all the existing intelligent life on this planet, as well as all the buildings. Everything will no longer exist, and this planet will return to its most primitive but more powerful state. Ji Xinghe guessed a lot of information from this sentence. He asked, does that alien civilization need this planet as their living planet? Moreover, the existing environment of this planet is not suitable for them, so they will transform this planet, which is fatal to you. Woody III was silent. Ji Xinghe was not worried. He had determined long ago that Woody III was actually very lonely. It is also an intelligent life, and gorillas are also social animals like humans. Woody III needs at least one person to confide in for the secrets and pressures he carries. But even his own brother Ado Kang can't do it, let alone other gorillas. Therefore, Ji Xinghe, who is known as the greatest hero in the Federation and has the blood of the Li family, became the object of its confession. Ordinary humans, such as Tu Yuan and Han Li, are not in its eyes at present. Just like Ada Kang. It has only admitted that it remembers 4 human names so far, and 2 Yuan is not worthy of it. And among these 4 names, 3 are from the Li family. Emperor Wu I called them the Creator, Emperor Wu I called them the God Clan, and I called them the Ruined Civilization. So, they are the Ruined Civilization, just a name made Li Hangfen have a lot of speculations. Combined with the fact that Ji Xinghe obtained the power of Qi from the baptism of nuclear explosion, and Emperor Wu I obtained the power of Qi from the spacecraft of the Ruined Civilization, he can almost be sure that several of his speculations are true. The premise is that Emperor Wu I did not lie to him. Judging from the fact that Emperor Wu I asked Zhongguo to come back to form a resistance army, in the future, Emperor Wu I may not have sent him back to the alien planet to let him bring some wrong information to the Federation. He didn't want to pass on wrong information, but what if everything he knew was wrong? The Ruined Civilization is a civilization that has experienced a nuclear war. Their planet is no longer suitable for them to survive, but they did not have the ability to leave that planet at the time. So, they were in the ruins, and because of nuclear radiation, they gained the power of Qi. And this power not only made them stronger, but also gave them a higher level of intelligence. After that, they built spaceships, left that planet and began to look for new habitable planets. In the process, they either obtained or developed jump technology. The spaceship that Emperor Wu I picked up was just a scientific research spaceship, or a reconnaissance spaceship. Are there any more? Li Hangfen asked directly after he finished speaking. Emperor Wu I did not answer, but asked, why do you think it takes 15 years for them to come again when they have the jump technology and know the exact coordinates of this planet? It's 48 years and 3 months, Li Hangfen corrected him and replied, because the intelligent life on that spaceship died, there was no time to use jump communication to tell the Ruined Civilization the coordinates of this planet. And normal communication signals need 350 years to be transmitted to the Ruined Civilization. In other words, the distance between them and your planet is about 350 light years. At this distance, even if your planet is within their observation range, they cannot see the changes of this planet. What they can see now is still the appearance of this planet. 350 years ago, Emperor Wu I smiled, did not comment, and changed the subject directly. The intelligence brought back by Zhongguo shows that except for Ji Xinghe, no one in the Federation can master the power of Qi, at least before it comes back. And Ji Xinghe is no longer on the alien planet, he has returned to the blue planet. Li Hangfen sneered twice. Did Zhongguo tell you this, or did Zhongguo tell a certain leader of the resistance army, and then that leader told you? Or did the humans who cooperated with the Da Kang tell you this? It doesn't matter, Wu I said, what matters is, do you think I should use Ji Xinghe's independent regiment to force him to return to the alien planet, or tell the Federation that he really has mastered the power of Qi? You said that Ji Xinghe doesn't have the blood of God, so he can't master the power of grace. You have already guessed the answer before and told the Da Kang the answer. Now, have you forgotten it? So, Ji Xinghe can really master the power of grace? I've decided, Wu I suddenly said, I decided to use his independent regiment to force him to go to the alien planet, and then on the day he sets off from the Azure Star, tell the Federation that he really has mastered the power of Qi. How about it? Isn't it interesting? Li Hangfen suddenly sighed. He looked at Wu I with pity and said in a sarcastic tone, you are scared? With a bang, Li Hangfen's metal body flew backwards and smashed a wall, and then accurately stuck on a window. His head was facing outward, and he could clearly see the ant-like mecha guards below. At a height of 500 meters, he would definitely fall to his death. Li Hangfen tried it, and he really had lost the ability to control his body, and it became impossible for him to jump down. He was seriously injured again and entered the state of near death that he was used to, but he was very happy. He was barely breathing, but he could continue to speak. You are scared, not only because Ji Xinghe may get the power of the gift, but also because, if Ji Xinghe relies on himself to get the power of the gift, he will definitely be stronger than you. So you are scared, ha ha ha? Emperor Wu I did not respond to Li Hangfen, nor did he continue to vent his anger. Standing at the highest point of the imperial city, sitting on the empire, and possessing the strongest individual military force in the empire and the Federation, it looks very lonely at this time. It seriously recited a human name in its heart, Ji Xinghe. P.S. Make up for the chapter that was less updated on the 9th. More than 120,000 words have been updated this month. Chapter 554 The True Power from the Last Words. After Ji Xinghe left the alien planet, he has been able to receive last words from the alien planet, more than one every day. Just like when he was on the alien planet before, many people who left last words have never even really seen Ji Xinghe. But when they leave last words, they always mention Ji Xinghe. Some people just say 2 sentences, some people say a lot of sentences. The content is actually similar. These people who leave last words never thought about receiving a reply from Ji Xinghe, because when Ji Xinghe can hear their last words, they must have died. But they just want to say something to Ji Xinghe. This situation started when Ji Xinghe served as a combat instructor at base number 6. Those soldiers who have learned combat skills from him and have conducted combat training with him all know the reason why he came to the alien planet, which is very different from the soldiers. The soldiers came to defend their country, and Ji Xinghe came for revenge. But the soldiers have feelings. They have sacrificed comrades and even relatives and friends. They also want to avenge those who will never see them again, and they also want to help Ji Xinghe avenge. Defending the country and taking revenge are not in conflict. After Ji Xinghe was transferred to base number 5, some of the soldiers who stayed in base number 6 and those who left base number 6 for the front line recorded their last words as usual when they were performing combat missions. They thought of Ji Xinghe, the revenge for the loss of Ji Xinghe's son, and the promises they made silently in their hearts. Someone said to Ji Xinghe, "I'm sorry, Instructor Ji, I couldn't help you get revenge." Someone said to Ji Xinghe, "Instructor Ji, I killed 3 gorillas, which is considered revenge for you. Otherwise, you can go back to the Blue Star." Someone said to Ji Xinghe, "Old Ji, although you are my instructor, I still want to teach you a lesson. People of different ages should do different things. At your age, you shouldn't do the same things as us. Go back." At the beginning, the messages Ji Xinghe received were all similar. When the young and brave soldiers sacrificed, they thought of Ji Xinghe, who was the same age as their father, who was still repairing mechas, training, and driving mechas to fight for revenge on this desolate planet that was not suitable for human survival. Some people would think that if they sacrificed themselves, would their parents also want to come to the alien planet to avenge themselves? This is not right, it shouldn't be. So, they wanted to use their own death to persuade Ji Xinghe to go home, return to the safer blue planet, return to the planet they protected with their lives, and live the life that normal people and Ji Xinghe should live at this age. They are persuading Ji Xinghe, and also persuading their parents and relatives. But their last words did not convince Ji Xinghe, but instead strengthened Ji Xinghe's belief. Afterwards, the name of Ji Xinghe in the last words gradually became Captain Ji Xinghe, Major Ji Xinghe, Colonel Ji Xinghe, General Ji. What remains unchanged is that there will always be people who, when recording their last words, disregard the so-called hierarchy, respect the elderly, and call the name Lao Ji. They are all going to sacrifice, so why bother? Ji Xinghe never cared about what others called him. Compared with General Ji, he preferred the name Lao Ji. What has changed is that no one persuaded Ji Xinghe to return to the Blue Star anymore, because people gradually discovered that Ji Xinghe could do much more in this war than they could. Those legendary achievements that are destined to be remembered by history have made them crazy, so more people who have never been in contact with Ji Xinghe and have never seen Ji Xinghe have also begun to mention a few words about Ji Xinghe when recording their last words. A large part of this is due to Suhi. In The Old Man and the Sea of Stars, Suhi put on the relevant materials he deliberately prepared without telling Ji Xinghe. In this material, people can see Ji Xinghe listening to the last words, people can hear some of the last words that Ji Xinghe heard, and people can see the playback record of Ji Xinghe's bracelet. All the last words that mentioned Ji Xinghe were sent to Ji Xinghe, and Ji Xinghe listened to them all. He would listen when repairing mechas, when training, before going to bed, when eating, when washing. As long as there is a chance to listen, as long as there are last words that he has not heard yet, Ji Xinghe will listen carefully. There is also a short conversation. Suhi asked, "Why listen to so many last words?" Ji Xinghe replied, "Because this is the voice they left behind. It is their last voice. Aren't you afraid that it will affect your emotions?" "They are not afraid." "They are not afraid? What do you mean?" Ji Xinghe did not answer. When the episode of The Old Man and the Sea of Stars was broadcast, Suhi joined in an interview with another person, Chen Sun. "Lieutenant Colonel Chen Sun, what do you think Colonel Ji Xinghe meant by that sentence?" When they left their last words, they knew very well that the combat mission they were going to carry out was a life and death situation, but they were not afraid. so the last words they left behind would not scare those who heard them. What kind of emotions will that make people who heard them feel? It's not appropriate to describe it with emotions, Chen Sun said expressionlessly. It should be described with beliefs, because their last words are our beliefs, so he concluded. So, Colonel Ji Xinghe is looking for beliefs in their last words, Chen Sun corrected. That's what I mean, but I don't think Colonel Ji Xinghe needs to find beliefs. He has his beliefs. What are Colonel Ji Xinghe's beliefs? He finds strength from being moved, he finds strength from sadness, he finds strength from despair, and he exerts these powers and transforms them into the spiritual will of hope, which is his belief. Yes, his belief is hope about everything. After this episode, people on the Azure Star knew that Ji Xinghe would listen to the last words. Although some people would sneer and say it was a show, such people could not affect Ji Xinghe or the soldiers who recorded the last words. The broadcast location of the Old Man and the Sea of Stars is not only on the Azure Star. Everyone on the alien planet can watch it, sooner or later. Just like Chen Zhuan before, if they did not choose to launch an active attack on the Empire and did not use their lives to destroy the enemy's logistics supplies, when their interrupted communications were restored, they would be able to see Ji Xinghe's medal ceremony. Because of this episode, because Ji Xinghe has become an undisputed legend, more and more soldiers have left last words related to Ji Xinghe. And almost all of these last words have been sent to Ji Xinghe. There are always some people who will perform the most dangerous tasks. They finally supplement the real last words recorded, because they are in enemy-occupied areas, because the communication equipment is destroyed. No one can hear it. Ji Xinghe, who returned to the Azure Star, had more time to listen to more last words. He had thought before that one day he would hear the last words left by some familiar people. He also thought that he should be used to it now. But when this day kept coming, he found that he couldn't get used to it. After the last words of Chu Feng's team, 1 year and 10 months after he left the alien planet, he received another last word that was very special to him. It came from the Deaf Man, one of the earliest members of the Xinghe team. He met the first batch of wounded soldiers after he arrived at the alien planet and landed at base number 6. Because of him, the Deaf Man, who should have retired or transferred to other arms, made an unknown amount of effort to regain his qualification to drive a mecha to fight. And now, he has died. Captain, no, Lao Ji, actually, I regret it a little. The Deaf Man's voice was very calm, just like when he received a crisis-ridden combat mission. He said yes without hesitation. I regret that I haven't worked hard enough. If I had worked hard enough, I think I would have been qualified to drive a general-level mecha like the blind man and the cripple. Just this sentence made Ji Xinghe feel sad like a tide. Because he knew how hard the Deaf Man worked. The Deaf Man's talent was not high. He was not just deaf when he was assigned to the Remnant Soldier Company. His otoliths were also damaged. Otoliths are important organs for controlling the balance of the human body. Normal otoliths are in two otolith sacs, the saccule and the utricle. The space in which humans live is a three-dimensional space. When the human head moves, the otoliths are in the saccule and the utricle. The three semicircular canals are equivalent to 3 dimensions, stimulating the 3 semicircular canals. It makes the human brain feel balanced and allows the brain to control the balance of the body. In short, the Deaf Man who is assigned to the Remnant Soldier Company has lost the ability to control the balance of his body. Artificial otoliths can allow him to live a normal life, just like the artificial eyeballs of the blind, the mechanical legs of the crippled, the mechanical arms of the left hand, the artificial meniscus of the crippled, and so on. But for mecha warriors, artificial otoliths are not enough, and artificial otolith capsules are not enough either. As the strongest individual weapon of the Federation, mechas will not be driven by people like the Deaf Man, but the Deaf Man became a mecha warrior again. At that time, Ji Xinghe did not have this face and privilege. So, the Deaf Man really worked hard. I still regret being the captain. If I wasn't so weak, even if I died, my teammates wouldn't have died. Well, remember this sentence. If our entire army is wiped out, send it to our corps commander. I envy the talents of the blind and the lame. I envy Sichuan and Andre's intact bodies. I envy Qin Tong and Harris. They have been stronger than me from the beginning. I envy them. I also want to be them. I have to be them. Because, I am the Deaf of the Galaxy team, I am a member of your team, the Corps Commander. Lao Ji. Corps Commander, there is a question I have always wanted to ask you. Do you think, if I work harder, I can become stronger? 1 Emperor, 2 Kings, 3 Dukes, and 12 marquises. In fact, I also want to be one of the 2 kings beside you. I'm sorry, Captain, I can't shout our slogans with you anymore, but I really don't want to. So, can you tape the recording of me shouting slogans, and one day, when our slogans sound again, please add my voice. Commander, I know you can be invincible without BGM. But I hope that because of your invincibility, let my voice, our voice, become your BGM. Come on, everyone, shout slogans with me. In the name of Xinghe, be invincible. Those were the voices of 30 people, the voices of all the members of the Death Squad, but this was not the last time they shouted this slogan. When they recorded the last words, they did not participate in the war. But when the last words kept ringing in Ji Xinghe's ears, they had been wiped out. The independent regiment with 10 squads had the second squad that was wiped out in 2 months. Ji Xinghe listened to 3,935 last words in 2 months, 67% of which were from Mecha warriors. However, this is not the end, because the war is not over. Ji Xinghe, who had been away from the alien planet for more than 2 years, once again heard the last words left by someone he was familiar with among the increasing number of last words. When the deaf man died, I had thought about this day, because the deaf man and I had sworn brotherhood. In private, we said that we didn't ask to be born on the same day and year, but to die on the same day and month. Speaking of which, I feel a little sorry for the deaf man because I lived 2 months longer. Actually, when Andre knew that we had sworn brotherhood, he also wanted to join, but we said he was from another continent and didn't agree. He was not happy at the time. Fortunately, we didn't agree, because he died earlier. I have said that he is too stupid and superstitious about firepower. He used the trick of firing a cannon with his head once, and he actually wanted to use it a second time. If he didn't sacrifice, who would? However, I avenged him at the time. I destroyed the Duke armor, which was considered to be worthy of him. Corps Commander, you see, things are actually that simple. There is no need to think too much. Someone has to sacrifice. If others can sacrifice, we can naturally sacrifice as well. We can laugh at the stupidity of others' sacrifices, and we also hope that others can laugh at our own sacrifices as stupid. The cripple's tone sounded very casual, as if he was recording his last words and had never thought that he would be sacrificed in the next battle, or as if he really didn't care about the so-called sacrifice. People are different. Qin Tong was willing to listen to Ji Xinghe on the issue of educating his children. Yang Ante made Ji Xinghe speechless on the same issue. The deaf man was full of regret and unwillingness when facing sacrifice. The cripple was like a person without any fear on the same issue. In fact, there is no right or wrong in their attitudes, they are all fearless. Captain, you should have heard what the deaf man said. I am also from the Xinghe team, and I have promised the players around me that our voices will definitely appear in your BGM. So, Lao Ji, give me some face, ho ha ho ha. Come on, everyone, shout slogans. I tell you, this will become the commander's BGM, everyone. Try harder, don't let the deaf man's team beat us. In the name of Xinghe, we are invincible. This was another unanimous shout of 30 people. After this shout, they participated in a battle without too many risks, but the sudden appearance of the jump gate and the imperial mech reinforcements that came through the jump gate left them no chance to retreat. Once again, the whole army was annihilated. And before they were annihilated, the slogan they shouted was still this one, even more hoarse than when they were recorded. Because they all knew that this was their last voice. Ji Xinghe kept listening to their last voices, listening to the shouts that carried their unyielding will. Expressionless. Woo woo woo. Suddenly, a cry came. Ji Xinghe turned his head and saw Ji Xinghe, who was already in tears. He was a little surprised. Because Ji Xinghe couldn't hear the last words that only rang in Ji Xinghe's ears. Even if she heard them, she shouldn't be so sad. Moreover, Ji Xinghe hadn't cried for a long time. Grandpa, woo-woo, Ji Xinghe cried so hard that her words were a little incoherent. She said, I don't know what's wrong, woo-woo. As soon as I get close to you, I want to cry, woo-woo. It's like, I saw the videos my mother left for me. Ji Xinghe didn't cry, but he wanted to cry. Ji Xinghe didn't want to cry, but she cried. Inexplicably, she felt the sadness in Ji Xinghe's heart, but she didn't have the same strong heart as Ji Xinghe, so she couldn't control it. Ji Xinghe wiped Ji Xinghe's tears in a panic, and listened to what Ji Xinghe said, and his emotions finally shifted. So, Ji Xinghe suddenly stopped crying. She said, "Grandpa, I suddenly don't want to cry anymore. What's going on?" Ji Xinghe was stunned. He seemed to understand. Chapter 555. Tell them I want to return to alien planet. Dr. Essen was a little panicked. He created a device called the emotion-generating device in a different way, and asked a mysterious organization that captured him to invest a lot of resources in experiments on the acquisition of Ki. The main resource was the people who participated in the experiment. People cannot be considered consumables, but when the 359 people who participated in the experiment all died due to the nuclear radiation in the experiment, Dr. Essen was really panicked. Why? I have tried all emotions, joy, anger, sadness, fear, the 4 basic emotions, and special emotions that combine different basic emotions. Why can't they absorb the power of nuclear radiation? This is not right, this shouldn't be. Dr. Essen applied to contact King Solomon again, and after giving explanations for many failures, he put forward his application for further experiments. That gentleman had practiced Gangjin at that time. I think this is a necessary factor for us to complete the experiment, so I need an experimenter who has practiced Gangjin, or at least an experimenter who has practiced Gangjin. Faced with his proposal, Xinghe rejected it without hesitation. You said before that among the 3 elements of obtaining the power of Ki, the most important are nuclear radiation and mental will. The 3rd element of the Kung Fu power world, Danjin and Gangjin, is not important, because there is no evidence that the Empire knows how to practice Danjin or Gangjin. On the contrary, there is evidence that the first guerrilla to obtain Ki and the power of grace, Emperor Wu Wei, was originally just an ordinary guerrilla. It couldn't even master Mingjin. The most important thing is that I can't find people who have practiced Danjin and Gangjin. When Ji Xinghe left the alien planet, only 7 people in the Federation had practiced Gangjin, including Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba. Han Li and Jackson practiced Danjin instead of Gangjin. More than 2 years have passed. Because of Ji Xinghe and Ki, the Federation has invested a lot of resources in this regard. But so far, only 12 people have practiced Gangjin, including Han Li and Jackson. There are a lot more Danjin masters, but the total number is only 71, including ace mecha warriors such as Caitlin, Ravich, Kintong, and Harris. Not to mention the Heroic Council, which was established only 2 years ago. Even the Tower Top organization would find it difficult to find people who have mastered Danjin and Gangjin to participate in such a risky experiment. I used to think that the 3rd element is not important, but I haven't been able to find the 4th element until now, so if we want to succeed, we must pay attention to the 3rd element, Dr. Essen said. If you can't find the person I need, I think I might say sorry, because I don't want to see any more meaningless deaths. He was able to ignore the death of more than 300 people participating in the experiment because he felt it was meaningful and hopeful, but when there was no hope at all, his kind nature as a human began to play a role. Oh, then you don't have to watch it. Xinghe's answer really frightened Dr. Essen. Could it be that he was going to die? But the communication had been hung up. Dr. Essen wanted to say something, but he didn't say it after all, so he could only wait quietly in his laboratory for death to come. Is it Baal who came to kill me? It's better to be Baal. In Dr. Essen's opinion. Among those named after the 72 demon gods, only Baal has some humanity, and the others are all ruthless machines. Dr. Essen thought, if Baal didn't come, he would apply for Baal to do it, and he should still have this face, right? While Dr. Essen was waiting for death, Xinghe was accompanying Ji Xinghe to do experiments. In the past period of time, there were actually more than 359 people who died because of the experiment of obtaining Ki, and those were just the people who died in the hands of Dr. Essen. There are also some people who met Ji Xinghe, but failed to get the power of Ki from Ji Xinghe, so they were killed by Xinghe. There is nothing to do about it. It has been more than 2 years since Ji Xinghe publicly declared that he had obtained the power of Ki, but there is still no second person in the entire Federation who can obtain the power of Ki. Therefore, those who accept Ji Xinghe's Ki transmission can naturally determine that the person who transmits Ki to them is Ji Xinghe. Xinghe believes that it is necessary to kill them. Ji Xinghe chose to acquiesce. The experiment that failed despite thousands of lives was not a failure in a sense, and the Federation did not suffer any losses because there are always some people who deserve to die. If the same experiment was placed in some official institutions of the Federation, the people who died as a result would not necessarily all deserve to die, and some people who had practiced Danjin would even die. To be more precise, it should be a sacrifice. Just like Li Yuanba, After learning that Ji Xinghe was able to obtain the power of Qi because he had endured a nuclear explosion, he was very sure that he would wait for Ji Xinghe for 3 years and give himself 3 years. Once the 3-year period was up, if he failed to obtain the power of Qi, he would choose to endure nuclear radiation. In terms of Li Yuanba's personality, he would definitely not choose relatively mild nuclear radiation, but directly try to enter the area where the nuclear explosion had just occurred, or even directly simulate Ji Xinghe's experience at the time, driving a mecha made of tungsten steel alloy, and enduring the same equivalent of nuclear explosion baptism at the same distance. Ji Xinghe almost died. How could he be better? The Federation has never lacked people like Li Yuanba who are willing to sacrifice themselves, so Ji Xinghe was unwilling to make it public that he got the power of Qi because of the baptism of nuclear explosion. But the Federation needs the power of Qi. Under this premise, the pressure Ji Xinghe is under can be imagined. He was anxious, and he told himself not to be anxious. He heard a lot of last words, and he saw many people sacrificed. His emotions became more and more complicated, and the heart-cutting knife could not cut it clean. So, Ji Rongzhenyu cried when she approached him, who was sad. So, there was this special experiment. Sit down. When Ji Xinghe said softly, several instructors in the camp sat cross-legged in Ji Xinghe's exclusive training room. This was their first time coming in, so they looked around with some curiosity. Ji Xinghe did not make more demands on them. He sat cross-legged in the training room like them. He sat between 6 instructors and then closed his eyes. Xinghe, who had prepared in advance, began to play the last words, and at the same time began to record all the changes in this exclusive training room that she could record. Andre's voice rang in Ji Xinghe's ears. He was the first ace mecha warrior who died in the independent regiment after Ji Xinghe left the alien planet. He was also the first mecha warrior in the Federation who died after defeating the Duke armor. For a period of time, he and the other 9 mecha warriors who had defeated the Duke armor of the Empire were called the top 10 strongest mecha warriors in the Federation. The other 9 people, in the order of defeating the Duke armor, were Li Yuanba, Ji Xinghe, Han Li, Jackson, Caitlin, Ravich, Yuran, Qintong, and Harris. Ji Xinghe had heard his last words a few months ago, and now, Ji Xinghe had to hear them again. Honestly, I really don't know what to say, but this is a convention. I still have to say a few words. Lao Ji, to be honest, I really don't accept you, because your shooting skills are so bad. I can shoot more accurately with my feet. All you know is to chop with a knife. Firepower is king, don't you understand? Andre said he didn't accept Ji Xinghe, but he used the name you, which he learned after joining the Xinghe team. Some of the words that made him unconvinced sounded a little weird. Look at me. I wasn't driving a general level mecha at that time. By the way, there was no general level title at that time. Speaking of which, Zixin's naming skills are very high. Wangshan, Pazian, Xianshan, General, and Guoshi, these 5 levels of names are really good. I also want to become a general and a national scholar. I was driving the Xianshan armor at that time and became the 2nd mecha warrior in our independent regiment besides you who broke the Duke armor. Why? It's because I have the most ferocious firepower. If you compare it, when you were driving the Xianshan armor and fighting against Bilrosi IV, you didn't fight as cleanly as I did. So, what does this show? Firepower is king. Lao Ji, you should practice more gun skills on the Blue Star, and don't practice any sword skills. Your 10 cuts are not as good as my 1 shot, and you are old. Don't always rush to the front in the future. Let Shin Mu modify your mecha and add a firepower output system like mine. Just cover the brothers from behind. Andre, who recorded his last words, said that he didn't accept Ji Xinghe, but just for this last sentence. In the entire independent regiment, Andre, who mainly used firepower weapons, was undoubtedly the safest one in every battle. And Ji Xinghe, who always rushed to the front and used himself as bait to lead away a large number of imperial mechas many times, was undoubtedly the most dangerous one. Andre didn't want Ji Xinghe to fight in such a dangerous way. The last words recorded in advance were not all of Andre's last words. When he ran out of firepower but chose to cover his comrade's retreat, he said 2 sentences, both of which were his last words. He said, "Old G, although I'm dead this time, I just don't accept it. It's not that my firepower is not good, it's that my firepower is not good." In the name of Xinghe, invincible, in the last shouting, Andre died. Ji Xinghe, who closed his eyes and listened to this last words, trembled slightly. as if he couldn't control himself because of sadness and anger. This was a bit incredible for him. At the same time, the air in his body was out of control. In the case of active loss of control, the ki, which could be described as majestic, dissipated along his body. Just like those people who had received his ki transmission before, who were unable to retain the ki in their bodies. This made his body tremble more obviously. The 6 instructors sitting around Ji Xinghe seemed to have not noticed such an abnormal scene at all. They sat cross-legged on the ground, looking at Ji Xinghe's eyes, which had become blurry with tears. They could not hear the sounds that Ji Xinghe could hear at this time, but they felt the sadness and anger that they had not experienced for a long time. The eyes blurred by tears turned red. Some instructors clenched their fists, and blue veins were exposed. Some instructors' bodies trembled, and they lowered their heads uncontrollably. Some instructors stood up suddenly, and their emotions were partially restored, so they stood there a little stunned and at a loss. "My lord, it's done." The last words being played were interrupted, and the voice of Xinghe sounded in his ears. Ji Xinghe regained his true perception of the outside world. In that special state just now, he could not perceive the actions of the 6 instructors who were very close to him. At this time, when he opened his eyes and looked at the performance of everyone, he also had an urge to cry, and an urge to laugh. Because he returned to normal, the 6 instructors also returned to normal, and expressed embarrassment and confusion about their inexplicable sadness and anger just now. "General Ji, it's because of me." Ji Xinghe stood up, stood straight, and said to the 6 instructors, "I used the power of ki to affect your emotions." It's okay like this. They didn't know the white lie about ki, nor did they know what kind of sadness and anger Ji Xinghe had just experienced, who made them feel sadness and anger through the release of ki. What's more, what meaning did everything that happened just now have for Ji Xinghe and for all mankind, including them? So, they just felt novel. Well, it wasn't possible before, but it is possible now. "Thank you." You're welcome, we didn't do anything." "General Ji, you're too kind." Yes, we didn't do anything. If you have a breakthrough, it's your own effort. Don't say thank you, General Ji, congratulations." The 6 instructors were a little terrified by Ji Xinghe's thanks, because they thought the gap between them and Ji Xinghe was too big. "That's not my effort, it's the power they gave me with their lives." Ji Xinghe told the truth he finally found, but the 6 instructors were a little confused. "Let's do this for today. I'll ask you for help if I need it, okay, General Ji? Don't be polite to us. It's our responsibility and obligation to do anything for you." "Thank you." As the 6 instructors left, Ji Xinghe took a deep breath. This breath was very long, and it took a full minute to exhale, and his state was completely calmed down. "Xinghe, my lord, I'm here. Do you know why I can get the power of ki?" Why? Xinghe had actually guessed it. She heard what Ji Xinghe said just now, and she also participated in Dr. Essen's experiments and some of Ji Xinghe's previous experiments. But she still asked because she knew that Ji Xinghe needed to talk now. "It was they who gave me power with their lives." Ji Xinghe repeated this sentence again, and then said in a calm tone, "Start with Instructor Li." Xinghe knew who Instructor Li Ji Xinghe was talking about. Instructor Li from base number 6 was transferred away from base No. 6 because he asked Ji Xinghe to fight in armor in a dust storm. He died while fighting on the front line, and sent his last words to Ji Xinghe, asking Ji Xinghe not to blame those who transferred him away, and sang a song for Ji Xinghe. That was the second last words Ji Xinghe heard, and from that time on, Ji Xinghe kept hearing more last words. He knew that he had gained some power from it, but he had never thought about what kind of power he had gained from it. Now, he understood. "My lord, their heroic spirits will be pleased by this." Heroic spirit? Hearing this word, Ji Xinghe suddenly felt that the name of the organization that Xinghe had taken before, the Heroic Spirit Council, was really in line with the reason why he got the power of ki. In the name of the heroic spirit, there was the power given by the heroic spirits. The heroic spirit power that Ji Xinghe got did not come from the first emperor, but from thousands of heroes, from the millions of heroic spirits on the Heroic Spirit Mountain. Ji Xinghe took another deep breath and said, "Get ready, I want to try again." Understanding is one thing, and whether you can do it is another. He wants to make some attempts like before. Xinghe did not cooperate with Ji Xinghe this time. She said, "In fact, I don't need to prepare, my lord, I believe that you will succeed this time." Ji Xinghe was stunned for a moment, then laughed. He was nearly 70 years old, but there was no wrinkle on his face. Yes, this time, I will succeed. Xinghe, tell them that I want to go back to the alien star, yes. Chapter 556 Gift. The news that Ji Xinghe was going back to alien star spread throughout the Federation in a very short time, like a ray of light, shining from the azure star to the moon base, and then continued to spread in the vast universe until it reached the Federation's most populous planet besides the azure star, alien star. When people were surprised by the news, they noticed that the word return was used in all the related news without exception, instead of the word go that should be used under normal circumstances. Many people were excited by this. Many people were doubtful or worried about this. People did not forget that Ji Xinghe, who had been away from alien star for more than 2 years, was already 69 years old this year, including the journey from azure star to alien star, and the necessary preparations for Ji Xinghe to go to alien star. When he arrived at alien star again, he should have been 70 years old. It is rare for a person to live to 70. Ji Xinghe, can he still fight? Oh, by the way, Ji Xinghe has cultivated the power of Qi, which is called extraordinary. He must be able to fight as well as before, or even better than before. When people thought of this, their doubts and worries completely disappeared. But there was still a small group of people who knew the white lie, so they still had those doubts and worries. But Ji Xinghe directly announced the news that he was going back to the alien planet, and his attitude was very firm, so those people no longer had doubts or worries. They were more excited than everyone else. Ji Xinghe, has he really cultivated the power of Qi? A small group of people thought and discussed this, and their eyes instantly focused from all over the Federation to a corner of Longzhou Star Military University. This corner has been named Independent Regiment Youth Training Team Blue Star Camp for the past 2 years. A small group of people knew that there was an expensive exclusive training room in this camp, an imperial Marcus orangutan named Kaisman, and a world-class scientific research team. All of this, in a sense, is to prepare for Ji Xinghe to gain the power of Qi. However, before, not many people put their hopes here, because more than 2 years have passed, and the Nanchaman space station, which has higher specifications than here, has invested more manpower and material resources, but has never made any valuable progress. At this moment, a small group of people who can influence the entire Federation are paying attention to it with some expectations and hopes. For them, Ji Xinghe's return to the alien planet is actually not very meaningful. No matter how powerful he is just a mecha warrior. He can play a key role in many battles, but he cannot directly affect the overall war. The real key lies in Qi. If humans get the power of Qi. General Ji, the Federal Academy of Sciences has started your exclusive mecha creation plan. They guarantee that at least it is a national-level mecha. If everything goes well, they may create the first mecha in the entire Federation, above the national-level mecha. The name of the mecha level above the national level has not been determined so far. In addition to the reason that it has not been built, another reason is that the name Zondi taken by Ji Rongzhinayu does not sound too appropriate. The president of Longzhou Starry Sky Military University stood in front of Ji Xinghe with a humble attitude and said softly, "The president of the Academy of Sciences told me personally that even if it cannot be built temporarily, it is only limited by the main material of the mecha. There is not so much tungsten steel gold on the azure star, and the number of tungsten steel alloys is also very small. However, this should not be a problem for you. The main material can be replaced and upgraded. After you go to the alien planet, as long as you get enough tungsten steel alloy or tungsten steel gold, you can upgrade the national level mecha to the emperor level." After thinking about it, the president still chose to use the name given by Ji Rongzhinayu, because from today on, to be more precise, after the success of today's experiment, the significance of Ji Xinghe and Ji Rongzhinayu, the grandfather and grandson, to the Federation, can be described as incomparable compared to before. It was already very high before, and now it is even higher. Change the name, it's a child's words, don't take it so seriously. Ji Xinghe's tone was calm, without the slightest tension. No, how can it be a child's words? Xinghe's other names have won unanimous praise from the whole Federation, and once again set off a wave of dragon language. I think, in a few years, our dragon language will be able to become the first language of the Federation. As the president of Longzhou Starry Sky Military University, he actually cares about this aspect, and many people in Longzhou will care about it. Ji Xinghe used to care about it too. When he taught students on the alien planet, He repeatedly refused to use Eagle language to teach. But for him now, the significance of such things is very small. As long as he can win this war, even if he is asked to learn Eagle language to the same level as Dragon language, or even speak Eagle language in the future, he is willing. Of course, the victory or defeat of this war has nothing to do with language. There is no need to discuss the value of the issue. Ji Xinghe looked at the volunteers who were ready. This is a very ordinary indoor training ground, which seems to be completely inconsistent with the content and importance of today's experiment. When the relevant personnel got the news, they were excited and proposed to use higher standard training grounds and laboratories, but they were all rejected by Ji Xinghe. Because it was unnecessary. Let's get started, Ji Xinghe said softly, and walked directly to the first volunteer standing in line. Many onlookers became nervous. At this time, Ji Xinghe and other children who followed Suhi also became nervous. The two kinds of nervousness are different. Instructor, the first volunteer looked excited. He was a student majoring in Mecha at the Starry Sky Military University. His current total academic performance ranked second in the school, much like Ji Xinghe before. Don't be nervous, I'll wait for you, Ji Xinghe said calmly, and then waited quietly. The first volunteer immediately began to take a deep breath. As an outstanding student of one of the best military universities in the world, his psychological quality is very strong. Soon, he had completely calmed down his emotions, and his eyes gave people a feeling of calmness. Very good, Ji Xinghe praised directly. He needed to do this to mobilize the emotions of this volunteer, just like when he was doing those cruel experiments before, he would expose his true identity and tell some evil lies. But in comparison, the psychological quality, physical quality, belief in this war, etc. of these volunteers are far superior to those unforgivable criminals. Naturally, their success rate will be higher. As for the impact of doing this, Xinghe was right. Now he actually doesn't need to do experiments like before, not only because he has become stronger, but also because the Heroic Spirit Council is no longer a grassroots team. Moreover, he also needs such pressure to make him complete the final breakthrough. Extending his right hand and resting it on the shoulder of the volunteer, Ji Xinghe, with a calm look, controlled the ki in his body and slowly entered the body of the volunteer in the eyes of everyone's expectations. Feeling the sudden heat flow into his body, the volunteer who had tried to get ki from Kaisman became excited again. He had many fantasies, even fantasies. Judging from his performance, all the people watching the experiment were not too excited, because they all thought that Ji Xinghe had already obtained the power of ki. But a small group of people were so excited that they could not help themselves. They could see that the first volunteer really felt the power of ki. Ji Xinghe had never come into contact with Kaisman in the 24 hours before he came here, so Ji Xinghe really had the power of ki. They also had a lot of fantasies, but many of these fantasies were illusions, and they could not know it. Time passed by minute, and Ji Xinghe, who was not disturbed at all, successfully passed a ki equivalent to the first stage of the Hidden Yuan realm, Earl level, into the body of the first volunteer. This was already a very skilled thing for him. However, today's experiment is more than that. What he wants to tell the world is not only that he really has the ki, but also, Ji Xinghe, who is transmitting ki, suddenly closed his eyes. The ki gushing out of his body seemed to have a sense of stagnation, and it seemed to be so small that it could almost be ignored. The first volunteer was very excited at this time. The extra strength in his body made him feel that he could kill a cow with one punch, no, an elephant. The former is real, and the latter is an illusion. He had an urge to break free from Ji Xinghe's hand and run wildly on the training ground to release his own strength, and this urge became stronger and stronger, and was almost out of control. His psychological quality is really good, but the changes that the power of ki can bring to humans are really too great. From this point of view, his psychological quality is still not up to standard. But when he looked at Ji Xinghe, who was standing in front of him with his eyes closed, with red eyes, he suddenly had unprecedented self-control. Because the person who was transmitting ki to him was Ji Xinghe. Almost everyone on the Blue Star is familiar with Ji Xinghe's story, including this volunteer, and many people, who took Ji Xinghe as their goal, naturally knew it more clearly. At the age of 65, he should have retired to enjoy his old age, but suddenly learned the bad news that his son died in a battle on an alien planet. His sadness had no audience at that time. People said that it should be very difficult, but Ji Xinghe survived and made up his mind to participate in the conscription assessment at the age of 65. His efforts attracted many viewers at the time. However, many viewers said that Ji Xinghe was just putting on a show and was just using his son who sacrificed on an alien planet to seek benefits for himself. But the fact is not so. He went to an alien planet, he drove a mecha, he started fighting, and he created one miracle after another. His legend was witnessed by countless viewers. But many people know that he didn't want to be a so-called legend, he just wanted revenge. Instructor. General Ji. I will go to an alien planet, I will become an excellent mecha warrior, I will join your independent regiment, I will grow up with you, and when I am strong enough, please let me avenge you, please let me shelter you from the wind and rain on the battlefield. The interchange of the first volunteer was just to confirm his true thoughts for him. However, for Ji Xinghe and this experiment, it has an influence that is difficult to describe in words. Ji Xinghe didn't know where this change came from, but he could feel it. What he could feel more clearly was the obsession he had always had. Sizzle, sizzle. Dad, I didn't run away, because I didn't want to embarrass you. Sizzle, sizzle. Ji Xinghe closed his eyes, and the voice that he would never forget emerged in his mind. Repeat it again and again. Every time he repeated it, he would say in his heart, you should run, son. Such a conversation seemed to have no meaning, because his son Ji Xinghe could not hear his voice. But such a conversation was actually very meaningful, because Ji Xinghe could finally say the words he could not say to his son. A few years ago, when he penetrated armor for the first time and broke through it on the alien planet, he could say that sentence. But his son couldn't hear it. You should run, son, Ji Xinghe said silently in his heart, silently recalling. He finally heard his son's reply. But if I run away, no one can stop them, so he said, yes, son, I'm here, I can stop them, no matter how many there are, I can stop them. Because you said that I am the mountain with the highest personal force in the Federation. Yes, I am. He was a little happy in his heart, but he was not happy because his son couldn't hear him. Even if he became a galaxy-level mecha warrior, he couldn't stop a single soldier of the Empire for his son. But he could be very happy because he regarded the volunteer standing in front of him as his son. He made a decision to choose the mecha major student who ranked second in the same period at Zhangjiankong Military University as the first volunteer. Because his son was also the second in the same period at Zhangjiankong Military University. The first place was Han Li. Son, I told Xinghe that it started with Instructor Li and the others, who used their lives to give me power. In fact, it started with you. Time seemed to stop at this moment, and then began to go backwards madly. The Earth began to rotate rapidly. It was obviously on the land of the Azure Star, but it seemed to have suddenly moved to the land of an alien star. This is where Ji Xinghe sacrificed himself. It was the place where Ji Xinghe finally mustered up the courage to visit for an hour after arriving on the alien planet for a year and a half. There was an inexplicable change in the ki in Ji Xinghe's body. He suddenly opened his eyes and saw his son, who was being besieged by endless imperial mechas without any support. His son's physical strength had been consumed to the extreme. And the movements of controlling the mechas were getting slower and slower. His son was in danger, and his son needed help. But the mountain in his son's heart was on the blue star, living a comfortable life, and his son was willing to give his life just so that he could continue to live a comfortable life. Why? Ji Xinghe roared in his heart. So, the mountain came. His hand crossed the long river of time and pressed on his son's shoulder. The power of ki gushed out again, much less than the previous level, but with a qualitative change that was enough to change fate. He saw his son laugh, he saw his son had physical strength again, and he saw his son start to kill people everywhere. He laughed too. After a change of sight, Ji Xinghe saw the volunteer whose expression was distorted. Because he used too much force, he had broken the volunteer's shoulder. But the volunteer gritted his teeth and held on, without making a sound, and his body did not tremble. Strong, like his son. So good. Ji Xinghe withdrew his hand and whispered, try it, use your ki to heal your body. However, the volunteer with a ferocious expression of pain did not respond. He heard Ji Xinghe's words clearly, use your ki. So, he now has the power of ki, so he mustered up the courage. Instructor, can I try my strength first? Ji Xinghe asked softly. Why? The volunteer said, because I am not afraid of getting hurt, I am only afraid that I am not strong enough and can't catch up with you. Ji Xinghe looked at the volunteer's firm eyes and nodded slightly. Ouch, the volunteer roared, and then began to charge. He rushed her leather sandbag as high as a person in the training ground and punched it suddenly. There was a loud bang. The sandbag exploded. Everyone at the scene was overwhelmed with emotion. Chapter 557, Unexpected Scramble. After receiving the key transmission from the imperial orangutan, one will possess the power of key for a short period of time. The one who is close to the water gets the moon first. Because of Ji Xinghe, Longzhou Starry Sky Military University is not unfamiliar with the power of key. In more than 2 years, more than 200 outstanding students have used the inflatable treasure named Kaisman 1 to 3 times. This is Ji Xinghe's intentional act. In addition to allowing these outstanding young people to feel the power of key earlier, it is also to avoid some troubles. On the Azure Star, only Kaisman, the orangutan, has the power of key, and the others are all in the Nanchunman space station. The effect of key in curing diseases, healing injuries, and prolonging life is a secret to the public for the time being, but for a small group of people, it is what they need or even desire. If Kaisman is transformed from an inflatable treasure into a nearly omnipotent medical orangutan, it is tantamount to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs and exhausting the pond to catch the fish. For a small group of people, Kaisman is obviously not enough. Once the gate is opened, it means that they will want to transport other gorillas to the Azure Star to become medical gorillas of the Federation. Simply, don't use them. The gorillas with key can only be inflatable treasures and can only be used to study the secrets of key. This is also one of the reasons why the Tower Top organization is more anxious than before and contacted Ada King again. When using Kaisman's inflatable treasures, more than 200 outstanding military cadets will naturally conduct systematic tests to determine the improvement brought to them after inflating. It must be said that although Kaisman is not weak, Kaisman's inflatable treasure is a little weak. The power increase it can bring to people is short-lived, and the effect is also very weak. Fang Wang had inflated 3 times before, and he was one of the students who inflated the most times. But he has never felt so powerful now. Usually, his fists hurt a little when he hit, and the sandbags that needed to be worn with protective gear were blown up by his punch, but he couldn't do this when he inflated before. What surprised him even more was that the strength in his body did not disappear quickly after strenuous exercise like before. The instructor gave me a lot more energy than before, he shouted, and came to another sandbag, which was also more than 1 person tall and made of leather. Unlike the previous excited punch, this time, he lowered his waist and rode his horse when punching, trying to control the strength of his whole body as much as possible, and then used some experience gained from the previous inflation to stimulate the energy in his body. There was a loud bang. Sand flew all over the sky, making Ji Xinghe, who was not far away, seem to see a dust storm on an alien planet. The exclamation finally sounded, and people seemed to be unable to suppress their excitement anymore, and as if they had just come to their senses, the whole training room became noisy. The energy in my body is still there, it's still there, Fang Wang shouted excitedly to the people around him. When he walked to the 3rd sandbag, he told his current state and feelings in an excited tone. A lot more than before, and I can feel that it is being consumed slower than before. I feel it is recovering. It is recovering after being consumed by me. The strong psychological quality was demonstrated at this moment. Fang Wang was not overwhelmed by the sudden powerful force. His destructive behavior did not come from his desire to destroy, but from his spiritual will to figure out and master his own power. He did not forget his responsibilities and obligations. As the second human in the Federation to obtain the extraordinary power of Qi, what he shoulders is more than just becoming a mecha warrior like Ji Xinghe. He knows very well that he can't be as strong as Ji Xinghe, but he firmly believes that he can continue to climb towards the mountain called Ji Xinghe. While climbing, he has to solve some troubles that Ji Xinghe should not bear. Yes, as an adult, he knows very well that from this moment on, Ji Xinghe will have some troubles. He will go all out to help Ji Xinghe, just like Ji Xinghe helped him. No, it's not to help him, but to change his fate and the fate of all mankind. It can't be let down. No one knew what Fang Wang was thinking in his strong heart. People looked at him with envy, but they didn't know that his heart was getting stronger. He got not only the power of Qi, but also the responsibility and obligation. Yes, I have the power of Qi, I really have the power of Qi. Fang Wang stood in front of the 3rd sandbag and punched again. But this time, he didn't blow up the sandbag like before. With a muffled bang, the heavy sandbag swayed, but the outer leather didn't break. With his punch, he suppressed the impulse in his heart and didn't use the power of Qi. Then he punched again. Then, There was a bang, as if a grenade was stuffed into the sandbag in advance and detonated when Fang Wang punched. The dust flew and briefly submerged Fang Wang's body, making him look a little embarrassed, but everyone who looked at him felt that he was glowing. When the dust fell to the ground, Fang Wang, who was still punching, retracted his fist, then took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. His mood was calmer than before. At this moment, he has returned to the state of being the second in the mecha driving major of Longzhou Military University. My physical strength has been increased by about 30%, Fang Wang continued to shout loudly, explaining his feelings. But this sentence made many people frown. It was only a 30% increase. How could it have such an effect? Fang Wang then gave the answer. The real destructive power comes from the ki in my body. I am not sure how many times I can make such an attack, but from my feelings, the ki in my body has only consumed. Fang Wang pondered for a short time, closed his eyes, and posed a standing posture of Ji Xinghe. 10 seconds later, he resumed the standing posture and opened his eyes. He said, I can still hit 6 punches, 3 punches plus 6 punches, that is 9 punches. Even Qin Wangzhen can easily calculate such a mathematical problem. Unfortunately, Qin Wangzhen has been away from here for a long time. If he could insist on staying, he might want to become a mecha warrior now. Or maybe, he will continue to stick to what he loves. Fang Wang, who could still throw 6 punches, did not go to the 4th sandbag. The area of this training room was large, but the number of sandbags was not large. He might want to leave a few for other volunteers. It could also be that. Instructor, I want to conduct a more comprehensive test immediately. Fang Wang looked at Ji Xinghe. And the fanaticism in his eyes made the audience and other volunteers feel a little dazzling. People naturally came up with an idea. If Ji Xinghe let Fang Wang die now, Fang Wang might not even say his last words. Just because Ji Xinghe mastered the power of grace and chose to give Fang Wang the first grace? No, in the past 2 years, Ji Xinghe has spared no effort to teach Fang Wang and other students of the mecha major of Longzhou Military University. Those voices of instructors were all from the heart. It was the instructor who was called, but it was heavier than the word instructor itself. So, people naturally came up with an idea. The independent regiment that had lost 3 teams, 139 special mecha warriors, and 4 ace mecha warriors, had successors. But these thoughts have nothing to do with today's experiment. The news has spread from here to the whole world when Ji Xinghe ended his gift to Fang Wang, and Fang Wang did not show the power of ki. Because he is Ji Xinghe. Because he just said, try it, use your ki to heal your body. Use your ki. Heal the injury first. Ji Xinghe looked at Fang Wang's right shoulder and said softly. Then people remembered that Ji Xinghe said Fang Wang was injured, and Fang Wang's 4 punches just now were all with his left hand. Fang Wang is not left-handed, his right hand is stronger. Yes, this time, Fang Wang responded without any hesitation, as if he had heard an order. He has proved that Ji Xinghe did not lie, although he did not need to prove this. The anxious medical staff rushed to Fang Wang at the first time and concluded that Fang Wang's right shoulder was fractured. Treatment methods were then used, and various equipment and instruments used for testing were all in place to monitor Fang Wang's use of the power of ki to heal his body. From this moment on, the efficacy of ki in curing diseases and injuries will no longer be a secret, nor should it be a secret. Humans have truly mastered the power of ki. No, it is Ji Xinghe who has mastered the power of grace. And this power, before today, was only possessed by the Emperor of the Empire. Countless apes and monkeys in the Empire have spent more than 200 years and paid an unknown price, but they have never been able to uncover the secret. If Ji Xinghe went to the Empire at this time, would the Empire's rebels immediately regard Ji Xinghe as their leader? Would the Empire's rebels gain more support as a result? Ji Xinghe could become another Emperor of the Empire. He would be more powerful than Emperor Wu Yi because he still has the support of the Federation. Perhaps Ji Xinghe would not go to the Empire. The Empire is still a little dangerous for a human being. But is it possible for Ji Xinghe, who stays in the Federation, to rely on his mastery of the power of grace and then become the Emperor of the Federation? Even for the uncrowned king, there are some. People's thoughts are gradually becoming strange. But the experiment still needs to continue. One success can be said to be accidental, 2 or 3 times. When accident becomes inevitable, people's strange ideas may begin to influence people's attitude towards Ji Xinghe. The second volunteer was unexpectedly calm when Ji Xinghe looked at him, and almost everyone in the audience looked at him. because he is the first in this period of the Mecha Major of Longzhou Starry Sky Military University, and he is about to graduate. He can be said to be the strongest in the school. The last strongest in the whole school of Longzhou Starry Sky Military University has become a special Mecha warrior with 53 gold stars. The first in the whole school before that died when he got the 9th gold star. The first in the whole school before that died when he got 17 gold stars. But this does not damage the gold content of the first in the whole school of Longzhou Starry Sky Military University, because the Mecha Major of this school once had a first in the whole school, who has become the ace Mecha warrior of the Federation, and has broken the Imperial Duke armor many times, and is the second in the Federation to break the Imperial General armor. He now has no gold stars, but red stars. Han Li, who just got the 32nd red star, has another more enviable title, the Chief Disciple under Ji Xinghe. The strongest, so he is the chief disciple. Instructor, Zhang Li's tone is as calm as his state. Ji Xinghe is also very calm now. He has understood the secret of the gift and has mastered this secret to a certain extent. Ji Xinghe feels that he should thank Xinghe for being able to go from seeming to understand, to really understand, and then to the current partial mastery. If there is no reminder from Xinghe, he will not choose to use this experiment that will give him great pressure, and there will be no outstanding young people like Feng Wang and Zhang Li to cooperate with him to complete the experiment with the most firm belief. How can you rely on those unforgivable criminals to succeed? From this point of view, Xinghe's trust in humans, and in young humans like Feng Wang and Zhang Li, is actually purer than Ji Xinghe. Think about it, why do you want to get the power of Qi? Ji Xinghe recalled some changes in Feng Wang that he had just felt, and after reminding him out loud, he stretched out his hand and pressed on Zhang Li's right shoulder. The power of Qi surged again. Zhang Li, who was still calm, was thinking carefully about the question that Ji Xinghe had just asked, and was feeling the Qi in his body. His posture changed to the standing posture of Ji family boxing. He had already practiced a transformation of strength, and was stronger than Feng Wang. He could also feel and try to control the Qi that Ji Xinghe passed to him more clearly. 1 minute later, Ji Xinghe let go. Compared with the Qi transmission process just now, he did not change at all this time. In the eyes of the people around him, he just casually put his hand on Zhang Li's shoulder, and then looked at Zhang Li quietly for a minute. It gave people a sense of ease, but, can it work? People's eyes were focused on Zhang Li. Zhang Li, who was standing in a posture, slowly opened his eyes. He glanced at his right shoulder, and then whispered, "Instructor, my shoulder is not broken." People were stunned, and then angry. Is this the time to say this? Yes, Ji Xinghe nodded when he responded, and then said, I didn't control it well just now, but now, I control it well, so, it worked? When Ji Xinghe said this, no one would care about what Zhang Li said. People's trust in Ji Xinghe had already reached an extreme, and now it is rising again. If the previous Ji Xinghe was like the highest peak on the blue star, then the current Ji Xinghe is the highest peak on the alien star, the Mountain of Gods. It is not only the highest peak on the alien star, but also the highest peak in the entire galaxy. Then I'll go for the test. Zhang Li's performance was much calmer than Feng Wang's. Perhaps it was because he was not the first person to receive the gift of Ji Xinghe, or perhaps it was because the first place gave him a stronger heart. Or perhaps, only if you are strong enough can you become the first place. Zhang Li's test was not as violent as Feng Wang's, but it made up for the tests that Feng Wang had not done before. While Feng Wang was treating a fractured shoulder, he began to conduct the most comprehensive test with the cooperation of relevant personnel. About Qi. This made Feng Wang very envious, and those who envy others are often envied by others. People envy Zhang Li, and even more envy Feng Wang. The first person to receive the gift is destined to be remembered in history. But the person who should be remembered in history the most is destined to be Ji Xinghe. Ji Xinghe is preparing to start the third experiment. The third volunteer is not a student of Longzhou Star Military University, but a Mecha warrior who returned to the Blue Star for rest. Although the war on the alien planet has undergone changes that are unfavorable to the Federation, people are not steel machines after all. Just like Han Li before, he has already obtained 73 gold stars and may become an ace Mecha warrior at any time, but he was forced to return to the Blue Star for a short rest. Because Han Li's Mecha team was wiped out and he was the only one left, is such a blow really that easy to bear? If he has psychological problems, then the next battle will be his death. Han Li performed very well. By pleading for Ji Xinghe, Tu Yuan thought that he did not need to rest, So he and Ji Xinghe out on the same spaceship. Captain of the army, the Mecha warrior's voice was very loud. He stood at attention and saluted. His state was between Fang Wang and Zhang Li. It was not because the psychological quality of the special Mecha warrior was not as good as that of the military academy students who had not yet officially graduated, but because only by becoming a real Mecha warrior on the alien planet could one understand the power of the imperial Mecha, and only then could one understand the power of Ji Xinghe. His excitement was only because he was standing in front of Ji Xinghe. "Thank you for your hard work." Ji Xinghe nodded and was about to reach out his hand but was interrupted. "Wait a minute," it was a somewhat crisp child's voice. "Margao," the second crisp child's voice sounded, with obvious anger. Ji Xinghe had already chased after the running Margao at the same time as she spoke. She never thought that the soldier she trusted most would dare to make trouble at this time. But Ji Xinghe failed to catch up with Margao, who rushed towards Ji Xinghe because Lin Shu stopped her. Another soldier she trusted most. They were all her best friends. The children's voices and actions attracted everyone's attention. No one tried to stop them, because Ji Xinghe was there, and because these children were all Ji Xinghe's soldiers. Captain, Margao ignored Ji Xinghe's look of wanting to beat him to death, rushed to Ji Xinghe, stood at attention, and saluted. Just like the Mecha warrior who came back from the alien planet, he called out this title. He said with a firm look, "Let me go first. What's wrong with this child? Not sensible at all." When the adults just had this idea, they suddenly thought of another thing, another child. So the adults' eyes became complicated. This child is too sensible. Chapter 558, Killing the Ape and Destroying the Heart. "Captain," the Mecha warrior said seriously before Ji Xinghe spoke, "if possible, please let him come first." The person who was cut in line said if possible. Of course, he was not trying to divert the conflict. No one who was able to come to the scene today did not know the physical problems of children like Ji Xinghe and Margao. Especially the relevant personnel of Longzhou Starry Sky Military University, whether students or instructors, or those in the medical team, all knew that the physical condition of these children was actually not good. They paid many times more than their peers, and even as much as adults like Feng Wang and Zhang Li, to get the health that most children have. This is very unfair. Compared with this, what is being cut in line? Even if it is to gain the power of Qi, this opportunity that is changing the history of mankind and the history of evolution. Okay, when Ji Xinghe spoke softly, everyone was delighted. People didn't mind cutting in line this time, because everyone knew what it meant to Ji Xinghe and what it meant to the children. But what Ji Xinghe said was okay was not what people thought it was okay. But, no, Ji Xinghe changed the subject, looked at Margao calmly, and his tone became stern. "If you want to be a normal child, I will let you stay in the Blue Star for the rest of your life after your body recovers. If you still don't want to give up your identity as a member of the youth training team of the Galaxy Mech Independent Corps, and take becoming a mech warrior of the Independent Corps and becoming my soldier as your goal, you should learn and insist on obeying orders." People were stunned and felt that Ji Xinghe was a little too strict with this very sensible child. People also understood that Ji Xinghe's words just now were in response to the question of the special mech warrior, which was good news. And Ji Xinghe said that the child's body could get better. So should we be happy for these children now? Or should we sympathize with these strictly disciplined children? People don't know, but children know. "I'm sorry, Corps Commander." Margao's voice was loud and his tone was obviously excited. He heard what the adults heard, so he thought it was time to be happy now. Turning around, he returned to the location of the youth training team and came to Ji Xinghe. Just as he was about to say something, he was interrupted by Ji Xinghe. "Join the ranks." Yes, people looked at this scene and sincerely believed that these children could become excellent soldiers. The experiment continued, but people no longer regarded this experiment as an experiment, but as the first gift in the human world. It was not the first time for Feng Wang, and it was not the second time for Zhang Li. They and many volunteers today were the first time. The shoulders of the special Mecha warrior felt the power he had been waiting for a long time. He had not been inflated before, so he was a little unfamiliar with the power transmitted into his body by Ji Xinghe. But he had experienced the real battlefield, and his mental will was much stronger than young people like Feng Wang and Zhang Li. He had not learned Jiu-Jitsu, nor had he learned other kung fu. He did not understand what Mingjin, Anjin, Huojin. But he had a pure belief and was willing to sacrifice his life for it. Compared with the imagination and fantasy of Feng Wang and Zhang Li, This special mecha warrior has taken a lot of practical actions. He came today with a mentality of sacrificing himself. After all, the notice said experiment, and it was signed on a voluntary basis, similar to the waiver agreement, which was very dangerous. But he came without hesitation. Just like, when he received the order to return to the Blue Star for repairs, he chose to refuse without hesitation. For the victory of this war, he was unwilling to come back. For Ji Xinghe, he was willing to sacrifice himself. Ji Xinghe, who had been away from the alien planet for more than 2 years, did not lose his influence in the hearts of many mecha warriors on the alien planet, but instead had a growing trend. It is said that distance creates beauty, that missing is like a river converging into the sea, and that Ji Xinghe, one day, the king will return. And this day is finally coming. How lucky I am to be able to take the same spaceship with General Ji Xinghe to the alien planet and witness the beginning of the legend of the king's return. Yes, I must take the same spaceship with General Ji Xinghe to the alien planet, unless I can end my vacation early and go to the alien planet. The special mecha warrior did not feel Ji Xinghe's hand leaving his shoulder. He was affected by the sudden surge of power in his body, and by his own imagination about this war, about the future, and about Ji Xinghe. He stood there motionless as if he was standing still. 3 volunteers in a row, 3 completely different reactions in a row, made people suddenly feel that the first gift in human history was actually an experiment about gifts. Ji Xinghe did not alarm the special mecha warrior, but waved his hand. Zhang Li, who was undergoing the test, immediately gave up his test project and came to the side of the special mecha warrior. Without Ji Xinghe saying it, he understood what Ji Xinghe meant. Ji Xinghe bypassed the special mecha warrior who was still standing, came to an open position and waved again. The 4th volunteer walked quickly. He was a soldier who had just completed all the training. He was a scout. He was supposed to take a spacecraft to the alien battlefield today, but he was transferred here because of this experiment. Before 8 o'clock this morning, he only knew that he was going to participate in a very risky experiment, and he didn't even know that it was related to Ji Xinghe, key, and gifts, but he still chose to participate in such an experiment. At 8 o'clock this morning, he arrived at the scene and had the authority to know the truth of this confidential experiment, so he has been excited until now. He was a little tired at first, but now he is excited again. Relax, Ji Xinghe said. He said something different to each volunteer, just like every volunteer is different. This is indeed an experiment. Ji Xinghe stretched out his hand and withdrew it a minute later. His state did not seem to be affected by the 4 consecutive transmissions of ki, which made the volunteers who were still in line even more excited. At this time, the 3rd special mecha warrior who received the gift had come back to his senses, and under the leadership and guidance of Zhang Li, he began to familiarize himself with and control the power of ki in his body. The state of the scout was more excited than before. He did not stand still, but like Feng Wang, he had the urge to do some violent tests. Go, Ji Xinghe gave the authority. So the scout rushed to the few remaining sandbags in the training ground. There was a bang, and the dust was flying again. He fought more powerfully than Feng Wang, because the scouts were really good at fighting, and he was one of the best. If the synchronization ray test was not too low, he could also become a new generation of mecha warriors. But it doesn't matter, this war needs more than just mecha warriors, he can also go all out for his beliefs. People looked at the 4 people who had already obtained the power of ki, and once again thought that today was not an experiment, or that today's experiment was very successful, beyond everyone's expectations. Under this idea, people didn't pay much attention to the process of the 5th volunteer receiving the gift. They began to pay attention to the tests of Feng Wang, Zhang Li and others, and kept making some exclamations. In a very short time, these 4 people have broken many world records, and it is more accurate to describe them as breaking the limits of the human body. But Ji Xinghe's sudden voice made people shift their attention to the gift again, and they were stunned. Sorry, failed. The 5th volunteer was the most stunned person in the audience at this time. His expression was shocked and his eyes were full of doubt. It's impossible. I feel a strong power. It's ki. I have the power of ki. General Ji, are you feeling wrong? No one has questioned Ji Xinghe for a long time, which made this question questioned by many people. That's just inflation, not. Ji Xinghe didn't want to use the word grace, but he couldn't think of a more appropriate word for a moment, so he said it out loud. Grace, the difference between inflation and grace, everyone present knew, so they were a little shocked. Did Ji Xinghe really fail? Why? The fifth volunteer's expression was a little desperate, but it turned into expectation in an instant. General Ji, please give me another grace, this time it will definitely work. You can do it, I can do it too. Ji Xinghe shook his head. There are some problems I haven't figured out yet, and trying again will be the same as before. No, it must be a matter of probability. Just try a few more times. General Ji, you can. Xiao Xingcheo? A roar came from the principal of Longzhou Zhengkong Military University. He looked at the instructor he had valued before, his face full of anger. Immediately, right now, get out of my way. Xiao Xingcheo was still a little unwilling. He was just the principal. It was too easy for an instructor like him to change to a school of the same level, and maybe the treatment would be better. But there are guards at the training ground. It is normal and reasonable for Lieutenant General Ji Xinghe to have guards. Moreover, the confidentiality and security levels of this experiment are very high. The military has specially mobilized more and more elite guards to take charge of security and maintain order on the scene. Seeing that the guards were already walking quickly, Xiao Xingcheo could only reluctantly give way. After the extremely short chaos was resolved, a congressman at the scene asked with some concern, General Ji, do you want to take a rest? Don't be so anxious, your health is important. This question aroused the dissatisfaction of a major general at the scene, because in his opinion, this was a suspicion of Ji Xinghe. This is Ji Xinghe, how can he doubt it? But in the end, nothing could be said. Because Ji Xinghe had already refused. No, Ji Xinghe waved, and the sixth volunteer walked quickly in front of him. Compared with a few people just now, he was more nervous. They are all adults. How can they not see now that the failure of the gift just now is most likely Xiao Xingcheo's problem? Then will there be any problems with himself? Don't be nervous, Ji Xinghe said softly, I know you, Harris mentioned it to me. The sixth volunteer's nervousness disappeared instantly, replaced by unprecedented excitement. Although Harris's record is not as good as Jackson and Catalan, his reputation in Yingzhou is no weaker than these two. Some people who are interested use the term Eagle Island Trident, which is compared with a Dragon Island Trident, Ji Xinghe, Li Yuanba, and Han Li. But this statement was sneered by the vast majority of people. The point is, how can Ji Xinghe be counted in any trident? If Jackson, Catalan, and Harris are the Eagle Island Trident, then Ji Xinghe must be a god holding a trident. If Ji Xinghe is not counted, there will be a lot of controversy about the third person in the Dragon Island Trident besides Li Yuanba and Han Li. Qintong, Sichuanayan, the blind man, the lame man, and Yu Ren all have their supporters. Among them, Sichuanayan is the latecomer. But many people also think that Sichuanayan only relies on the god punishment armor given to him by Ji Xinghe. If other people have the god punishment armor, they will definitely not be weaker than Sichuanayan, or even stronger than Sichuanayan. Under this premise, it is normal for the sixth student's volunteer from the Mecha Major of the 1st Federal Military Academy to be excited when Harris mentioned it in front of Ji Xinghe. He plucked up the courage to ask, General Ji, can I join your independent regiment? The same, Ji Xinghe simply responded, rejecting a Mecha driving graduate who was called a genius by many people. This made the sixth volunteer a little disappointed, but he figured it out in an instant. Yes, whether joining the Bald Eagle Independent Regiment or the Xinghe Independent Regiment, it's the same. Both can kill gorillas. His mood returned to normal, the tension completely disappeared, and his calm state was no worse than Zhang Li. The gift began. A minute later, Ji Xinghe stopped. Go and try it. Yes, Williams responded, standing at attention, saluting, and his posture was impeccable. He also successfully obtained the power of Qi, so people's eyes once again focused on Xiao Xingcheo, who had just failed. Their eyes were different and complicated. Xiao Xingcheo's expression was also very complicated, red and white. He opened his mouth to say something, but was suppressed by the 4 guards standing beside him with indifferent expressions. But some thoughts in his heart were not suppressed, but intensified. He lowered his head to hide his eyes, pretending to accept his fate or self-reflection. As for what he was thinking, it didn't matter. What he was going to do was not important. The principal turned his head and whispered something to the major general beside him. The major general nodded and then whispered an order. So Xiao Xingcheo was taken away directly by the guards. When he left, his eyes revealed obvious despair. Ji Xinghe, who noticed this scene, waved his hand. The principal and the major general ran over at the same time, and the counselor also ran over, although he was not standing with the principal and the counselor. I have some ideas, but I'm not sure yet, but they should be different from what you think. To put it simply, maybe, probably, Ji Xinghe used two uncertain adjectives, and then said, it's related to belief and courage, and can't be used to judge character or morality. The principal breathed a sigh of relief, the major general looked delighted, and the congressman frowned. Ji Xinghe waved his hand slightly, and the three people who were already at the top of the pyramid in the eyes of 99.99% of the world's people turned and left at the same time, even though they actually had a lot to say and a lot of questions to ask. Because from today on, Ji Xinghe is the one standing at the top of the pyramid. At least until the second person in the Federation has the ability to give gifts, it is like this. However, the pyramid is not a castle in the air. Those who originally stood at the top of the tower would hardly recognize that Ji Xinghe stepped on their heads. So the top organization of the tower moved. So the Heroic Spirit Council moved. And all of this has nothing to do with Ji Xinghe. Professional matters should be left to professionals. His expertise is a gift for the time being, but it is definitely not a gift. Just when Ji Xinghe was giving gifts to the seventh volunteer from Zhao, Wu Dii, who knew that Ji Xinghe was going back to the alien planet because of communication delays and news lags, issued the order to kill people in front of Li Xinghe. Li Xinghe sighed. He felt that the Federation was really going to be in chaos. Why are you sighing? Wu Dii asked happily, and then said, Ji Xinghe is going back to the alien planet. The strongest mecha warriors of you humans can slaughter my mecha warriors at will. You should be happy. Li Xinghe looked at Wu Dii. As a human, his dignity made him laugh. Are you so sure that Ji Xinghe is going back to the alien planet because of the sacrifices you made to the independent regiment? What else? Is it possible that Ji Xinghe has mastered the power of gifts? Ha ha ha! Wu Dii laughed wildly. When he was about to say something, a message came back from the jump communication channel that was opened and briefly maintained because of his previous order. Your Majesty, those humans said that they already knew that Ji Xinghe had mastered the power of Qi. Wu Dii's laughter stopped and he frowned. They can guess it, so they are not stupid. So, Ji Xinghe has been restricted from moving now, Your Majesty. Not yet, but those humans also said, they said that Ji Xinghe has mastered the power of the gift. 13 minutes ago in the federal time, the second human who received Ji Xinghe's gift has been confirmed to have obtained the power of Qi. Wu Dii suddenly fell silent. A monkey who was on a foreign planet and was communicating with a certain party said in a strange tone, the first human who received Ji Xinghe's gift was called Fang Wang, and the second human who received Ji Xinghe's gift was called Jiang Li. They were all confirmed. The news just received that the third and fourth humans who received Ji Xinghe's gift have been confirmed to have the power of Qi. Wu Dii continued to be silent, but the powerful pressure had appeared on Li Xinghe's body through the air. But Li Xinghe was not afraid at all. He laughed, just like Wu Dii's laugh just now. Rampant. Ha ha ha. P.S. Additional update for the Silver Alliance rewarded by 9 Cloud Crossing Boss, 20/66. Chapter 559 Li and Bang, do you want to try my gift? The first gift experiment in the history of the Federation, and even in the history of mankind, unexpectedly became the first gift feast. The difference between the experiment and the feast needs no further explanation. 9 of the 12 selected volunteers successfully obtained the power of Qi. Among them, there are 4 people in Long Zhao, 2 in Ying Zhao, 2 in Xiong Zhao, and 1 in Nia Zhao. It is worth mentioning that the bird in Nia Zhao is a robin, the volunteer is a female, a medical soldier, and one of the 2 volunteers in Ying Zhao is also a female, a communications technician. Among the 12 volunteers, there are instructors like Xiao Xingcheo, who also belong to the military. This is the premise of this experiment, and the different arms are for this experiment to be more comprehensive. I say it again, it has nothing to do with character and morality, it may be related to the courage and belief in the spiritual will. Ji Xinghe didn't want to see the 3 people who failed to receive the gift suffer any unfair treatment because of this experiment. No matter what the character of these 3 people is, they should not become aliens in people's eyes because they voluntarily became his volunteers. General Ji, please rest assured, as a representative sent by the military, Qiao Yan, who holds the rank of Major General, is well aware of Ji Xinghe's current importance. His original respect is no longer enough to match it, so he will naturally make a promise without hesitation. Others have also made the same statement. At this time, Ji Xinghe has finished giving gifts to the 12 volunteers, and then rested for 3 hours. The 9 volunteers who have successfully obtained the power of Ki are still undergoing various tests. The physical fitness of humans is different from that of orangutans, so the test results on orangutans' possession of Ki cannot be directly applied to humans. Moreover, the Ki that humans previously obtained through the method of inflating lasted too short a time. Even if they used the Imperial Grand Duke brand inflatable treasure such as Dongguo Cillian, the amount of Ki obtained was relatively small. It can be said that all the previous test results are now meaningless, and they all have to start over. Most of the people gathered in the conference room where Ji Xinghe is now are scientists. Also online are the scientific research team of the Nantianmen space station, as well as people who were originally thought to have the hope of obtaining the power of Ki and the power of gift. This is one of the benefits of direct disclosure. When Ji Xinghe does not need to hide, no one can hide some things about him and his will. Many people in the meeting were in a complicated mood at this time. They have worked hard for many years, but have never been able to break through. Now that they know the results of the experiment on the Azure Star, it is understandable that they have a complicated mood. But they all listened attentively and prepared some questions. They usually don't care about the 6-minute communication delay, but now they want to move directly to the Azure Star and appear in front of Ji Xinghe. The key they got is the key of the first stage of the Hidden Yuan realm. When Ji Xinghe said this realm that people were somewhat unfamiliar with, a few people recalled Ji Xinghe's previous division of Ki, or the realm of individual combat power. The Federation did not disclose this point when it disclosed the relevant information about Ki before, because in their opinion, to use the words of a professional in a certain scientific research team at the time, it is, Ji Xinghe knows nothing about Ki. At this time, the expert who said this sentence was online. After hearing Ji Xinghe's voice, his expression was ashamed and needless to say. It is the first stage of the 9 stages divided by General Ji, the Hidden Yuan. The second stage is, people who had heard of the 9 stages before began to popularize science to others. They were not worried that this popularization would be revised later. No need to ask, no need to apply, everyone knows that from today, the federal way of grading Ki must be the 9 stages. I can't give them more powerful Ki now, but Ki can be improved through training. Ji Xinghe's words made people a little regretful, but in an instant, infinite hope rose again. As long as they can continue to improve, humans will not stop moving forward. Moreover, Ji Xinghe cannot stop here. In the future, it is also inevitable to directly give the power equivalent to the Imperial Duke level. People firmly believe in this. And about my real practice of Ki, and my Ki can be given to others, Ji Xinghe's groaning made everyone in the conference room hold their breath. People are greedy. When no one gets the power of Ki, people think that even if one person can get it, it will be good. And when someone gets this power, people think it would be good if they can give it to others. When Ji Xinghe really gave the power of Ki to other people, people thought that it would be really good if more people could do it. I'm not sure yet, but there are some directions and several possible factors. Ji Xinghe did not hide it, he said it directly. The first factor is that I have been baptized by nuclear explosions, which others do not have. Upon hearing this, several online Gangjin masters and several Danjin masters all had the urge to find a nuclear weapon immediately. But in fact, when they heard these words, 6 minutes had passed, and they were all very clear about the risks of being baptized by nuclear explosions. With Ji Xinghe's example, do they really need to take the risk that is likely to be fatal? When the scientists heard Ji Xinghe's words, they also felt awakened. In fact, some of them had made similar speculations before, and some experiments were related to nuclear radiation. But it was precisely because of the failure of those experiments and the lack of evidence that nuclear radiation was related to Ki that this possibility was reduced to an extreme by them, almost to the point of being ignored. At this time, many experimental projects appeared in their minds. Because of Ji Xinghe's previous experience, their experimental projects could not cause many unnecessary sacrifices as Ji Xinghe worried before. I can feel now that the power of Ki comes from the radiation of nuclear explosions, like a variant. To be specific, you professionals are needed to do it, and I can't explain it clearly, Ji Xinghe explained briefly, and he really couldn't explain it clearly. If Li Xinghe could participate in this meeting, he might be able to say it very straightforwardly, so that everyone would suddenly understand. Unfortunately, Li Xinghe is still at the Empire Star, and he is in a state of near death again at this time. There is no need to say more about the reason. Hearing Ji Xinghe's words, a scientist who Ji Xinghe knew couldn't help but raise his hand. Ji Xinghe nodded, and Dr. Zhang stood up and said, General Ji, in fact, Sunlight is also a manifestation of nuclear radiation. Stars including the Sun will undergo nuclear fusion in the core to generate energy and transmit it outward, and then radiate from the surface to outer space. I really want to know now, have you ever had any special feelings when you are basking in the sun? Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes brightened. Sunbathing can increase the power of Qi, that's true. There is no special feeling. When Ji Xinghe shook his head slightly, everyone was disappointed. He said, but you can do more research in the future, right? Yes, General Ji, please continue. Dr. Zhang sat back. Ji Xinghe continued. The second element is that I have practiced Gangjin. Several colleagues also have this element, so you should work harder in the future. Several Gangjin masters stood up subconsciously and expressed their opinions. But their voices did not affect Ji Xinghe's continuation because of the communication delay. However, according to known information, the Empire does not seem to have Ganjin or Gangjin, and no guerrilla can achieve it. At least the imperial dukes like Dongosilian do not know and have never achieved it. Therefore, this factor may be important or unimportant. If it is not important, it means that this factor has nothing to do with whether I can obtain the power of Qi by myself. If it is important, it means that it may be related to whether I can give other people the power of Qi. Ji Xinghe's words were a bit confusing, but everyone present could understand them, so some people came up with some new experimental ideas. Several Gangjin masters in the Nanchaman space station had some bad premonitions at this time. The cicadas are aware of autumn before the wind blows, which is not Ji Xinghe's exclusive skill. Li Yuanba can do it, Han Li can do it, and some of these Gangjin masters can also do it. They know that their premonitions are real, and they also know that there is nothing they can do about it. Let alone them, even Ji Xinghe, there should be no real freedom in the future. The third element is the spirit and will, or more intuitively, emotion. Ji Xinghe's statement is almost the same as Dr. Essen's. If Dr. Essen could hear it, he might faint with excitement. Unfortunately, he couldn't hear it, and he was still worried that Baal or one of the 72 pillars of demons would kill him. It's not Ji Xinghe's fault that he crossed the river and burned a bridge. The problem that should have been handled by Xinghe was because the Heroic Spirit Council had started some actions, so Xinghe, who could do a lot of things at the same time, couldn't get away. Regarding this element, my experience may not be applicable to others, so you just listen to it. Ji Xinghe pondered for a moment, and then said his inner persistence in a calm tone. I really want to take revenge, I really want to become stronger, and I really want to take good care of my granddaughter. It's actually very difficult to empathize with others. Even Ji Xinghe can only use I really want to explain his spirit and will in his emotions to everyone. Some of you should know that, in fact, I am afraid of death. When these words came out, some people were stunned, but when they thought of the three things that Ji Xinghe just said, they thought it was natural. Fear of death should also be one of the third elements, but I think there is a difference between fear of death and fear of death. A scientist thought of the three volunteers who failed to be gifted just now, and seemed to have realized something. The most critical one. Ji Xinghe pondered for a moment, and then said, some of you should know that I have heard the last words of many people. It's not that some people know, but that everyone knows. So he spared no effort to promote Ji Xinghe. The Old Man and the Sea of Stars is also the documentary with the highest number of views in the entire Federation. The only thing that can break its viewing record is the next episode of The Old Man and the Sea of Stars. After today, it is even more so. Some people thought of some comments on the internet that Ji Xinghe listened to the last words as a show, and suddenly became angry. They are actually afraid of death, but they are not afraid of death. I can feel hope from the voices they left from me, and hope is the power that we humans should and must always maintain. Speaking of this, it is already a very idealistic statement, even a bit fantasy. But the power of Qi itself is not very scientific. In other words, it is a science that humans have never understood. The influence of spiritual will on the human body is a fact that has long been established. Listening to Ji Xinghe's narration, scientists gradually came up with more ideas. Dr. Essen's foresight was only because he knew in advance some things that Ji Xinghe had only said publicly at this time. Ji Xinghe, who no longer needs to keep it, should no longer keep it from the Federation and all mankind. So he told it all. After talking about the three elements, the meeting turned into a question and answer mode. Scientists asked questions one after another, and Ji Xinghe answered them one by one. This meeting and related research are destined to be a protracted war, so it is natural to interrupt during the period to give people time to rest, think, and study. But Ji Xinghe did not rest. In other words, He was completely rested during the meeting, so the second round of the gift feast began. Logically speaking, with a previous experience, the volunteers this time should try to choose people like Fang Wang, Zhang Li, and Williams, but the fact is just the opposite. Among the 12 volunteers, only 3 are well known for their strong will. General Ji, we think that we must first determine this point so that you can better perform the gift and allow us to conduct more efficient research. The scientist used the word gift without hesitation. Well, Ji Xinghe had no opinion, because he couldn't go to the alien planet now. Some things had not been done, some preparations had not been made, and the struggle between the Heroic Spirit Council and the Tower Top organization had not yet ended. Just as the second gift began, a real heavyweight finally arrived. Li Anbang. Although he is no longer a marshal, people respect him more than Ji Xinghe. After all, Ji Xinghe is just a mecha warrior, and no matter how strong he is only at the level of 10,000 ape enemies. And the power that Li Anbang possesses can be described as 100 million ape enemies. Moreover, after retiring from the army, he did not lose his influence and power in the army. His new identity, known to people, is a member of the House of Representatives of the Federal Parliament. The Federal Parliament is composed of the Senate and the House of Representatives. The Senate has 100 seats, and the members of the House of Representatives are also representatives of state legislators from various states, with 500 seats in general. It sounds like the power is far less than that of the federal marshal. But the road from military to politics is too difficult to take. If it were someone else, they would have been criticized to pieces by now, but he is Li Anbang, so he not only has a smooth journey, but also has a bright future. Some professionals believe that Li Anbang is very likely to become the Speaker of the next Federal House of Representatives, and this position is theoretically the third person in the Federation, only below the Federal President and Vice President, and have the power to impeach the Federal President and run for the Federal President. In this way, Li Anbang's highest achievement in his life may not only be the Federal Marshal with substance but no name. However, many people also believe that Li Anbang is unlikely to become the Speaker of the House of Representatives, let alone run for the Federal President in the future. Because his influence in the military is too great, people will worry that he will turn the Federation into a military-controlled federation. This is indeed the case. With only these on the surface, Li Anbang's future can only stop at the Speaker of the House of Representatives, but he has more than just an on-the-spot identity. He also has two special identities. After Li Anbang arrived, Ji Xinghe did not show the obvious respectful attitude of others, but gave people a feeling of equality between the two sides. But people don't find it strange, after all, he is Ji Xinghe. It is said that when Ji Xinghe was on the alien planet, he once called the name Li Anbang. And there are rumors that Li Yuanba recognized Ji Xinghe as his adoptive father. From this point of view, the identities of the two people are indeed equal. Old Ji, Li Anbang's address to Ji Xinghe once again made people feel the importance of Ji Xinghe, which is really higher than they expected. The reason is, Ji Xinghe asked in public, "Do you want to come and try what? My gift." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 560, The Fourth Nuclear Baptism. When Ji Xinghe asked this question to the Federation, some people were suddenly shocked. Is the Empire of the Federation finally about to begin? After Ji Xinghe possessed the power of grace, in a very short time, some people began to worry about the arrival of this day. Using the power of grace to control the dignitaries of the Federation, just like what Emperor Wu Yi did, it seems easy for Ji Xinghe to be the uncrowned king of the Federation. As for forcibly controlling Ji Xinghe, it is theoretically feasible, but the cost is really high. The title of the old father of 300,000 federal mecha warriors is enough to explain everything. So, when people saw Ji Xinghe's invitation to Li Anbang to accept the gift, they subconsciously felt terrified. This day is faster than everyone expected. In the training ground as a gift site, everyone's eyes are focused on Li Anbang, and his answer will determine the future direction of the Federation. I won't try. Li Anbang's expression and tone are very calm, which is consistent with the impression he has always given people, but people are still shocked by it. Ki, for the increase of combat power, of course, has no meaning for Li Anbang, but the problem is that Ki has the effect of prolonging life. For Li Anbang, who is already 67 years old. How could he refuse so easily? But after being shocked, they all breathed a sigh of relief. It is worthy of being Li Anbang. His refusal is not just his refusal. With him as a role model, it is difficult for other dignitaries in the Federation to directly ask Ji Xinghe for gifts. Okay, Ji Xinghe did not persuade him anymore. He also noticed the changes in the expressions of some people around him and guessed what these people were thinking. So he sighed in his heart. Tu Yuan's arrangement is indeed meaningful. The gift began again. The 12 volunteers quickly took turns to accept the gift. The result was similar to what people had expected before. Only 4 of them successfully obtained the power of Qi, and the Qi obtained by the other 8 was equivalent to the effect of inflation. In the few minutes after the gift ended, it completely dissipated. What is certain at present is that only those with strong will can obtain your gift, General Ji, a scientist from the Federal Academy of Sciences said with some regret, but the problem is that it is difficult for us to determine whether a person's will is strong enough. Some existing testing methods cannot produce valuable results. Among the 12 supporters just now, 3 were considered to be strong-willed, similar to Fang Wang, Zhang Li and others, but one of these 3 failed, and another ordinary researcher who is not optimistic about others successfully obtained the power of Qi. Ji Xinghe did not respond. He was recovering his Qi and feeling the details of the gift he had just given to others. He wanted to find a more precise reason. Li Anbang said, "Don't worry, take your time, we have a lot of time." Yes, the scientists responded like soldiers. Li Anbang then looked at Ji Xinghe and asked softly, "Can I talk?" Ji Xinghe nodded slightly. "Yes." "Is granting grace to 12 people at a time your limit now?" "Yes." "Does failure or success have a big impact?" "Almost no impact, according to the 9 realms you divided before." "At which realm is your key?" After asking this question, Li Anbang added, "I'm not talking about combat power, but the magnitude of Qi." Ji Xinghe pondered for a moment before answering. "The 5th stage of Yuheng realm, close to the 6th stage of Xianquan realm, stronger than the imperial prince killed by Li Yuanba, but weaker than Aida Kang and the imperial prince we captured before. Is that what you mean?" "Yes." "Then, you can only grant grace 12 times for the time being." "Does it have anything to do with the magnitude of Qi, or your current realm?" "Yes. If I can really break through to the 6th stage of Xianquan realm, I can probably grant grace to 16 people." Some of these questions had been asked before, but when Li Anbang asked, no one took over the task, and Ji Xinghe answered very seriously. Some professionals who had no key at all because the meeting was interrupted just now were not asked, so they hurriedly wrote them down and began to analyze them, and they also came up with some ideas. After a little hesitation, Li Anbang asked, "The meeting minutes I just saw said that you think your key comes from nuclear radiation, so if you experience another, nuclear explosion baptism, can it be improved?" People's eyes brightened instantly. In fact, some of them had already had such an idea, but they didn't dare to put it forward directly. It was completely fine for Li Anbang to bring it up. "I think it's okay." Ji Xinghe's answer was like reciting a line, but what he said made everyone happy, and they wished they could get a nuclear weapon and detonate it next to Ji Xinghe immediately. "What are some relatively safer methods?" Li Anbang asked again. "For example, a large amount of nuclear waste, or after a nuclear explosion, quickly send you to the scene. Let's use a nuclear explosion." "Okay." Li Anbang nodded and looked at the military representatives present. "Major General Wen Qin, can you arrange for relevant personnel to develop a feasible plan?" "See." "Yes, I will arrange it immediately." "Yes." After Li Anbang nodded, he looked at Ji Xinghe and asked, "Is it possible that we use nuclear weapons to directly push the amount of Qi you have, or your realm, to the level of the 8th stage?" Ji Xinghe shook his head. "It feels not feasible. There will be bottlenecks. Then let's try a nuclear explosion baptism first. The 6th stage will also be fine." Li Anbang smiled and said, "And I think the amount of Qi should not have a big impact on your combat power. If Emperor Wu II dares to appear in front of you, I will kill it." Ji Xinghe's tone revealed the confidence that everyone could feel. "In that case," Li Anbang pondered for a moment, then said with a smile, "it is equivalent to your Qi being at the 6th stage of Xianquan realm, and your combat power being at the 9th stage of Xianshu realm. Well, the reference standard for this realm is still you." Ji Xinghe did not respond to this, but Li Anbang's words were like an imperial decree, making the 9th stage realm officially the Federation's way of dividing key realms, and the relevant reference standards would inevitably be established according to what Ji Xinghe said before. Just wait for the time to be made public. How long does it take you to recover after the gift? Will it have any negative impact on your body? 4 hours to fully recover. So far, there is no effect. 4 hours is definitely not enough. You still need to sleep, eat and drink. Don't turn yourself into a gift machine. Well, I know. Then how about this? For now, twice a day, a total of 24 gifts. Wait for the military to arrange it, and then suspend the gift and you go to try the nuclear explosion baptism. Okay. Unconsciously, Li Anbang's words became a tone similar to an order, as if he was used to this way of speaking, and Ji Xinghe did not raise any opinions or show any dissatisfaction. People did not find it strange. Therefore, after Li Anbang's arrival, the efficiency of communication on the issue of gifts and the determination of related matters suddenly increased, and there was no possibility of questioning at all. Even the president of the Federation could not question the decision of Li Anbang and Ji Xinghe, let alone other people, such as Ivanovich, the current commander-in-chief of the Federation alien battlefield, who did not even have the right to speak. After talking about some more issues, Li Anbang asked a very important question. Do you have any idea about the candidate who will receive your gift? It was still the way of speaking from a superior to a subordinate. Judging from the current identities of both parties, Li Anbang, a member of the Federal House of Representatives, is actually not as good as Ji Xinghe, a military lieutenant general. After all, in everyone's opinion, the independent regiment, which is no longer under the jurisdiction of Ji Xinghe in theory, is actually still under the complete control of Ji Xinghe. But by the same token, how many generals can Li Anbang, who is not the commander-in-chief of the alien battlefield, give orders directly to? Just like Major General Wen Qin just now, after hearing Li Anbang's suggestion, he agreed directly without even asking his superiors, and firmly believed that no one would question or veto it. I have no idea about the candidate, Ji Xinghe answered without hesitation, and then said, but I want to go back to the alien planet, and I don't want anything to happen. This is a kind of deal. Many people want to get the power of Qi. From the point of view of studying the power of Qi, it is also very meaningful for Ji Xinghe to stay in the Blue Star to be a gift machine. It can even be said that the significance to all mankind is very huge, far exceeding the value of him going to the alien planet to kill gorillas. But Ji Xinghe didn't want to stay on the Blue Star, so he said that he could give a lot of popular power, on the condition that he couldn't stop him from going to the alien planet. Li Anbang didn't answer directly this time, but after a little hesitation, he said, I think you should think about this matter again. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. The two people who seemed to be singing a double act just now actually had some disputes at this time, and it seemed that there was a trend that was about to expand. I have thought about it very clearly. Let's think about it again. The dispute did not expand, because Ji Xinghe no longer responded, and Li Anbang no longer persuaded. But everyone knows that this dispute has not been resolved. Some people praised Li Anbang's words and felt that Ji Xinghe should stay on the Blue Star to create greater value. Some people think that Li Anbang has changed after entering politics. If it were the previous Li Anbang, he would definitely not stop Ji Xinghe from going to the alien planet to kill people. But no matter what people think, they know that this good news worthy of universal celebration has suddenly become no longer perfect. Do you want to take a break or hold a seminar first? Hold a seminar, okay. The seminar that had just been interrupted was resumed. Li Anbang did not leave, but seemed to want to stay here permanently. It seemed that the political world wanted to use the superior of Ji Xinghe's former superior to suppress Ji Xinghe. It also seemed that Li Anbang wanted to have a bright future in the political world, and he had to use Ji Xinghe as a token of allegiance. However, everything at present is worth people's joy. The Federation's understanding of Qi and the number of humans who possess Qi are increasing. On the 5th day after the first gift feast, the military finally arranged a nuclear explosion experiment. Since it is a nuclear explosion, it is of course impossible to carry out it at the Longzhou Starry Sky Military Academy, nor can it be carried out in the near sea or deep sea areas. The impact of nuclear explosions on the ecological environment is very large. The location chosen is the most desolate area on the Azure Star. Ji Xinghe, who has successfully gifted 52 people, took a spaceship, wearing a single soldier exoskeleton armor, and was in the final fortress. He was transported to the central area where the nuclear explosion was completed half an hour ago. The security level throughout the process is very high, and there is also Xingayu's protection, so there is no need to worry about safety issues. My lord, They have notified the Federal Academy of Sciences and asked them to slow down the speed of building your special mecha. It seems that they dare not stop you from going to the alien planet openly, but only temporarily. When Ji Xinghe was training with the help of the nuclear explosion baptism, Xinghe obtained the monitoring power of all equipment including the final fortress and individual exoskeleton armor. While paying attention to the changes in Ji Xinghe's physical condition, he also began to tell some intelligence of the past few days. In the short term, they should hope that others can obtain the power of the gift, but when they find that, except for you, others may not be able to obtain the power of the gift, they may use more direct means. Huaiyan Hao believes that it is possible to try to give gifts to certain people first, giving them the power of Qi, and through this gift, it is also possible to determine the true excitement of all the apostles of the Tower Top organization. At present, the Tower Top organization has 11 formal apostles and 1 informal apostle. We only have 4 apostle identities, including the informal apostle identity. Moreover, if these people obtain the power of Qi, they will no longer block you from returning to the alien planet, because they have already got what they want. At this time, Ji Xinghe, who was only wearing shorts, stood in the central area after the nuclear explosion, madly absorbing the power of nuclear radiation, and then refining it into his Qi. The sound of Xinghe in his ears did not affect his practice. After mastering the power of the gift, he was stronger than ever before, and he was still getting stronger. The previous bottleneck had long disappeared. After the massive nuclear radiation was transformed, his realm was rapidly improving, just like a dry lake being irrigated by heavy rain, and the water level soon returned to its proper level. After the 4th nuclear explosion, the 6th stage of Xianquan realm was finally achieved. Even if it was a one-on-one duel without armor, Ada Kang would not be his opponent. As for armor-piercing battle, he was not afraid of anyone when the performance of the mecha was similar. Perhaps it was because of the improvement in strength, or it could be the increase in the magnitude of Qi, or it could be the change brought about by the acquisition of the gift ability. When Ji Xinghe spoke again, the voice he made sounded a bit like the voice of Emperor Wu Yi that Xinghe had heard before. Even if she was an artificial intelligence life with only a mechanical body, she could clearly feel the pressure. My Lord Xinghe really has the appearance of a great emperor. Ji Xinghe asked, "What do you think, Peiguang?" Peiguang is a new member of the Heroic Spirit Council. Compared with the title of Peiguang, Xinghe prefers to call him another title. Han Gaozu thought that the Marquis of Huaiyan took it for granted, but that's not important. What's important is, my lord, there's something wrong with these two guys. Chapter 561 The Strongest Undercover. As the true founder of the Council of Heroes, Xinghe believed that there must be a big problem when he thought that there were problems with 2 members of the Council of Heroes. But Ji Xinghe didn't care, because he knew what Xinghe's reasons were. As expected. My lord, you are the first emperor. When Chu Yuan named himself Marquis Huaiyan, I said that he had a problem. He insisted that Marquis Huaiyan had nothing to do with the first emperor, and had nothing to do with the demise of Qin. I was too lazy to argue with him. But now, after joining our Council of Heroes, Li Anbang actually used the title of Hero of Emperor Gaozu of Han. This time, he can't quibble. Emperor Gaozu of Han had a big relationship with the demise of Qin, and their 2 titles of heroes obviously mean they want to join forces. Ji Xinghe couldn't help but corrected, the names of Emperor Gaozu of Han and Marquis Huaiyan are opponents. From this point of view, they definitely didn't name themselves for the purpose of joining forces. Besides, I really don't think these names make sense. Fame is indeed meaningless. Xinghe asked again, but what about their other 2 identities? Ji Xinghe asked back, didn't you say that we should trust more people? Trust and trust are different. Xinghe explained, I suggested that you make it public before because this kind of trust is in your interest. But trusting these 2 guys may harm your interests. As long as Xinghe can grow up healthily and as long as the empire can be destroyed, what does it matter? Ji Xinghe asked again, and then said, if they really want it after completing these goals, it doesn't matter if they give it to them. Xinghe, look up and look at the starry sky. When Xinghe looked up at the starry sky, a meeting was also in progress. While some important eyes were all focused on Ji Xinghe, who was suffering from the baptism of the 4th nuclear explosion, the top of the tower organization held another meeting. In the virtual small world with the starry sky as the background, 11 of the 12 cards around the round table lit up. This shows that the top of the tower organization has added 2 new apostles. According to the corresponding rules of the top organization, the lower the ranking of the apostles, the lower the authority they have. In addition, The 10th and 11th apostles joined the meeting the latest, so the 11th apostle should be the worst one among the 11 apostles participating in this meeting. But the facts are quite different. After the first apostle announced the start of the meeting, the 11th apostle was the first to speak. His tone was very calm, but his words revealed obvious dissatisfaction. I said, "Don't stop Ji Xinghe from going to the alien planet. Why don't you listen?" None of the other 10 bright cards dared to flash, that is, none of them dared to speak, including the first apostle. But when all the apostles dared not respond, the first apostle had to speak after all. Mr. 11, I'm sorry, we don't want to stop Ji Xinghe from going to the alien planet. We just think that he should not go to the alien planet for the time being and should wait a little longer. With the first apostle breaking the silence, the other apostles spoke up one after another. Yes, Ji Xinghe possesses the power of grace, and he is currently the only human who possesses the power of grace. If something unexpected happens when he goes to the alien planet, we will all lose the power of Ki. We really didn't stop him, we just temporarily delayed the progress of the Federal Academy of Sciences to build a new mecha for him. Overall, the delay time is not long. The original plan took 1.5 months, but we extended it to 2 to 3 months. Mr. 11, we know that there have been some changes in the war on the alien planet that are not favorable to us, but it is only delaying Ji Xinghe's going to the alien planet for half a month to 1.5 months. There should not be any substantial impact. Ji Xinghe is very strong, we all know that, but he is just a mecha warrior after all, and it is difficult for him to influence the entire battle situation. I've read the latest battle report. Although the number of imperial mechas on the alien planet has increased, there are a lot of Duke armor, but the number of Duke armor has not increased significantly. Ji Xinghe's combat effectiveness should be able to be effectively exerted when facing Duke armor. I think that after a period of time, when the Empire sends more Duke armor, Ji Xinghe will definitely be able to reach the alien planet and continue to shine. I admit that we have some selfishness, but this problem is actually very easy to solve. Mr. 11, you are by Ji Xinghe's side and have the opportunity to receive the gift, but you refused. I want to know if Ji Xinghe has any plans to pass the power of Ki to us. Yes, this is very important. If this problem can be solved, I think no one will stop Ji Xinghe from going to the alien planet. And this should not be difficult for Ji Xinghe, right? A series of words made the 11th apostle more dissatisfied, but his tone was still calm, but full of power. I'm curious, when will you reveal your identity to me? After all, you all know my identity. This is the disadvantage of being a latecomer. Even the 11th apostle has no chance to know the true identity of other apostles. The 9 apostles knew each other's identities very little. Except for the first apostle, no one in the entire top organization knew the identities of others. Facing the question of the 11th apostle, the other apostles were silent again. Until the first apostle spoke again, there will be such a day. Please don't worry, Mr. 11. Well, I think we should upgrade Mr. 11's sequence. What do you think? I think it's okay, no problem, agree, no one objected, including the 10th apostle. So, the 11th apostle became the 10th apostle, and the 10th apostle became the 11th apostle. The permissions of the two were subsequently changed by the first apostle. It looks a bit like a child's play, but the permissions involved can affect the lives of millions of people. Okay, Mr. 10, after completing this, the first apostle said, now we can reveal the identity of the 11th apostle to you, or you can say it yourself. The new 11th apostle spoke without any hesitation. This time, he did not use a voice changer, but directly used his original voice. Marshal, it's me, Ivanovich. Judging from the formality and respect in his voice, he is most likely standing at attention or even saluting. And there is only one person in the Federation who can be called a marshal by the new commander-in-chief of the alien battlefield, Li Anbang. Therefore, it is very normal for the rule of the Tower Top organization to determine authority according to the apostle sequence to be broken by him. The former 11th apostle and now the 10th apostle. His sequence has been upgraded, and he has obtained the status of an apostle, but he is not satisfied. Ivanovich, you disappoint me, I'm sorry, Marshal. Ivanovich's tone was hesitant, and his attitude was sincere and not fake. I accepted their funding a long time ago, and I have no choice. But please believe that my heart has not changed. It seems that he feels that his words are not convincing. Ivanovich immediately added, moreover, now that you, Marshal, have joined us, I believe that we and the Federation will have a bright future. Marshal, please believe that I will continue to follow your will." Hearing the attitude of the 11th apostle towards the 10th apostle, none of the other apostles felt strange, because Li Anbang's influence in the federal military was too great. To put it simply, it can be summarized by Li Anbang's name, the pinyin of the name Li Anbang, together with the word federation. After Ivanovich finished speaking, Li Anbang was still silent. It looked like he was waiting for the communication delay from the blue star to the alien star, just like before. But the other apostles could feel Li Anbang's dissatisfaction, so the first apostle sent a private message to the 9th apostle. The 9th apostle spoke without any hesitation. "The marshal has always been my idol. I don't want to be ahead of him, so I apply to hand over the title and authority of the 9th apostle to the marshal. I am willing to become the 10th apostle." The first apostle immediately said, "I agree." The other apostles also spoke up and seconded. Before Ivanovich, who was on the alien planet, could hear this proposal, Li Anbang had already become the 9th apostle of the Tower Top organization. The rapid promotion made the mysterious Tower Top organization look like a grassroots team. But all this is excusable. The first apostle said, "For some reasons, the identity of the original 9th apostle cannot be made public directly, but because you are the marshal, he will explain his identity to you privately to show his sincerity." Li Anbang also received the identity of the new 10th apostle. So far, the Heroic Spirit Council has mastered the identities of the 5 apostles of the Tower Top organization, namely the 3rd apostle, the 9th apostle, the 10th apostle, the 11th apostle, and the informal 12th apostle Tu Yuan. Among them, the identities of Li Anbang and Tu Yuan need not be explained. The identity of the 3rd apostle had been analyzed by Dr. Essen before, and Ivanovich had been identified as the original 10th apostle when he became the commander-in-chief and promoted certain matters that were beneficial to the Tower Top organization. It is precisely because of this that Tu Yuan, the original unofficial 10th apostle, became the unofficial 12th apostle. Therefore, the real gain of the Heroic Spirit Council is only the identity of the 9th apostle. Li Anbang does not care about these, and his pattern is bigger than Tu Yuan. After seeing the sincerity shown by the Tower Top organization, he also began to show sincerity. As the sequence of apostles changed, the position of Li Anbang's card moved accordingly, and the number on it also became 9, and it flashed at this time. Ji Xinghe cannot grant gifts to people with weak wills. This is a fact I have confirmed. What is uncertain is whether a firm will is the necessary factor for the success of the gift. But this possibility is very high. Therefore, I don't think you have the hope of obtaining the power of Qi through the gift. This is one of the reasons why Li Anbang said that Tu Yuan's proposal was too presumptuous. Theoretically, after these people can obtain the power of Qi, cure diseases, eliminate disasters, and prolong their lives, they will definitely no longer need Ji Xinghe's gift. Even if there is a big difference between the gift of the first stage and the gift of the third stage, it is essentially a change from nothing to something, so they will not be as eager as before. However, the problem is that this plan is not feasible at present. Is it because there is a big gap between Ji Xinghe and Emperor Wu II? The 5th apostle asked and then said, "As far as I know, Emperor Wu II did not need this factor when he gave gifts to the guerrillas of the empire." "As far as you know," Li Anbang asked directly, "so, you are making a deal with Emperor Wu II?" Li Anbang, who had just joined the Tower Top organization not long ago, was actually not familiar with the Tower Top organization, and some secrets were not available in time. The 3rd apostle did not dare to answer. Although Li Anbang joined them, the problem was that people like Li Anbang did not show any name. It was their great fortune to be able to join them. How could they dare to ask for some handles on them like they did to Ivanovich and Kent Weiss before? If Li Anbang really turned his face directly, with Li Anbang's influence in the military and the influence of Li Yuanba, a galaxy-level mecha warrior, this father and son would definitely be able to turn the Tower Top organization upside down. "Yes, we have some exchanges with the Empire." The first apostle stepped forward again. "Before, we communicated with Ada Kang, and now, it is said that we communicated with Emperor Wu II, but we did not leak too much information, nor did we hand over the latest scientific and technological achievements of the Federation to the Empire." Li Anbang asked, "Then if Ji Xinghe can never give you a gift, will you accept the gift of Emperor Wu II? If he is in front of Ji Xinghe and those people at the gift site, he is like a sheathed sword." At this time, facing the many apostles of the Tower Top organization,
He is like a Dongfang 520 hypersonic ballistic missile that has completed the target lock and is equipped with a nuclear warhead of the Big Ivan level. There is no edge revealed, but it is amazing. This made the apostles begin to regret why they had to pull Li Anbang in before. The influence of the military is very important to them, but this Li Anbang. People who are used to being the boss, how could they be inferior to them? No, we won't, because we are afraid of death. The first apostle admitted this without hesitation, and the other apostles also echoed it. Yes, if we go to accept the gift of Emperor Wu Ii in person, we may not be able to come back. The first person who goes may come back, but who knows when Emperor Wu Ii will turn against him. It's still more reliable on Ji Xinghe's side. At least, we are all human beings, aren't we? Please rest assured, Marshal, I will not surrender to Emperor Wu Ii for the power of Qi. I believe that through the research of the Federal Academy of Sciences and our research, we will be able to truly master the secret of the gift. Li Anbang was too lazy to listen to these people's nonsense. He knew very well what these people would do for the power of Qi. I will continue to follow up on Ji Xinghe's affairs, but I need to remind you that if you restrict Ji Xinghe from going to the alien planet and cause him to go crazy, I can't stop him, and you can't stop him either. For Li Anbang's statement, the other apostles sneered. In their view, no matter how powerful Ji Xinghe is, he is just a flesh and blood body. Not to mention that Ji Xinghe has no mecha now, and the environment of the Azure Star cannot bring the combat effectiveness of the mecha to its extreme. Even if it is on an alien planet, even if Ji Xinghe takes back the armor of God's punishment or the Star Moon armor, what does it matter? After the meeting, some more things were said, mainly focusing on Ji Xinghe, the gift, and the key. At the end, the first apostle said, Mr. Ninth, I hope that you can seriously consider the matter of mercenaries participating in the alien war. I believe that this will be beneficial for us to win this war. Well, I will consider it. The meeting ended. Li Anbang, who was somewhere in Longzhou Starry Sky Military Academy, looked at a guard robot beside him and asked softly, King Solomon, now, can you find out their identities? No. Xinghe, who appeared in front of Li Anbang as King Solomon, shook his head and said, their communication confidentiality technology is very powerful. If I try to use more drastic means, they will find out, and your identity and Hu Ai and Hao's identity may be exposed. Li Anbang's expression looked a little disappointed. Before, Tu Yuan was communicating with the first apostle on an alien planet, and there was a communication delay. Now I am communicating with them on the Azure Star, and even though you are well prepared, it still doesn't work. It seems that this method doesn't work. Xinghe didn't feel sorry. She laughed in his voice. If this method doesn't work, another method can work. You continue to improve your apostle sequence in the Tower Top organization. When you become the first apostle and know the true identities of all of them, we can catch them all in one fell swoop. Li Anbang suddenly laughed and asked, let's not talk about whether I can become the first apostle. I'm really curious why the Tower Top organization is willing to tell me the true identities of my two apostles. But you are unwilling to tell me your true identity, Xinghe answered as a matter of course. The Tower Top organization only told you the identities of the two apostles, and I also told you the identities of the two heroes. Hu Ai and Hao is Tu Yuan, and Li Yuanba is Li Yuanba. You see, it's just right. It sounds like there is no problem, Li Anbang said with a strange expression, but the problem is, Li Yuanba is my son. Nonsense, you are Emperor Gaozu of Han, how can Li Yuanba be your son? He is obviously obviously the son of Emperor Taizong of Tang. Otherwise, you changed the title of hero to Emperor Taizong of Tang. Li Anbang was too lazy to delve into the true identity of this mysterious man named King Solomon. He actually had some guesses. How is Ji Xinghe? Very smooth. What about Tu Yuan? You should say Marcus Huaiyan. Okay, what about Marcus Huaiyan? The first apostle has contacted him, just like before. There are only two of them. That's good. That's good. Yeah, what's good about it? Tell me who you are first, and I'll tell you what's good about it. Li Yuanba didn't tell you. Why should I tell you? The boring conversation didn't last too long, because Ji Xinghe had already returned. Xinghe left directly and accompanied Ji Xinghe, and her mood became a little nervous. After the baptism of the fourth nuclear explosion, Ji Xinghe, whose strength was once again improved, finally decided to give gifts to Ji Rong, Xinhao and other children after having the experience of gifting others many times. Chapter 562, The Fire is Not Finished. With Li Anbang, a super famous undercover, and 2 yuan, a hidden undercover, Ji Xinghe no longer cares about the tower top organization. It is so reassuring to leave professional issues to professionals. A corner of Longzhou Star Military University. Because Ji Xinghe began to give gifts, the security level here was raised again, and not just one level. From a certain perspective, these security forces may not only be used to protect Ji Xinghe, but also to restrict him. After all, Ji Xinghe once had the deeds of stealing a single soldier starship. After he once again showed his attitude of going to an alien planet, all the single soldier starships of Longzhou Star Military University were driven away, which made the students of related majors a little sad. But to be honest, these security forces have obvious loopholes, because everyone knows that Ji Xinghe will never leave the Blue Star until he has given Ji Rongzhenyu a gift and is sure that Ji Rongzhenyu's body has returned to normal. If he leaves, he will take Ji Rongzhenyu with him. This is also one of the reasons why Ji Xinghe did not give Ji Rongzhenyu the gift at the first time. The other two reasons are that he did not have enough experience and he was not strong enough. But now, it is possible. Captain, please let me go first. Grandpa Ji, let me go first. Margao and Lin Shu, the two children, started fighting again, and the other children who came back with Ji Rongzhenyu also started fighting. It has been more than 2 years since they returned to the Blue Star. Their minds have grown a lot more than before. From the perspective of academics, they are only 11 years old on average, and they have all started junior high school. Even those who are relatively younger have finished their elementary school courses ahead of time because of their hard work and understanding. This makes their fight at this time seem more precious. Shut up, it's okay, the grandfather and grandson spoke at the same time, making the children quiet down. But after only a few seconds of silence, Margao and Lin Shu spoke at the same time. Are you really okay? Ji Xinghe had no choice but to let the other children leave first. They were too worried, which might affect Ji Rongzhenyu's mental will. Although from Ji Xinghe's understanding, Ji Rongzhenyu's strong heart would not be affected by this. But it's better to be foolproof. When only the grandfather and grandson were left, Ji Xinghe did not start immediately. Ji Rongzhenyu, who was almost 11 years old, knew very well why Ji Xinghe hesitated. Now she didn't look like a child. She had grown to 1.56 meters, and the average height of girls of her age was only 1.47 meters. But she was not actually tall. Among the children of the Independent Regiment Youth Training Team, those born on the Azure Star could be described as having a superior family background. Their nutritional level and daily training could make them taller than their peers. They belonged to a small group of people who raised the average height. Some girls had grown to 1.7 meters when they were 11 years old, and the tallest one was even 1.82 meters. If you don't look at their faces, they look no different from adults. Well, the father of this girl is Luo Wiki, whom Ji Xinghe had never met in person before. The fierce blood of Xiongzhao, the blood of one of the 3 strongest mecha warriors in the former federation, was inherited by this girl in everyone's opinion. Unfortunately, this child doesn't like driving mechas, she prefers violin. Perhaps, it's not a pity. During the rest time of the youth training team, one of the most popular programs is to listen to her playing the violin. The children don't understand the techniques of the violin, nor do they know the difficulty of those repertoires. They just sincerely think that it is really good. And the children who were born on the alien planet, like Ji Rongzhenyu, and then returned to the blue planet, except for Ji Rongzhenyu, Margao, Lin Shu and other children, are generally shorter than their peers in height, belonging to a small group of people who lowered the average height. The gravity environment of the blue planet and the alien planet is different, which has a significant impact on their bodies, just like carrying a heavy burden during the growth process. The height is related to the genetic inheritance, and for children, it is too easy to be affected by the environment. Ji Rongzhenyu has grown more than just in height in the past 2 years. She asked in a very calm tone, "Grandpa, do you know why I always work so hard?" Ji Xinghe knew the answer, but he didn't want to say it. Ji Rongzhenyu didn't need him to give the answer, and continued, "Because I don't want to be a burden to you, so please don't let me be a burden to you." Ji Xinghe took a deep breath and nodded slowly. Ji Rongzhenyu immediately made a standing posture. She closed her eyes, not wanting any external factors to affect her. Ji Xinghe's hand pressed on Ji Rongzhenyu's shoulder. The power of Qi slowly flowed out, and then poured into Ji Rongzhenyu's body. To this day, Ji Xinghe still can't feel the existence of meridians.
This special power does flow directly between cells, which is very different from the internal ki and true ki described in some novels. But in some aspects, it is very similar, especially in terms of healing diseases and injuries. The effect is far better than internal ki, even compared with the true ki of the immortal cultivators in the novel. It is not much worse. The relevant test results show that ki can cure cancer, which humans have not been able to truly break through so far, and almost all other known diseases can be completely cured. From this point of view, ki is more like a medical method, because its increase in the combat effectiveness of the human body seems much weaker in comparison. Let alone flying into the sky and moving mountains and seas. In general, even mechas can't beat it. If weapons are allowed to be used, in general, humans with ki are just moving targets with faster speeds in front of conventional firearms. Of course, the above are all general situations. Ji Xinghe cannot be counted among them. After the baptism of the fourth nuclear explosion, the ki in his body is no weaker than those shown by Ji Xinghe in terms of magnitude. A punch left a clear fist mark on the mecha made of tungsten steel alloy. Ji Xinghe couldn't do it before, but now he can do it. In other words, the energy shield technology currently possessed by the Federation, because the defense level is the same as that of tungsten steel alloy, so in theory, it can't stop Ji Xinghe's fist now. The increase in combat power is actually not important to Ji Xinghe. He really relies on mechas to fight on alien planets. Even if he can do it, he will not dismantle mechas with his bare hands. Because there are far more than one imperial mechas to face on the battlefield. The real increase lies in the gift he can give to Ji Xinghe, which has been substantially improved compared to before. In fact, he lied before. He can not only give Earl-level gifts, but also Marcus-level gifts, that is, the first and second realms. But before, if he gave people the gift of the second realm, he could only give gifts to 2 people a day, and the speed was too slow. If he did not leave enough seeds for the Federation, even if he had the heroic spirit organization in his hands, he could only fight the Azure Star. That is very unfavorable for this war. And now, he can barely give one person a Duke-level gift in one day. Such a good thing should naturally be given priority to his granddaughter. Ji Xinghe is a human, not a saint. As for the safety issue, Ji Xinghe was not worried at all. His control over ki was far better than before. The real core reason was that he had used the lives of hundreds of people to try the failed transmission of ki. It will be fine. Thinking so in his heart, Ji Xinghe was still a little nervous, a little worried, and a little scared. But these emotions did not have any negative impact on the gift he was doing. Instead, they were consistent with some of his previous speculations about the gift. Ji Xinghe is the most precious treasure in the world for him. His strength was supported by the will of revenge, the will of millions of people who sacrificed themselves, and the will to protect Ji Xinghe. How could it not succeed? Ji Xinghe's body was already trembling. Her relatively fragile body seemed to be unable to withstand the more powerful force. To be honest, Ji Xinghe could have given Ji Xinghe the gift of the first stage first, and then proceed step by step, but Ji Xinghe did not choose to do so. Ji Xinghe did not refuse, and was very supportive. The fragrance of plum blossoms comes from the bitter cold, and the edge of the sword comes from the grindstone. Ji Xinghe, who was also nervous and worried, was not actually worried about her own safety. What she was worried about was, if something happens to me, how sad and upset will Grandpa be? If I am not strong enough, how can Grandpa go to the alien planet without any burden to avenge my father? And my mother's revenge. My mother also went to the alien planet because of this war. I can't avenge my parents now, but I should never stop Grandpa from avenging my parents. I must be stronger, as strong as Grandpa, stronger than Grandpa, so that I can avenge my parents with my own hands, so that Grandpa doesn't have to risk his life to avenge. When it comes to the will of revenge, Ji Xinghe is no worse than Ji Xinghe, because she has suffered more losses than Ji Xinghe to some extent. Ji Xinghe can live with Ji Xinghe for at least 18 years, and when Ji Xinghe comes to this school, he can also appear beside Ji Xinghe during the winter and summer vacations. Even if Ji Xinghe arrives on the alien planet, he can send back a video letter on average every week. But she has never seen her father Ji Xinghe. She has never received a letter from home. She had every reason to resent Ji Xinghe as her father, but she didn't. Instead, she had a very strong love for her mother. Her mother should have been with her growing up, but how many years had it been since she could remember? If she wasn't so sensible and smart,
She would have even forgotten what her mother looked like and what she had said to her. Why did you kill my father whom I had never met? Why did you kill my mother whom I didn't have time to love? Ji Xinghe, whose body began to tremble, suddenly opened her eyes, her red eyes full of anger. But this anger did not affect her mental will, because she also had the will to protect. I want to protect Grandpa, just like Grandpa protects me, just like Grandpa protects many people. I want to protect Margao, Lin Shu and the others, just like they protect me. If I fail, they won't be able to grow up healthily, they will even die, and I will die too. Why should they die? Why should we die? Ji Xinghe, who is almost 11 years old, has the same understanding of life and death as adults. She will no longer believe in the fairy tale that people go to heaven after death. As long as I am strong enough, Miro won't have to go to the battlefield. She can bring the most beautiful music to the world in the world's grandest concert hall. As long as I am strong enough, Qin Wangzhen won't have to cry and build mechas, let alone drive mechas as a mechanic to fight one day in the future. He can make his favorite handmade models. Although they are ugly and slow to make, he is really serious and likes them. As long as I am strong enough. In a short period of time, many people she knew and their dreams flashed through Ji Xinghe's mind. Those people should have had their lives. The world without this war is the paradise. I want to end this war. Ji Xinghe's firm will finally suppressed her body's trembling. Her red eyes gradually recovered, as calm as a pond, reflecting the moon in the night sky, seemingly small, but actually majestic and boundless. At this time, Ji Xinghe's gift has not yet ended. He was thinking, if one day I will sacrifice, please give me a chance to let me give everything I have to my granddaughter. This thought had some impact on Ji Xinghe's aura, and these affected auras were transmitted into Ji Xinghe's body. There is no abnormality in a short time, but it is destined to be different. Just like the unique relationship between the two, it is not only a difference in identity, but also a difference in blood. In this world, only Ji Xinghe has Ji Xinghe's blood and has the genes to inherit blood. The gift is completed. After giving gifts to more than 10 people in a row, Ji Xinghe, who did not show any fatigue, now gave people a feeling of old age. He stood quietly in front of Ji Xinghe, and could not see the demeanor of the first Galaxy-class mecha warrior in the Federation, nor the demeanor of the Federation Lieutenant General, the only recipient caster of the Galaxy Medal, or the mountain with the highest personal force in the Federation. He was just a kind grandfather, and he could give everything for his granddaughter. And just now, he gave all the ki in his body, not a bit left. But he did not become weak because of this. The dry body became stronger because of the strong spiritual will, just like countless springs suddenly appeared, gushing out a ki like a big river. After experiencing the baptism of the fourth nuclear explosion, the bottleneck that appeared again was broken. He can move forward to the seventh stage again. That is, the realm of the four kings of the empire. It was the ki that Emperor Wu gave birth to several sons after he truly established the empire and possessed a magnificent ki. After more than 100 years, he cultivated it. If Li Hongfen could see this and know this, he would really understand why Emperor Wu was afraid. Just like before Ji Xinghe, the goal of all mecha warriors was to become an ace. After Ji Xinghe, the dream of all mecha warriors is to become a galaxy-level mecha warrior. There is also the Galaxy Medal, which is the only one Ji Xinghe has, but the medal that millions of soldiers in the Federation crave. The gap between the pioneer and the successor, the pursuer, is more than just looking at the height of the mountain and seeing the length of the water. Grandpa, Ji Xinghe was very calm at this time, unlike Feng Wang who was affected by the violent impulse to destroy something, nor like Zhang Li, who used a strong spiritual will to forcibly suppress the restlessness in his heart. She was really calm, as if she had never received a gift. But she looked at Ji Xinghe, her eyes shining like the 16th moon, and then posed the starting posture of Ji Xinghe. Ji Xinghe, please teach me. The old Ji Xinghe suddenly straightened his back, and he once again became the mountain with the highest personal force in the Federation. Facing this unique climber, he also seriously posed the starting posture of Ji Xinghe. Ji family fist, Ji Xinghe, please teach me. At this moment, they didn't look like a grandfather and grandson, but a master and apprentice. People often say that the fire will be passed on once the firewood is burned out, but in ancient times, when the fire of mankind began to spread all over the world, the firewood was never burned out. Chapter 563, Irritable. No one could have imagined that when the 9 realms divided by Ji Xinghe had not been truly made public, and only more than 100 people in the Federation had just obtained the power of Qi and entered the first stage of the Hidden Yuan realm. The second person in the Federation who had reached the third stage of the Yaoguang realm had already appeared. This is Ji Xinghe's secret. But it is not Ji Xinghe's secret. When Ji Xinghe began to give gifts to more than 100 children born on alien planets from Ji Xinghe, the adults' gift feast had to stop. No one scrambled for it, and no one questioned it. Ji Xinghe is still alive and well on the Azure Star, isn't he? Ji Xinghe, who has reached the 6th stage of the Xianquan realm, can give gifts to 16 people in one round, and the interval between each round is not as long as the time arranged by Li Anbang. He seems to not need much rest, and he has to give 2 rounds of gifts every day. More than 100 children, it didn't take a few days. What surprised everyone was that some of these children who were weaker than their peers weren't already adults, but their bodies were also weaker than their peers. They all successfully accepted the gift. So, someone proposed an idea. Those who were born in Fuat on alien planets all have strong enough wills, otherwise they will not be able to survive in alien environments and fight with all their strength. So, should Ji Xinghe go to alien planets as soon as possible, and then give more soldiers more efficient gifts? This idea and proposal is natural. Because among those who were selected to receive gifts on the Azure Star, many could not succeed, which undoubtedly wasted Ji Xinghe's limited daily gift opportunities. 2 rounds a day, 16 people each round, only more than 10,000 people a year. Considering the failure rate, it may not be possible to gather 100,000 people in 10 years. And 100,000 people are far from the total population of the Federation of more than 7 billion, not to mention the tens of millions of soldiers in the Federation, even compared with the 300,000 active mecha warriors. Although with the emergence of neural link technology, more people can become mecha warriors, but the total number of active mecha warriors in the Federation remains at around 300,000. Only when the active mecha warriors are sacrificed will new mecha warriors be added. This is a resource balance problem in the direction of military specialization. Humans have limited time and energy. Too much time is spent on learning and practicing the operation of mechas, but there are not so many mechas for them to use. When they temporarily use other military positions, their professional skills will naturally have a significant gap. Using neural link driving technology also requires learning and training the operation skills of mechas. No matter how high the synchronization rate is, it is impossible to drive a mecha without learning and training. The first burst of the combat power of the ace mecha warrior. Therefore, considering the immediate combat power, Ji Xinghe's gift to the alien planet can bring greater benefits to the Federation. After our research, it is now completely certain that after possessing the power of Qi, the survival ability of our soldiers in the special environment of the alien planet will be greatly improved. Another seminar was hosted by Li Anbang, with the participation of the Federal Academy of Sciences and the military and political circles. Dr. Zhang, a representative of the scientists of the Federal Academy of Sciences, was the first to express his opinion. For example, with the same amount of exercise, soldiers with Qi consume 30% less oxygen than soldiers without Qi. Although the consumption of body energy has increased, compared with oxygen, food supply and carrying are more convenient, and the pressure on our resource transportation and production will be much smaller. Another example is the marching speed. With Qi, our marching speed can catch up with the marching speed of the Empire. Major General Wen Qin will explain this in detail later. What we want to talk about is the enhancement of Qi to mecha warriors. Dr. Zhang paused slightly, glanced at Ji Xinghe who was sitting upright, and then continued. This increase is currently divided into 2 aspects. The first aspect is the increase in the conventional driving mode. After having Qi, our mecha warriors have significantly improved their reaction speed, load resistance and physical fitness. According to our relevant test results, the mecha warriors with Qi are no longer inferior to the imperial orangutans of the imperial mecha with the same driving performance. In other words, if we can popularize the power of Qi, then in terms of average mecha combat effectiveness, we will never be inferior to the Empire, and the physical fitness advantage of the imperial orangutans will completely disappear. The second aspect is the use of the neural link driving mode. Although we have not yet developed a brain-computer interface that can adapt to Qi, after testing the nervous system of the mecha warriors who have received the gift of General Ji, we have obtained 3 aspects of the increase effect. Qi can increase the synchronization rate, increase the transmission speed of neural signals, and enhance the load resistance of the nervous system.
The increase in the physical fitness of mecha warriors and the increase in the body's load resistance by Ki will not be affected by the use of neural link technology. In fact, the increase in the reaction speed of mecha warriors by Ki is because the transmission speed of neural signals is increased. We also believe that Ki may increase the speed at which our brain processes information. In simple terms, it can make us smarter. But it is only a guess and there is no direct evidence to confirm it. In summary, we believe that General Ji's going to the alien planet to bestow gifts on the frontline soldiers can significantly improve the combat effectiveness of our frontline soldiers. As soon as Dr. Zhang finished speaking, objections immediately emerged. The alien planet is too dangerous. Before you can figure out the secret of the gift, General Ji should not appear in such a dangerous place. If General Ji, General Ji, please don't misunderstand, I'm just worried about your safety. Ji Xinghe did not comment, but listened expressionlessly. From his eyes, he seemed to be a little distracted. So the questioning continued, one after another. The conventional mecha driving mode is being eliminated by us. We now have 5,000 mechas that use neural link technology, while the number of active mechas is only about 50,000. At the current replacement speed, we will be able to completely replace them in a few years. In this case, the first amplification effect you mentioned does not make any sense. Yes, General Ji's gift only has more than 10,000 opportunities a year, and the success rate is about 90%. Therefore, before General Ji gives all our mecha warriors the gift, we will definitely have completed the comprehensive replacement. We must also consider the risk of mecha warriors' sacrifice. Getting Ki does not mean that they will not sacrifice. If they don't go to the battlefield after the gift, what is the meaning of this gift? I think the first problem to be solved is the brain-computer interface that can adapt to the power of Ki. Only after completing this research, General Ji should give priority to our mecha warriors for gifts, otherwise it will have a negative impact on our immediate combat effectiveness. We must also consider the priority of mecha warriors in receiving gifts. Once the distribution of gift qualifications is considered unfair by the mecha warriors, the morale of the army will be a problem. In the current form of war, mecha warriors are too important. With a neural link driving technology, the average combat effectiveness of our mecha warriors is no weaker than that of the Empire. If we rashly give them a gift and affect their use of neural link technology to drive mechas for combat, it will really cause negative effects. A series of objections sounded reasonable. More than a year ago, Ji Xinghe had already begun to lay the groundwork for the present, starting with Kazman's brain-computer implantation experiment, but more than a year has passed, and there has been no substantial progress on the Federal Academy of Sciences. Ki will damage the brain-computer interface, which means it is not compatible with neural link technology. Both are improvements to the combat effectiveness of mecha warriors. From the current test results, the improvement is actually the same. In theory, the two can be combined to bring a higher increase, which is of course a good thing. But before the two can really be combined, rational people will naturally choose to use neural link technology for amplification. One is a technical product that has invested countless resources in research and started large-scale production, and the other is a product that only Ji Xinghe owns, and the output is really low. Extraordinary effect. Both have a bright future, and Ki's future looks brighter, but the problem is that the Federation needs the future and the present. Therefore, the debate arose. The seemingly normal debate was actually a game between the Heroic Spirit Council and the Tower Top Organization. Although the Heroic Spirit Council knew the Tower Top Organization very well, and the Tower Top Organization had not been able to touch the tail of the Heroic Spirit Council until now, the Heroic Spirit Council was still at a disadvantage in this confrontation. The Tower Top Organization, which had been operating for many years, was not so easy to be destroyed. Their influence and control were far above the Heroic Spirit Council. Moreover, this kind of game would gradually reveal the tale of the Heroic Spirit Council, and the Tower Top Organization expressed its joy. Faced with this situation, Ji Xinghe did not care. After resting for a while, he got up and left the conference room of the seminar. Others were also accustomed to his attitude. When they knew that he was going to carry out the second round of gifts today, many people were in awe. They knew their own business and their secret thoughts. How could they compare to the selflessness shown by Ji Xinghe? Li Anbang had to continue to stay at the seminar. He had two secret identities, but he did not show any embarrassment. It was natural to promote the progress of the seminar in a direction that was not conducive to the Tower Top Organization. That is, let Ji Xinghe go to the alien planet. However,
The top of the tower organization failed to find any clues, because after Li Anbang joined the top of the tower organization, he showed an attitude that was not only tough but also resolute. He just wanted to win this war, and for this he was willing to pay some price to let the top of the tower organization master some rights and interests. But it does not include stopping Ji Xinghe from going to the alien planet. Therefore, he can openly use the relevant authority obtained by becoming the ninth apostle to influence the Federal Academy of Sciences to propose the proposal of letting Ji Xinghe go to the alien planet based on the experimental results at the seminar. At least for the top of the tower organization, it is open and above board. Similarly, he could not stop other apostles of the top of the tower organization from using their authority to influence others to refute the proposal of the Federal Academy of Sciences, or even let the Federal Academy of Sciences oppose their own proposals. In the view of the top of the tower organization, Li Anbang will gradually lose himself and become a true apostle because of this conflict and contradiction, so they are also very happy. Ji Xinghe, who left the seminar, came to the training ground that had been transformed under the protection of the guards. This is already a large building complex. In addition to the training ground for the gift site, various laboratories and test sites were built by Long Xiao in a very short time. In terms of the area, in less than a month, it has reached half the area of Long Xiao Starry Sky Military University, which has been built for many years, and it is still under continuous expansion. This is of course a good thing for Long Xiao Starry Sky Military University. But it is not a good thing for the students of the Mecha major. They haven't seen their instructor Ji Xinghe for many days. The only people who can see them are students who have received gifts like Feng Wang and Zhang Li. Compared with the more than 3,000 students in the entire major, the number is too small. Ji Xinghe proposed that when he recovers the ki in his body, he can continue to teach the students. After all, Mecha warriors can fight with or without ki. But it was very tactfully rejected by the relevant parties, and since he really made it public that he had obtained the power of ki and could give gifts to others, he has never left this area except for accepting the baptism of the fourth nuclear explosion. From this point of view, he seems to have lost his freedom. But judging from the progress of the mecha that the Federal Academy of Sciences tailored for him, he has not lost his freedom. Because of Li Anbang, the latest national-level mecha of the Federation, which may also be the first emperor-level mecha, delayed the efficiency of building for a few days and once again became a state of full effort. Just wait for the mecha to be built. My lord, Dr. Essen has turned to the study of biological mecha materials. He originally studied this, and the progress has caught up with the biological mecha research room of the Federal Academy of Sciences. However, it is still difficult to surpass, but overall, we will soon have the ability to build our own mechas and no longer be controlled by others. Xinghe, who can come and go freely between the alien star and the blue star, made Ji Xinghe really envious. If only he had this ability. So he typed on the bracelet and asked, "How is the research progress on the jump gate?" The guards who followed him turned a blind eye to his behavior. The military orders received by the guards and their inner thoughts were really only to protect Ji Xinghe. At least for the time being. There has been some progress, but actually there has been no progress at all. Xinghe's answer was like nonsense. After the Empire changed its war strategy and the mecha formations carried miniaturized jump gate devices and continuously harassed the various living bases of the Federation's seizure of the wreckage of miniaturized jump gate devices would naturally increase. But this technology is completely unfamiliar to the Federation, just like the fruit on another technology tree. Let alone figuring out the principle, it is difficult to pick a ripe fruit. However, in the process of research, they found a core element that is suspected to be the key to the jump gate technology. When Xinghe answered, she sent a photo to Ji Xinghe's bracelet. It was a bright yellow translucent crystal in a broken state. This special crystal was found in several miniaturized jump gate devices that were not completely destroyed. After testing, it was found that it contained very powerful energy and was considered to be the energy core supporting the miniaturized jump gate device. This also explains why the miniaturized jump gate device does not have a nuclear fusion reactor device. However, we have not been able to find similar crystals in our entire galaxy, and the crystal fragments obtained are also difficult to use. It exploded once before, sacrificing half of the scientific research team. It's all because of that Drongosilian, the dog gorilla. Xinghe cursed as she spoke. It was agreed before that after it returned to the jump base in the Battle Scar Canyon, it would directly tell us the exact location of the jump base. As a result,
This dog gorilla didn't say it, and now it is completely out of contact. Otherwise, if we captured the Empire jump base in the Battle Scar Canyon, we would definitely be able to make significant progress in this regard. It's better for it to die. Ji Xinghe was very impressed with the Imperial Duke gorilla that he captured with his own hands. Speaking of which, if Duanguo hadn't cooperated, Ji Xinghe might not have been able to master the power of the gift so quickly, and the Federation's research on Qi would have lagged behind due to the lag. But Ji Xinghe now believes that Duanguo had better die, otherwise. If it weren't for it, the independent regiment might not have had so many sacrifices. And Ji Xinghe will not forget that if it weren't for Tu Yuan's move, the independent regiment would have even been at risk of being wiped out when escorting Duanguo. Inexplicably, Ji Xinghe became a little irritable because his metro was almost ready. Because of the presence of other people, the communication with Xinghe was almost all Xinghe talking and Ji Xinghe listening. Soon, they came to the training ground. There were many people here, and those who were waiting for Ji Xinghe's gift had already taken their positions in advance, and insisted on training every day, as well as communicating and training together with those who had already received the gift. Dr. Zheng believes that this will help increase their chances of successfully obtaining the gift. When Ji Xinghe arrived, people didn't notice that their attention was all attracted by a battle that was going on. 1 against 3. The 3 people who joined forces were elite federal soldiers, good at fighting. Although they had not yet received the gift and gained the power of Qi, the combined fighting power of the 3 of them had already defeated Feng Wang and Zhang Li respectively. And their opponent this time, strictly speaking, was just a child, and a girl. Ji Xinghe, who was not yet 11 years old. Therefore, they were a little hesitant in their attacks, which made Ji Xinghe very dissatisfied. She got mad on the spot, and then looked at the 3 adults who were knocked to the ground by her and were getting up awkwardly, and shouted angrily. "You are so weak, how can you make me stronger?" The child was a little irritable, because Ji Xinghe's metro was really about to be built. Chapter 564 Ji Xinghe. Ji Xinghe's fighting power made everyone exclaim. Even though she had obtained the power of Qi, the 3 elite soldiers who were proficient in fighting against her did not obtain the power of Qi. But she is not yet 11 years old. But she was born on an alien planet and returned to the blue planet when she was 8 years old. She is currently undergoing the 4th stage of treatment and is naturally weak. But her previous combat training was all with Margao, Lin Shu and the other children. In the eyes of adults, there is no difference between having no combat experience and having no combat experience. But Ji Xinghe's body is fine now. The power of Qi has brought her a 30% increase in physical fitness, so in theory she is no weaker than an adult. Well, in terms of the specific manifestations of physical fitness, speed, strength, to be honest, the real inheritor of Ji family boxing is none other than Ji Xinghe. I heard that when Ji Xinghe was on the alien planet, he followed General Ji Xinghe to learn Ji family boxing. Although there were many people who learned Ji family boxing at the same time, Ji Xinghe was the most outstanding among them. It is said that even Colonel Han Li was amazed by Ji Xinghe's talent and expressed his inferiority. Colonel Han Li also. Do you feel inferior to her? You mean when they are the same age? If they are the same age, Colonel Han Li couldn't have achieved this level when he was 11 years old, right? Did Colonel Han Li have the power of Qi when he was 11 years old? Has he learned Ji family boxing? Hiss, there is some truth to that, well, I can only say that you are worthy of being the granddaughter of General Ji Xinghe. Well, the bloodline of a legend is destined to become a new legend. Most of the discussion about Ji Xinghe's victory against 3 people focused on Ji Xinghe's talent and fighting ability, while adults didn't care about what Ji Xinghe said after winning. Including the 3 adults who were ridiculed after being defeated, they also didn't care about such childish words. Ji Xinghe, they would also say it normally. Some researchers were worried that after they were defeated by Ji Xinghe, they were ridiculed again, which might affect their mental will and lead to failure to accept the gift later. But it turns out that at this stage, almost all the people who can be selected to receive the gift are those with strong will, especially those who are selected from the army. The success rate of receiving the gift has exceeded 90%. Therefore, the researchers believe that it was Ji Xinghe who defeated them, making them more eager for the power of Qi than before, and this desire can increase the success rate. Although this statement lacks scientific basis, the existence of gifts and Qi is not scientific at present, so Ji Xinghe gladly accepted the suggestions of the researchers and became the last test for receiving the gift. If you want to receive the gift, you must first fight with Ji Xinghe. Ji Xinghe did not comment on this, but every time Ji Xinghe fought, he would watch on the spot and give guidance afterwards. Soon, Ji Xinghe found a problem. He actually had nothing to teach this child's talent. Hey, isn't it said that Ji Xinghe is only 11 years old? And she was born on an alien planet. How can she grow so tall? A researcher who is about to participate in the challenge of Ji Xinghe asked the person next to him nervously. His nervousness is understandable, because he really can't fight, and after years of scientific research, his physical fitness is actually weaker than that of normal people. She's not 11 years old, she's almost 11, and there are still a few months left. Speaking of which, she wasn't this tall before. Since she successfully accepted General Ji's gift, her body has begun to develop rapidly. I heard that she can grow 1 centimeter a day. Hey, isn't this your major? How come you don't know? The person who answered the question was also a scientific researcher. He was transferred here before, so he knew more, but his major was in the direction of mecha, so he didn't know much. The professional direction of the new researcher has something to do with this question. After a little thought, he said, it seems that the power of Qi has completely solved the impact of the alien environment on Ji Xinghe's body. Simply put, the damaged genes have been repaired. She should have grown this tall, and now she is just recovering. The people who teamed up with the two of them also participated in this issue. Just recovery? Then can she grow to 1.71 meters, although it's a bit exaggerated for her to grow so tall before she's 11 years old. There are actually quite a few who grow so tall at this age. You know, children nowadays are all overnourished, but she has been on the alien planet for such a long time, she should not have the chance to be overnourished. The resources on the alien planet are very tight, but she is the granddaughter of General Ji Xinghe. No matter how tight the resources are, how can she be missing? You have to understand, when General Ji Xinghe went to the alien planet, she was already 6 years old, and General Ji Xinghe was not famous at that time. I have seen Suhi's documentary Ji Xinghe. When General Ji Xinghe and Ji Xinghe met for the first time, the gift was only a few chocolates, but Ji Xinghe was reluctant to eat them. The documentary Ji Xinghe. Then I'll take a look later. It's because of the power of Qi. Qi is also a kind of nutrition, and according to the research results, Qi is helpful for digestion. After receiving the gift, people can eat more, and the body of an adult can also undergo secondary development. Therefore, it is not surprising that Ji Xinghe suddenly grew so tall. For example, General Ji Xinghe, when he went to the alien planet before, he was only 1.9 meters tall, and when he was young, he was said to be 1.93 meters tall. But now, his height is 1.98 meters. I'm not surprised, I'm just a little nervous. We can't beat her at 1.6 meters, how can we beat her at 1.7 meters? Haha, you don't really think we have the chance to beat Ji Xinghe, do you? Why not? Maybe it was possible before, but it is absolutely impossible now. I suggest that you watch Ji Xinghe's documentary. I'll watch it later. You talk first. After Ji Xinghe's 1-on-3 battle, Suhi began his propaganda against Ji Xinghe. It was destined that Ji Xinghe would go to the alien planet, and it was also decided that Ji Xinghe would temporarily stay on the blue planet. In this case, if you want to ensure Ji Xinghe's safety, fame is actually a very effective method. Just like when Ji Xinghe had 300 million people's eyes behind him, everyone had to give him face, so that some of his behaviors that violated military orders did not receive substantial punishment. In Suhi's view, Ji Xinghe can have the eyes of 7 billion people behind him. Therefore, the special documentary Ji Xinghe naturally began to be serialized and broadcasted, and some of the materials collected by Suhi in recent years gradually appeared in the eyes of the world. For example, do you know who Ji Xinghe's teachers are? Isn't it General Ji Xinghe? Not only that, there are also Colonel Han Li, Colonel Jackson, Colonel Qin Tong, Colonel Harris, Colonel Li Lin, Colonel Wang Jiyue, all the ace mecha warriors of the independent regiment, as well as Colonel Caitlin, Colonel Luo Wiki, and even General Li Yuanba. Brother, are you kidding? If the ace mecha warriors of the independent regiment, including Colonel Han Li and Colonel Jackson, have the opportunity to instruct Ji Xinghe, I think it is reasonable. But Colonel Caitlin and the others, especially General Li Yuanba and his men, they have never had any contact with Ji Xinghe. I'm not kidding, I'm serious. Not only them, but also all the special mecha warriors, including the elite soldiers of other arms. You're getting more and more outrageous. I'm not saying that your logic is flawed. If so many people have guided Ji Xinghe, do you know how long it would take? Not to mention that Ji Xinghe is not even 11 years old. Even if she is 110 years old, it would not be enough. It's the battle video. The answer was somewhat unexpected, but reasonable. Do you know what Ji Xinghe does after her normal studies and training every day? What does she do? Learning to repair mechas, watching battle videos, and listening to explanations. Generally, General Ji Xinghe and the instructors in the base explain to her, and sometimes, the person watching the battle video explains to her. The person explaining to her, well, this has to do with General Ji Xinghe's face. General Li Yuanba even took out time to give a detailed explanation of some of his amazing battles, and then sent the explanation video to Ji Xinghe, not to mention other people. Oh, by the way, the special documentary Ji Xinghe includes explanation videos of General Li Yuanba and others, as well as videos of them explaining their combat thinking. General Li Yuanba and others? Who are these people? To put it simply, they're all aces. Wow, I mean wow, ace mecha warriors only. Can we wait for someone? Then you have to watch this. Aren't you a scientific researcher? Why are you watching this? What if I need to go to the battlefield? I don't think it's necessary, and it shouldn't be necessary. That's right, let's get back to the point. Ji Xinghe's theoretical knowledge, or theoretical combat experience, has reached an extreme over the years. The people who practiced with her before were all children, so she couldn't really play and master it. But after fighting with us adults these days, I can only say that she is extremely talented, has the best teachers in the world to teach her, and works harder than almost everyone. How can we beat her? That makes sense. Stop talking nonsense. It's our turn to go on stage, okay? Because they are non-combatants, the challengers this time are in groups of 10. When they stand in front of Ji Xinghe, they can't see Ji Xinghe being nervous at all. Calm, as if she is reading a book. Ji Xinghe, whose height has soared to 1.72 meters, looks no different from yesterday, but compared to when she just received a gift, she is like a different person. She is more energetic, more symmetrical, and her skin is darker than before. Ji Xinghe, who couldn't often bask in the sun before, changed her training ground to one under the scorching sun every day after receiving the gift. The other children are the same. They love basking in the sun. The sun can be seen on alien planets, but there is no sunshine like on the blue planet. The children are a little darker and look healthier. Such a girl doesn't look like a fighter at all, because Ji Xinghe, who is wearing a special combat uniform for mecha warriors, is not strong, but looks slender. The 10 adults standing in front of her, although they are non-combatants and their physical fitness is generally weaker than normal people, at least they look stronger. It doesn't look like a battle of equal strength. However, the result of the battle was not unexpected. A non-combatant couldn't even last a minute and was knocked to the ground by Ji Xinghe. What's even more amazing is that none of the 10 people were really injured. You fought well. It's important to be able to control your strength. You have mastered it well now. After Ji Xinghe, who was watching the fight, expressed his approval, Ji Xinghe, who had a calm expression, showed a bright smile. She would not show her inner irritability in front of Ji Xinghe. Just like she said before, she should not be a burden to Ji Xinghe, but should be the one to protect Ji Xinghe. When she was a child, her grandfather protected his granddaughter. When she grew up, the granddaughter had to protect her grandfather. Ji Xinghe felt that she had grown up now. Then Grandpa, please tell me where I didn't fight well. I have to hurry up and continue fighting. After the fight, I have to go to the mecha battle. Ji Xinghe hesitated for a moment before saying, as far as the fight just now is concerned, I can't see any bad places, really, but I still can't beat you, Grandpa. That's because your body has not grown up yet, and you are not as good as me in the skills of using strength and the level of ki. Just look at the fighting skills and fighting awareness. Yes, Grandpa has nothing to teach you. Ji Xinghe's eyes were happy. That is to say, under the condition of the same physical fitness, I have the possibility to defeat you, Grandpa. It is not likely for the time being, because your combat awareness still needs to grow, and it can still grow. In terms of combat skills, more training is also needed to transform into the body's instinctive reaction. Okay, Ji Xinghe was a little disappointed. Everyone thought that they learned why Ji Xinghe was so strong through the special film Ji Xinghe.
But no one knows the real reason except Ji Xinghe and Xinghe. In fact, it is very simple. Ji Xinghe's goal has always been to be stronger than Ji Xinghe. This is her belief. It's like one of the beliefs that supports Ji Xinghe to be so strong. Ji Xinghe believes that Ji Xinghe is the mountain with the highest personal force in the Federation. In order not to disappoint his son, Ji Xinghe must be the mountain with the highest personal force in the Federation. And now, one of the beliefs that supports Ji Xinghe's growing strength is, Ji Xinghe is the mountain with the highest personal force in the Federation. He does not need anyone's protection, and everyone needs his protection. And if you want to protect Ji Xinghe, you must be stronger than Ji Xinghe. The belief of the grandfather and grandson is not that self-confidence is the peak, but that it all comes from family affection, blooms based on protection, and finally shines brightly. When Ji Xinghe began to give gifts to people, Ji Xinghe did not sit idle. She came to an area of the training ground and got into a cockpit that used the second-generation simulation system. Fang Wang, Zhang Li and others who also did not have brain-computer interfaces implanted were already ready. In the virtual world, 30 mountain chopping class mechas surrounded 3 general class mechas. The mountain chopping class mechas are all mountain chopping type of the independent regiment. This type of mecha has become the standard model of the federal mountain chopping class mechas. The general class mecha is the second generation Xinghe. The reason why it can be rated as a general level is that it has an overclocking mode. And in the virtual world, the time limit of the overclocking mode has been extended from 10 minutes to 30 minutes. The second generation Xinghe is undoubtedly the mecha model that Ji Xinghe is most familiar with. She has spent countless days and nights in this mecha. The same is true for Ma Ergao and Lin Shu. The first time they drove a mecha was the second generation Xinghe, if the self-propelled mode of Xinghe at that time was considered driving. Xinghe, how about you 3 drive the 4th generation Xinghe of the national level? Feng Wang suggested before the battle began. It's not that we look down on you, but because if one day you really go to the battlefield, the mecha you drive must be at least the national level. We are different. When we first went to the battlefield, the best we could do was to drive as Hanshin armor, and the most likely we would drive a Pazian level mecha. Otherwise, you can let us all switch to Pazian level mechas. Zhang Li also said, yes, Xinghe, anyway, this is training for actual combat. It will be more beneficial for you to get familiar with the mecha you will drive in the future in advance. Moreover, your mecha is stronger, which puts more pressure on us. Let's make progress together. Before receiving the gift, such virtual mecha battles had been staged many times, so Fang Wang, Zhang Li and other students were already familiar with Ji Xinghe and other children. Everyone knew that Ji Xinghe was very good at driving mechas, but before, Ji Xinghe had never proposed to fight 30 mechas alone. Usually, they fought one-on-one with mechas of the same level, and Ji Xinghe won more and lost less. However, Ma Ergao and Lin Shu lost more and won less. So although the students recognized the strength of Ji Xinghe and others, they did not think that they could fight 30 alone, which was simply impossible. In the face of persuasion, Ji Xinghe smiled silently. If you can defeat us, then you have the final say. If you can't do it, I have the final say, is that so? Feng Wang said with a smile, don't cry later. In response to him and them, it was Ji Xinghe's cold voice. Combat goal, annihilate. Yes, the 3 second-generation Xinghes took the initiative to charge at the 30s Hanshanjias. The 30 adult outstanding mecha professional students also became serious, without the slightest mentality of playing with children. Because they all knew that these 3 children were not playing, and the combat effectiveness of the 3 children driving mechas was also worthy of their serious attention. Long-range firepower attacked first, and 30 mechas launched a charge in a siege posture. Ma Ergao and Lin Shu were on the flanks of Ji Xinghe, and the mechas were positioned forward, blocking almost all long-range firepower. At the moment when the 2 sides were about to encounter, Ji Xinghe took off. Before Feng Wang, Zhang Li and others could remind them don't jump, the second-generation Xinghe armor driven by Ji Xinghe had already activated the overclocking mode in the air. Then it fell to the ground with a bang, appeared behind many mechas in an overclocked form, and launched a lightning-fast charge towards many mechas. The students reacted really quickly, but they couldn't all turn around, because Ma Ergao and Lin Shu also activated the overclocking mode. The flying mecha shells and smoke, as well as the desperate fighting style of the 2, hindered the students' maneuvers. Ji and Xinghe took advantage of the situation to defeat them. Fang Wang, Zhang Li and others who received the system prompt suddenly realized that they would never be able to win against these three children. But they were happy because the empire was the same. Chapter 565, Old Man, Look, My Most Glorious Moment. Alien Planet. Battle Scar Canyon. A team of federal mechas charging at full speed, bringing up a long-lasting dust. They have no intention of covering their tracks, because their mission this time is to support their comrades in arms who are fighting. If the Empire stops besieging their comrades because they have discovered their tracks, their combat objectives can be completed ahead of schedule. Everyone pay attention, enter the combat zone in 10 minutes, the blind man's voice sounded in the communication channel. The remaining 29 team members were not nervous at all, even the 7 Mecha warriors who had just joined the 3rd Mecha squad of the Independent Regiment. Because their mental will is very strong, or because they all passed Sichuan Ian's challenge, they got the opportunity to join the Independent Regiment. After Ji Xinghe left the alien planet and the Mecha warriors who were damaged in the Independent Regiment were supplemented by Tang Qiao in the Western Theater, the number of Eagle Continent people in the Independent Regiment had already exceeded half. Many people believe that the current Independent Regiment will no longer blindly follow Ji Xinghe. But Ji Xinghe didn't care about this. He could command Tang Qiao, and the only order he issued on this point was that when the Independent Regiment selected Mecha warriors, they must follow the rule of Sichuan Ian's challenge. It is precisely because of this that the Mecha warriors who joined the Independent Regiment later, although they were very good in spirit and will, were all at a normal level in terms of immediate combat power. There was no top-notch. When Ji Xinghe was there before, the problem was not big, because Ji Xinghe could give these people enough time to grow and give them enough room to grow. But when Ji Xinghe was not there and Han Li was transferred away, it was difficult for them to have enough opportunities to grow, and the overall strength of the Independent Regiment began to decline. This also led to another chain reaction. Because the Mecha warriors who newly joined the Independent Regiment did not meet the standards of the Special Mecha warriors, according to the corresponding rules, they should not drive mechas of the level of Zun Shanjia, but the standard mecha of the Independent Regiment is Zun Shanjia. This is contradictory, so there are many disputes about this. When the 3 independent regiments built by the Federation were all formally established and began to participate in the war, the dispute ended without a result. The reason is simple. The Federation does not have enough resources to maintain 4 independent regiments equipped with standard Pangolin armor at the same time, and to repair and replenish the Pangolin armor without limit. So, the capable ones are replaced, and the mediocre ones are left. The current Independent Regiment only has 172 Pangolin armors, of which only 89 are at their peak performance. The additional 128 mechas are all formation-breaking mechas. Overall, the combat effectiveness of the Independent Regiment is lower than that of the other 3 independent regiments. If it were not for the support of ace mecha warriors such as Qintong, Harris, the Blind Man, the Lame Man, and Sichuan Ian, as well as a national-level mecha and 4 general-level mechas, the Independent Regiment would not even have the dazzling brilliance of the past. The 3rd Mecha Squad of the Independent Regiment. Stop advancing immediately, stop advancing immediately, the voice from the command center suddenly sounded in the communication channel of the 3rd Squad that was about to rush to the battlefield. Based on the duty of obeying orders, they all began to slow down. Why? The Blind Man was also slowing down, but at the same time he was ready to speed up again. Colonel Li Lin, the Imperial mechas in the front battle zone have activated the miniaturized jump gate devices they carry. Because the device was previously hidden inside an Imperial mecha, we did not discover it in advance. Hidden inside an Imperial mecha? These Imperial guerrillas are getting more and more shady. The Blind Man asked, can Wang Jiui and his team retreat? The answer that the Blind Man least wanted to hear came from the communication channel. Unfortunately, Colonel Wang Jiui and his 4th Mecha team have lost the opportunity to retreat. The Blind Man's Mecha has stopped, standing on the barren orange-red land, looking in the direction of the Cripples team. After 3 seconds of silence, he asked again, how many Imperial mechas have come? The number of Imperial mechas that have arrived in the battle zone through the jump gate is 37, and the number is still increasing. It is expected to be 2 complete Imperial mecha formations, 60, only 60, we can beat them. When the Blind Man was about to order a charge, the voice of the communicator sounded again, without stopping, just stating a fact. Colonel Li Lin, the Empire's reinforcement mechas are the Anti-Galaxy Mecha Corps, Anti-Galaxy Mecha Corps. Hearing this, Li Lin's eyes instantly turned red. The reason why the independent regiment, with 300 Xianxianjia and many ace mecha warriors, still suffered losses to the current level is because of the Empire's anti-galaxy mecha corps. This is not the name given to them by the Federation, but the name they gave themselves and directly disclosed to the Federation. All members are equipped with Earl armor, and they are fearless in fighting. Their combat effectiveness is at the same level as the anti-galaxy squad under Ada Kang at the beginning, but their number far exceeds that of the anti-galaxy squad. They are organized as Mecha Corps. According to the intelligence known to the Federation, that is, the identification of all the mechas of the anti-galaxy Mecha Corps that appeared, it can be determined that their total number exceeds 500. This is a huge number, more than the mechas of the independent regiment. But in theory, the combat effectiveness of the independent regiment is not weaker than that of the anti-galaxy Mecha Corps. Even if it is a direct battle of 300 versus 500, the independent regiment is confident that it can achieve complete annihilation. However, the real reason why the independent regiment has been constantly losing, and why Li Lin's eyes turn red when he hears the name, is that the Empire's anti-galaxy Mecha Corps never fights direct battles with the independent regiment. They always hide their tracks, sneak into the battle area, and use more to fight fewer to annihilate the independent regiment's mecha squads fighting alone. Or they use their rapid mobility to carry out targeted operations against a certain independent regiment's mecha squad, while other squads of the independent regiment are being pinned down. Or, like now, they use miniaturized jump gate devices to suddenly appear on the battlefield. To this end, they do not hesitate to use many conventional imperial mechas as bait. Are you sure it's 60 mechas? Li Lin's voice was unusually calm. We can now confirm that there are 60 mechas, because the warp gate device has been closed, but we cannot be sure whether the Empire will open the warp gate device for the second time. How long can Wang Jiyui and his men hold out? Estimated 23 minutes. Li Lin took a deep breath and asked, if we continue to support them, will they have a chance to retreat? The communicator obviously could not answer this question, and Tang Qiao's voice sounded in the communication channel. Colonel Li Lin, you should know that the 4th squad led by Colonel Wang Jiyui is now likely to have become bait. Because the Empire knows very well that we can see their warp gate device activated, and 60 Earl armor cannot completely defeat Colonel Wang Jiyui's 4th squad, and they will suffer casualties. Li Lin also knew this, but his tone was very firm. I just want to ask, if this is the current situation, if we go, can we give Wang Jiyui and his men a chance to retreat? Tang Qiao hesitated for a moment and replied, yes, but it is more likely that your 3rd squad will be wiped out. Li Lin did not argue any more, he gave the order directly. All members of the 3rd Squadron of the Independent Regiment, continue to perform the support combat mission and charge at full speed. Yes, the 29 people responded in unison as if they were one person. They were all prepared in the same way as Li Lin. 30 federal mechas began to charge towards the battle zone again. Tang Qiao did not stop them because he knew he could not stop them, so he looked at Liu Mian. Liu Mian shook his head. He knew he could not stop them either. Tang Qiao looked at the Wang Jiyui squadron that was struggling to hold on and the Li Lin squad that was approaching the battlefield on the big screen, and asked hatefully, is Chen Sun awake? General, Colonel Chen Sun is still in a coma, wake him up immediately. Yes, the communicator immediately conveyed the order to the medical area, but the order was not executed. General, they said that if Colonel Chen Sun is forcibly awakened, he may die. Waste, Tang Qiao cursed angrily, in a somewhat hysterical state. As the chief of staff of the independent regiment, he only knows how to kill guerrillas with a few broken sniper rifles every day. He has killed 10,000 guerrillas. Isn't it enough? He has to wait for the Empire to shoot him in the face. His anger has a reason. In the entire alien battlefield, the only person who can hold the independent regiment is Chen Sun. Tu Yuan can't do it, let alone Tang Qiao. But Chen Sun was injured. But the reason was not what Tang Qiao said about killing guerrillas. After Ji Xinghe left the alien planet, Chen Sun completed the 10,000 ape killing. He no longer aimed to snipe the Imperial guerrilla soldiers, but turned to support the mecha battle of the independent regiment and provide some command. In a battle 2 days ago, the 7th team of the independent regiment was ambushed. In a critical situation, he chose to risk exposing his position and led away an Imperial Duke armor. The Empire did not know who Chen Sun was, but knew that the independent regiment had a sniper who could rely on a sniper rifle to break the Earl armor, hurt the Marcus armor, and even threaten the Duke armor. After discovering Chen Sun's position, how could he not go all out to hunt him down? Chen Sun, who was wearing a single soldier exoskeleton armor, was not caught up by the Duke armor, but was injured by the covering fire bombardment used by the Empire. If Qin Tong had not led the first team, and Harris had led the second team to support them, Chen Sun would have been sacrificed at that time, and the seventh team led by Zhang Yun would have been annihilated. Liu Mian suggested, "Contact General Ji." Tang Qiao's voice was still angry. "It's too late. This blind man would not have violated the military order earlier. The delay in communication from the alien planet to the Blue Star made the only person who could hold the blind man lose the opportunity to hold him." At this time, Xinghe, who could pretend to be Ji Xinghe, was not on the alien planet. The blind man, who could not be stopped by anyone, rushed into the war zone with his team. The fact was the same as the command center expected. The Empire chose to use Wang Jiui and others as bait. When the blind man led the team to arrive, the miniaturized jump gate device that had not been destroyed was activated again. More Earl armor appeared from it. "Dead cripple, you fucking killed me. Get out, you blind man. Get out of here quickly. Take your people. Get out of here quickly." "Yes, my people really have to get out." The blind man saw the blue light released by the jump gate and the anti-galaxy mecha core that came out in a line, and he issued an order again. "Everyone, retreat immediately. If you are chased, don't fight, retreat at full speed." Yes, the third team that had just come to support, this time the response was not uniform, and the tone was full of anger. Because they could clearly see that their comrades were sacrificing. On this battlefield, there were not only the fourth team led by the cripple, but also more than 200 mechas from the Western Theater. Originally, there were 500 mechas. The fourth team of the independent regiment turned around angrily and began to retreat in incompetence and rage, and indeed led away some of the imperial mechas. This can indeed relieve some of the pressure on the front battlefield, but before the people of the fourth team could be happy, they discovered a fact that shocked them. Their captain did not retreat. "Captain, don't look back, everyone, don't look back. Wang Kang, you are now the captain of the fourth squad of the independent regiment, lead them, don't look back." Li Lin said his last words to the fourth squad, and rushed directly to the jump gate device, which was also the location with the most imperial mechas in the entire battlefield. He turned on the loudspeaker and full-channel broadcast, and said something he had said more than 2 years ago, but it was different. "I am Li Lin, the ace mecha warrior of the Federation. Do you see the red stars on my mecha? 11. Come on, trash." People looked at the federal mecha that rushed to the most dangerous area of the battlefield alone, as if they saw Ji Xinghe. The blind man who destroyed 2 imperial mechas in an instant also thought of Ji Xinghe. So he said something to Ji Xinghe. "Lord, I have seen it. Although your new mecha still has some flaws, the flaws do not outweigh the merits. As long as we go to the alien planet and get enough tungsten steel gold, we can upgrade it comprehensively and definitely reach the Emperor killing level, in Longzhou Starry Sky Military University." Xinghe was whispering in Ji Xinghe's ear. She was a little excited because Ji Xinghe's new mecha was also her new body. She hadn't fought side by side with Ji Xinghe for almost 3 years and missed it very much. Ji Xinghe did not respond to Xinghe's words, because there were many people around him now, all of whom came to see the new mecha that was about to be delivered. When the number of people who successfully accepted Ji Xinghe's gift on the Azure Star reached more than 1,500, Ji Xinghe's new mecha was finally built. In fact, the number of people who accepted the gift exceeded 2,000, but more than 600 failed. The high failure rate in the early stage is understandable, and the failure rate in the later stage is raised again, which is directly related to some people's desire for ki. Ji Xinghe didn't care about these problems. He had left enough seeds, and the new mecha was built. It was time for him to go back to the alien planet. "General Ji, I can use my reputation and the reputation of the Federal Academy of Sciences to guarantee that your new mecha is definitely the most powerful one we have ever built. Miniaturized nuclear fusion reactor, 13th generation core engine, energy shield generator, vector flight engine. Of course, this new mecha can't really fly, but in the low-gravity environment of the alien planet, it can glide. The main function of the vector engine is to increase your speed and provide you with turning capabilities in the air when you leap. After all, you like the leaping combat method, haha." The dean of the Federal Academy of Sciences was standing next to Ji Xinghe and talking. He was very concerned about being able to show up next to Ji Xinghe today. Ji Xinghe, who stayed on the Azure Star, was a gift machine, but when he went to the alien planet, he would definitely be promoted to the Federal Admiral and take charge of the most powerful Mecha Corps in the entire Federation again. Not to mention the future, just the gift machine is worthy of such compliments from the President of the Federal Academy of Sciences. He also wants to try the gift, but unfortunately, his power is not enough. So, if Ji Xinghe is satisfied with the actual test of the new Mecha today, is there a chance? In the sky, a transport plane has revealed its shape and is preparing to land. Ji Xinghe is in a very good mood. But at this moment, Xinghe's somewhat sad voice came to his ears. My lord, although it is a bit inappropriate now, but, the blind man sacrificed himself, and in order to save the cripple, he left you a message. Ji Xinghe's breathing stagnated instantly. Ji Xinghe, who was standing next to him, was the first to notice this, frowned, and then looked surprised, because Xinghe's voice also rang in her ears. Xinghe played the last words left by the blind man and his last words in the ears of Ji Xinghe and Ji Xinghe. Lao Ji, no, old man, when you hear this, I have already died, so I can call you old man. I have always wanted to use it, but I didn't dare to do it before. Now, ha ha ha. Don't be sad, I should have died a long time ago. It was you who saved me, allowing me to live for almost 3 more years and destroy so many more imperial mechas. I never dared to dream that I, Li Lin, would become an ace mecha warrior one day. I couldn't do it when I was not blind, but I did it when I was blind. If I had known earlier, I would have blinded myself earlier. Ha ha ha. Okay, I won't be long-winded. That's it. Oh, by the way, I also want to say thank you to you, old man. Thank you. This is the last words that Li Lin recorded in advance. When he rushed to the jump gate, just like Ji Xinghe had been doing before, taking on the most difficult and dangerous responsibility. He knew that he was dead this time. So, he said the last words to Ji Xinghe, which were also the last words of his life. Old man, I'm sorry that I didn't see your most glorious moment. But you don't have to regret it, because you can see my most glorious moment. It's now. After saying this, the blind man, no, the Federal Ace Mecha Warrior Colonel Li Lin, killed 130 Imperial mechas alone, wielding a mecha heavy sword made of tungsten steel gold, and chopped the Empire's miniaturized jump gate device. Then, he died in battle. But the old man in his mouth didn't see his most glorious moment immediately. After Xinghe finished playing, he asked softly, Lord, do you want to take a look? Ji Xinghe did not respond. Ji Xinghe, who was on the side, squeezed out the president of the Federal Academy of Sciences who was next to Ji Xinghe, and held Ji Xinghe's hand. She is more than 1.7 meters tall and looks like a big girl, but she is actually only 11 years old. So people are not surprised, but the president of the Federal Academy of Sciences, who doesn't know what happened, is a little dissatisfied in his heart, but he dares not show it at all. He is still introducing Ji Xinghe's new mecha with a smile. Ji Xinghe, who had been looking at the transport plane in the sky, took a deep breath and his eyes returned to normal. His expression had not changed, not because he was not sad or angry, but because he wanted to suppress all these emotions and then burst them out when he returned to the alien planet. The Azure planet was peaceful, and there were no gorillas for him to kill. But at this moment, a ball of fire suddenly appeared in the sky, followed by a violent roar. The transport plane carrying Ji Xinghe's latest mecha exploded. Ji Xinghe's heart also exploded. Chapter 566 Where is Grandpa? 3.2 billion, 3.2 billion, where can I get 3.2 billion? The president of the Federal Academy of Sciences was still howling, and it seemed that this matter had nothing to do with him. After the Federation began to replace the Neuralink Mecha driving kit, the cost of the Federation's conventional standard Mecha has increased from the original 60 million to 87 million federal coins. The cost of the Wangshan class standard Mecha has increased to 239 million. The cost of the Pazian class standard Mecha has increased to 523 million. The cost of the Zhanshan class standard Mecha, that is, the Zhanshan armor, has increased to 820 million. There is no standard for the Guoshi class Mecha. Like the previous Ace Mecha Warrior exclusive Mecha, it will be more comprehensively adapted and manufactured, but the general cost exceeds 1.5 billion. The Mecha has become the most expensive individual weapon. The most expensive is not necessarily the strongest, because the combat effectiveness of the Mecha still depends on the strength of the Mecha Warrior to fully exert its combat effectiveness. But the Mecha used by the strongest Mecha Warriors in the Federation must be the most expensive in the entire Federation. Without the use of tungsten steel gold, The cost of this national-level mech specially built for Ji Xinghe broke the record $3.2 billion, far exceeding the manufacturing cost of Li Yuanbei's Overlord armor at the time. However, Li Yuanbei's Overlord armor was later fully upgraded using tungsten steel alloy and tungsten steel gold, and was also equipped with the Federation's latest and strongest 13th generation core engine. If you really count it, the cost is actually higher than Ji Xinghe's new mecha. However, it doesn't make any sense to say this now. Because the transport plane carrying the new mecha fell directly from an altitude of more than 2,000 meters after the explosion, and after hitting the hard concrete ground, a secondary explosion occurred. The soldiers who rushed over to rescue the mecha regardless of their lives were injured, but they did not regret it, but hated that they could not save Ji Xinghe's new mecha. No one blamed them, everyone knew that it was not their fault. When Ji Xinghe learned that the new mecha was completely destroyed because of the explosion of the nuclear fusion reactor in it, he looked at Li Anbang who was present. Li Anbang shook his head at him. This move should not be done, because there are so many people present, and the two of them are the most influential people in the whole venue. Even the Dean of the Federal Academy of Sciences cannot compare with them. In addition, the explosion was Ji Xinghe's new mecha, which naturally attracted the attention of many people. But Li Anbang knew very well that if he did not express his position in time at this time, Ji Xinghe, who would definitely be furious, would probably go directly at him. Fortunately, Ji Xinghe understood what Li Anbang meant and had enough trust in Li Anbang. With a look and a shake of his head, he already understood that Li Anbang didn't know about this matter before, and he didn't know it now. My lord, they may have discovered my existence. No, it should be said that they know that our heroic Spirit Council has the most powerful network security team and hacker team in the world. Xingai's voice rang in Ji Xinghe's ears, and she was also a little panicked, because she should have ensured that this matter was foolproof. As long as Ji Xinghe's new mecha is destroyed, Ji Xinghe will not be able to set off to the alien planet immediately. How could they not have thought of such a simple thing before? If you think of it, you should take precautions in advance. Before your new mecha entered the transport plane, I had already conducted a very comprehensive inspection and found no problems. Including the team of soldiers escorting the new mecha and the 3 pilots of the transport plane, I checked their ancestors thoroughly. During the transportation of the transport plane, I was also monitoring the whole process. The driving authority of the transport plane and the control authority of your new mecha have always been in my hands. There is also the air traffic control authority for the entire voyage. Lord, I'm sorry, I can't be sure now how it exploded. Xingai returned to the Blue Star from the alien planet today to escort Ji Xinghe's new mecha. The manufacturing process of the new mecha was also under Xingai's surveillance, but at that time there was no need to care too much, because the manufacturing side of the new mecha was in the largest mecha laboratory invested by the Federal Academy of Sciences, which was also the largest mecha laboratory invested by the Federation, and the security level was quite high. If they really did it there, even Xingai would not be able to erase all the traces. So the final transportation link is the best time to take action, and it is also the link that Xingai needs to pay the most attention to, but she still failed to complete the task. She also knows that no matter what she finds out now, it is meaningless because the new mecha is gone. It's okay, Ji Xinghe suddenly spoke with a calm tone. The people around him thought he was talking to Ji Rongzhenyu, so they didn't find it strange. The president of the Academy of Sciences stopped howling and looked at Ji Xinghe with some fear and hesitation. General Ji, please believe that this matter has nothing to do with me. 3.5 billion, almost all the research funds we can mobilize this year have been invested in it. He didn't say it was an accident, and no one else said it might be an accident. Because everyone knows that this is definitely not an accident. General Ji, Major General Wen Qin came over with his guards and said with a serious expression, please move with me to a safe area immediately. We seriously suspect that you are now in a certain security risk. Of course, please don't misunderstand, we have no intention of restricting your personal freedom. Seeing that Ji Xinghe did not react, Wang Qin added, please rest assured that we will find out the truth and give you an explanation to the entire Federation. This matter is absolutely intolerable to our military, but Ji Xinghe still did not react. Ji Xinghe, standing in the crowd, held Ji Rongzhenyu's hand with one hand, raised the other hand, and looked at the bracelet screen on his wrist. The people next to him did not dare to get too close, so they could not see what was displayed on the screen of Ji Xinghe's bracelet. Ji Rongzhenyu knew, Xingaiyu knew. That was the most glorious moment of the blind man. After the new metro was maliciously blown up, Ji Xinghe first confirmed that this matter had nothing to do with Li Anbang, and then said to Xinghe that it was okay, and looked at his bracelet. It was not a push from Xinghe, but a push from Alien Star. After 3 minutes and a distance of more than 50 million kilometers, the last moment of the blind man's life appeared in Ji Xinghe's sight. In the past 3 years, many people have sacrificed in the independent regiment, and there are only a few left in the 25-man Xing team. Ji Xinghe should have been used to it, but the blind man is different. That was when he was at base number 6. Ji Xinghe had never really driven a mecha out of the base. All his driving experience, except for the virtual driving from the second-generation simulation system, was obtained through the opportunity of real machine testing. At that time, he already knew that he was very strong, but he didn't know how strong he was when driving a mecha. So when base number 3 became the base number 3 war zone, the only base in the entire alien star that could produce the medicine that Ji Xinghe and other children needed very much could not be transported to base number 6 because of the war. Ji Xinghe was really anxious. At that time, he, and Ji Xinghe at that time, were not worthy of the Federation's investment of resources to deliver medicine, even if the resources needed were actually very few. It was the blind man who stood up. The blind man who regained his mecha driving qualification said that he went to help Ji Xinghe get back the medicines that Ji Xinghe and other children needed. He was puzzled at the time because he had never spoken to the blind man. The lame man, who was saved by the blind man with his life today, said something to him at the time, explaining why the blind man was willing to help him. He still remembers. When the lame man and others said that the physical fitness of orangutans is higher than that of humans, he said, "How about 4 times, 6 times, and then fought 10 people alone?" The blind man said later, "Yeah, how about 4 times? How about 6 times? How about a blind man? How about a lame man?" From that day on, the blind man began to call himself a blind man and asked others to call him a blind man. He also asked Wang Jiui to call himself a lame man, the deaf man to call himself a deaf man, and the lame man, left hand. Ji Xinghe gave the blind man a belief, and the blind man was willing to pay it back with his life. The blind man almost died in the action of taking medicine. It was true that Ji Xinghe saved the blind man, but wasn't it also the blind man who saved Ji Xinghe? Ji Xinghe, who didn't know how strong he was in driving the mecha, nor how strong the imperial mecha was, why did he choose to charge when the blind man and the cripple wanted him to retreat? That was Ji Xinghe's first battle. That was because he didn't want to owe the blind man a life, so he had the first battle. It was from that battle that Ji Xinghe finally confirmed that he was really strong in driving the mecha. Without Ji Xinghe, there would be no blind man who became an ace mecha warrior. Without the blind man, how long would Ji Xinghe have to be a mechanic before he could really drive the mecha to fight, start his revenge, and strive for more resources to treat Ji Xinghe? The blind man is really different. The blind man is really strong. But the blind man is really not as strong as him, and no one is stronger than him. At this moment, Ji Xinghe looked at the blind man who had fought to the last moment in the bracelet, and suddenly asked aloud. "You say, if I were here, would he not have to sacrifice, and would they not have to sacrifice?" Many people around were stunned, and many people didn't understand why Ji Xinghe asked this. Li Anbang glanced at his bracelet, and then whispered, "Half an hour ago, the captain of the 3rd Small Mecha Squad of the Xing Mecha Independent Corps, the Ace Mecha Warrior, the Federal Colonel Li Lin, died," he sighed after he finished speaking. "I finally understood why people reacted strangely after Ji Xinghe's new mecha was destroyed. They thought that Li Anbang sighed for the sacrifice of an Ace Mecha Warrior. They all wanted to sigh out loud, and they all felt sorry and felt the sadness of Ji Xinghe at the moment. As the commander of the independent regiment and the most powerful mecha warrior of the Federation, he was not on the battlefield, but on the Blue Star without war, waiting for the news that one after another independent regiment mecha warriors died and sacrificed in the alien battlefield. How can this be empathized? General Ji, please be sad, I believe." People's persuasion was interrupted by Ji Xinghe before they could say it. "You, don't say anything." Ji Xinghe's voice was very loud, and the noisy voices of hundreds of people in the field were all suppressed by his voice. Everyone fell silent, even holding their breath. They looked at Ji Xinghe and suddenly felt that Ji Xinghe seemed a little different. Ji Xinghe's figure was as tall as ever, but if he was a pine tree standing on the top of a mountain before, now he was a sharp blade pointing to the sky. People felt an unprecedented sharpness. Ji Xinghe spoke again. His voice was louder than ever before, and full of shocking power. He said, "From today on, I will say, you listen." Some people were shocked, some were excited, and some had complicated expressions. However, even if there are thousands of faces, what does it have to do with Ji Xinghe now? He looked at Wang Qin, the military representative. Besides him, he was the highest-ranking person at the scene and had military power. Major General Wang Qin. General. Wang Qin straightened his chest and raised his head. His eyes suddenly became firm and incomparable. "Send a carrier-type single-soldier starship over, immediately." "Yes," Wang Qin responded without any hesitation, and he didn't even ask Ji Xinghe what he was going to do. But he is not Li Anbang after all, so when he was executing the order, he asked aloud, "General, I may need a higher authorization, so please wait patiently." Ji Xinghe didn't want to wait any longer. He had been waiting for almost 3 years. No one knew what kind of suffering he had endured in these 3 years, and no one knew that he had made the decision to leave the Blue Star and also made the decision to leave Ji Xinghe. For him, it was really the most difficult decision in his life. "You tell them," I said, immediately. "Yes, the conversation here is not a secret. With hundreds of people present, what happened here can be transmitted to certain places around the world at the same time." There was no need for Wang Qin to repeat Ji Xinghe's words. The relevant authorization was passed at the first time. A new model of the Federation's carrier-type single-soldier starship took off from a certain Air Force base in Longzhou and headed straight for Longzhou Starry Sky Military University. People believe that when Ji Xinghe knew that there was unprecedented strong resistance to his going to an alien planet, he chose to do the same as when he first went to an alien planet. Preparing to drive a single-soldier starship across a distance of more than 50 million kilometers. The difference is that Ji Xinghe was stealing at that time. This time, Ji Xinghe didn't need to steal or rob. Many people looked at Li Anbang, and those who authorized Wang Qin to mobilize the single-soldier starship were also contacting Li Anbang urgently. In theory, a single-soldier starship can indeed fly directly from the Blue Star to the alien star, and the speed is faster than a fully loaded space battleship. But the risk is too great. However, Li Anbang did not react at all, because he knew very well that Ji Xinghe would not take a single-soldier starship to the alien star. The sigh he just sighed was because of what Ji Xinghe was going to do. The plan is messed up. The scene remained quiet. The president of the Federal Academy of Sciences and other dignitaries, as well as the president of Longzhou Star Military University, all wanted to say a few words to Ji Xinghe, but when they approached Ji Xinghe, they felt a pressure that frightened them. It was like the legendary aura that made them unable to say a word. No one dared to make any rash moves, and stood nervously waiting. The guards and Wang Qin who were going to escort Ji Xinghe to the safe area before did not move, but they were ready to protect Ji Xinghe in the face of any emergency. What Wang Qin said was the truth. He really wanted to protect Ji Xinghe, not restrict him. The speed of the single-soldier starship was really fast. In just 5 minutes, it had crossed a distance of hundreds of kilometers and fell from the sky. Ji Xinghe let go of Ji Xinghe's hand and whispered, "Grandpa, don't worry about me. I'm very strong, you know, I'll be back soon." Ji Xinghe looked at Ji Xinghe's words, which made everyone around him confused. What does it mean? Aren't you going directly to the alien planet? When people breathed a sigh of relief, they saw Ji Xinghe walking towards the single-soldier starship. He was wearing a special combat uniform for mecha warriors for real machine testing and went directly into the cockpit of the single-soldier starship. "General, the driver who just came down was a little confused. I'll do it myself." After Ji Xinghe said softly, he skillfully started the single-soldier starship. He really knows how to drive it now, and he has a certificate. So, people could only look up at the single-soldier starship driven by Ji Xinghe flying into the sky, their eyes full of confusion. "Commander," a politician came up to Li Anbang, used the old title to show respect, and then asked, "Where's General Ji going?" Everyone's eyes were all focused on Li Anbang. Li Anbang frowned. "How should I know? He didn't tell me." "Oh, why didn't you ask just now, and didn't you persuade him a little? He is so old, and the speed of a single-soldier starship is so fast." Because Ji Xinghe was still present, the rest of the words could not be said. "How can I ask? How can I stop it?" Li Anbang frowned and said, "I'm just a member of the House of Representatives, and he is a lieutenant general of the Federation." People felt Li Anbang's anger and expressed that they could understand.
The strongest mecha of the Federation was maliciously destroyed by someone. Will other weapons that are very important to the federal military be destroyed in the future? Xinghe, the dean, came up to Ji Xinghe and asked with a familiar look. Do you know where your grandfather went? Ji Xinghe shook his head. Really don't know. The dean gritted his teeth and said, if you tell me, I promise to build you a pangolin armor and send it to you in half a month, at most half a month, when it is uncertain what Ji Xinghe is going to do, but it is certain that Ji Xinghe is going to lose his temper, and Ji Xinghe's anger will have a great impact on the Federation. The pangolin armor costing hundreds of millions is worth it even if it is a toy for a child. Hearing this condition, Ji Xinghe's eyes brightened a little. I really don't know where my grandfather went, but, as long as it is valuable news, my promise counts, the dean promised again. Ji Xinghe then said, the new mecha is gone, of course we have to look for the old mecha. Old mecha? When people were confused, someone suddenly exclaimed. General Ji went to Yingling Mountain and put the second-generation Xinghe armor from the Yingling Mountain Memorial Hall into a single soldier starship and took it away. Second-generation Xinghe armor? It turned out to be this old mecha. When people suddenly realized it, they became nervous again. Has General Ji returned? No, General Ji's direction is not to return. Ji Xinghe just told Ji Xinghe that he would be back soon, so it is impossible for him to go directly to the alien planet with the second-generation Xinghe armor, and he did not come back directly. So, some people were really terrified. Because the current Ji Xinghe is Ji Xinghe wearing armor. P.S. This chapter is a makeup. A few days ago I missed a chapter. Brothers, I really don't have to break the chapter. My chapters are 4,000 to 5,000 words, and I have been updating more than 10,000 words a day for a long time, full of sincerity. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 567, Steal His Mother. The Federation has more military satellites on the Azure Star than on the Alien Star. This is partly why the Alien Star has a shortage of resources. To put it simply, the Federation's Non-Shyman project is not only about the Non-Shyman space station on the Alien Star, and various orbital ballistic missile launch platforms. There is also the Lingshan space defense system deployed on the Azure Star to prevent the Empire's space fleet from attacking the Azure Star in large numbers if the Alien Star war fails, or to allow the army to appear directly on the surface of the Azure Star through the jump gate. It is the principle that eggs cannot be put in one basket. These space defense systems, including various military satellites, have never had the opportunity to be used on the peaceful Azure Star. People have always believed that they will never be used before the arrival of the Empire's army. However, now, some of them have been activated. In the Lingshan space station orbiting the Azure Star, many people in the command hall focused their eyes on the big screen, and a red light spot was moving at high speed. It was a single soldier starship, and because its flying speed was too fast, it could only be replaced by a light spot. Sir, do we need to lock on? The commander asked back. What do you want to do? Locking on is just a prelude to launching an attack, and it will not cause any damage to the single soldier starship. However, because Ji Xinghe is inside the single soldier starship, Lingshan space station does not even dare to lock on it. They only dare to monitor it. Sir, should we send out a fleet to escort? Yes, do we need to escort General Ji Xinghe? This statement made the commander's brows suddenly loosen. But someone hesitated and said, but General Ji is unwilling to accept our communication application. We cannot tell him that the fleet we sent is to escort him. Will there be any misunderstandings? The commander's brows, which had just been stretched, loosened again. He really couldn't understand why it was his turn to be on duty today. It would be better to be one day later. It should be okay, someone responded hesitantly. The single soldier starship driven by General Ji is a newly developed transport-type single soldier starship. Its main function is to carry mecha warriors and mechas. It currently has no weapon systems installed. So, even if General Ji has a misunderstanding, he can't do anything dangerous. Well, the only weapon in that single soldier starship is the second-generation Star Moon armor, but the second-generation Star Moon armor was placed on display in Yingling Mountain, so all its firepower weapon systems have been removed.
and it does not have the ability to cooperate with single-soldier starships in high-altitude or space combat. That being said, even if there is a firepower weapons system, can General Ji still drive a single-soldier starship and a mecha at the same time? The hatch cannot be opened during the high-speed flight of a single-soldier starship, then escort it. Even if General Ji has some misunderstandings, I think he should accept our communication application as soon as possible, and the misunderstanding can be resolved as soon as possible. After a conversation, the commander's frown relaxed again and gave an order. Immediately send out a fleet, mission objective, to escort General Ji Xinghe. Yes, the order was executed immediately. And 36 armed single-soldier starships that were conducting daily cruises in the near-Earth space of the Azure Star changed their course, aiming directly at Ji Xinghe. At the same time, there was also a space battleship in the near-Earth orbit of the Azure Star, which also had the authority to fly autonomously and flew towards the single-soldier starship driven by Ji Xinghe. But whether it was a single-soldier starship or a space battleship, their weapon systems were all locked at the same time they accepted this mission. In other words, their only way of attack now is collision. Communication requests for Ji Xinghe were continuously sent, and there were also full-channel broadcast signals, which continuously covered the airspace flying over Ji Xinghe through single-soldier starships, space battleships, and communication satellites. But he did not make any response. General Ji is cruising around the near-Earth orbit of the Azure Star. Our escort team of 36 single-soldier starships has already joined the single-soldier starship driven by General Ji. All routes have been cleared. General Ji still has not accepted our communication application and has not made any response. Time passed by minute, and the situation seemed to be safer than before. Ji Xinghe did not drive the single-soldier starship away from the Azure Star, nor did he rush into a certain area on the Azure Star to do anything. He just kept cruising around the Azure Star. There were also 36 single-soldier starships escorting, and a space battleship following behind. As a result, the tension of most people began to dissipate. General Ji, do you want to try the latest generation of transport-type single-soldier starships? Impossible. General Ji took the single-soldier starship driver's license after he came back, and he has tried 3 conventional single-soldier starships. This generation of single-soldier starships, in addition to carrying capacity, has no obvious improvement, and does not need to be tested separately. Yes, and besides, if it is just to test the single-soldier starship, there is no need to bring the second-generation Xinghe armor. What is it for? No one knows what Ji Xinghe is going to do. People who are no longer nervous don't know that some people are already in a very frightened state at this moment. They are not in Lingshan Space Station, but they are in all parts of the world, but they can get the latest news from Lingshan Space Station. The single-soldier starship driven by Ji Xinghe looks like the legendary sword of Damocles to them, hanging high above their heads, and there is a possibility of being cut down at any time. Regarding the mysterious organization, the Tower Top organization does have some information. Through the mysterious organization, various actions have been carried out to let Ji Xinghe go to the alien planet, so that they guess that Ji Xinghe may have joined that organization. Or, that organization wanted to take the opportunity to get Ji Xinghe. The word get is actually very appropriate, because they also want to get Ji Xinghe. Even if they can't get it, they can't let Ji Xinghe go to the alien planet for the time being. At least, before people with weak spiritual will can also get the gift. So they ignored Li Anbang's threats and launched their long-prepared plan to destroy Ji Xinghe's new mecha. And if Ji Xinghe has really joined the mysterious organization, it means that Ji Xinghe's actions must be supported by the mysterious organization, which means that Ji Xinghe's current strange behavior is very likely to be aimed at them. A temporary Tower Top organization meeting was suddenly held. Only the original apostles number 1 to number 9 participated in the meeting. Among them, apostle number 9 is now apostle number 10, and the new apostle number 9, Li Anbang, is currently in Longzhou Starry Sky Military University. There are many people around him, and he has no chance to enter the virtual world for a meeting. The 11th apostle Ivanovich was not notified because of communication delays. Ji Xinghe will definitely get mad. He has been a coward from beginning to end. He only suppressed his cowardly character because of his granddaughter Ji Rongzhanayu. But even if he suppressed it, he still did something incredible like breaking Tu Yuan's leg in public. Yes, now Ji Rongzhanayu's problem has been solved by him. Ji Rongzhanayu has obtained the power of grace. Not only has her body returned to normal, but she is also healthier and stronger than normal people. Therefore, He can go to the alien planet without scruples and can also get mad directly, but does he really know us? Even I don't know the identity information of all of you. How could he know it? Have you forgotten that the laboratory of Apostle number 3 was attacked by a mysterious organization? Apostle number 3, will this incident expose your identity? Apostle number 3, who had been silent all the time, was the most terrified apostle in the audience because he had met Dr. Essen in person. Although he did not communicate directly with Dr. Essen afterwards, he never appeared during the research process in the laboratory. But if Dr. Essen lives well under the mysterious organization, it is very likely that he will be exposed as the creator and owner behind the laboratory. Judging from the various targeted actions of the mysterious organization in recent years, the mysterious organization must know some confidential information of the Tower Top organization. For example, the existence of the Apostles and the Apostles' Walker. This is the case. If you don't want others to know, you must not do it yourself. It may be exposed. Apostle number 3 only said this sentence, and was besieged by other apostles. Are you crazy? For a laboratory with no results, you actually exposed your identity? Apostle number 3, you know my identity. Does this mean that if you have problems, I will also have problems? I just want to know, do you know who I am, and me? Apostle number 3, it's already this time, there is no need to hide it anymore. How many of our apostles do you know about their identities? There is no rule between apostles to disclose their true identities. Although there is a rule similar to first come first served, it is only valid for apostles who join the Tower Top organization later. Starting from the 8th apostle, this is also the reason why the other apostles were willing to disclose the identity of the 9th apostle. The 9th apostle himself also agreed because he knew that everyone knew who he was. Are you too nervous? The terrified apostle number 3 suddenly calmed down and said, Ji Xinghe only has a single soldier starship without any weapons and a second-generation star moon armor. Yes, Ji Xinghe's armor-piercing combat power is very strong, but this is the Azure Star. Even if he knows my identity, what can he do? The gravity of the Azure Star is 3 times that of the alien star. For a behemoth like a mecha, it is not suitable for it to exert its full performance. Yes, Azure Planet is not suitable for mecha combat, and the second-generation Shanshunjia is actually just a formation-breaking mecha. But the problem is that the second-generation Shanshunjia can activate the overclocking mode, so what if it's in overclocking mode? At most, it's just the level of a Shanshun-class mecha. Moreover, the overclocking mode of the second-generation Xinghe will sacrifice its defense, and the energy core is not enough for it to maintain this state for a long time. Have you forgotten that Ji Xinghe completed the Ji Xinghe challenge while driving the second-generation Xinghe? The virtual small world suddenly fell silent. Ji Xinghe challenge. So what? Even if he has really joined that mysterious organization and knows my identity, would he really dare to attack me? Without evidence, if he dares to attack me, he will only be put on trial and will never have the chance to go to the alien planet again. I believe that as long as he is put on trial, we can easily control him. What if he has evidence? He has been cruising in orbit. Is he waiting for evidence from the mysterious organization? There can be no evidence. Everyone who knew about this is dead. I didn't leave any clues. Moreover, there was no arrangement through the internet. All communication was carried out offline in an environment where some signals were blocked. Ji Xinghe, do you really need evidence? No, are you guys forgot? Now he's the only human in the world who can give gifts to others. He just said something to the whole world. He said, from today on, he speaks, and others listen. Is he going to be the Emperor of the Federation? It doesn't matter whether he wants to be the Emperor of the Federation. What's important is that if he dares to attack you, it means that a mysterious organization is going to officially go to war with us. And if you are caught by him, we will lose. Why? Because you will definitely tell him all the information you know. Coercion and inducement. Ji Xinghe can do this, and you can't refuse. So, you mean, let me commit suicide? That's what you said. The Tower Top organization facing danger has fallen into internal strife before Ji Xinghe has made any real action. And more than an hour ago, they dared to destroy Ji Xinghe's new mecha. The only difference is that Ji Xinghe now has a mecha. It must be said that the armored Ji Xinghe can not only scare the imperial apes, but also some people. If you can't help me, I will handle this matter myself. Apostle number 3 made a decision and asked, now, does anyone want to say anything to me? What are you going to do? What I'm asking is, does anyone want to say something to me? No one said anything else. As apostles, and facing Apostle number 3, there is actually not much that other apostles can do. In the current situation, they dare not act rashly, for fear of exposing their identities. This sounds a bit unreasonable. They have more than 20% of the resources of the entire Federation, and there are actually many things they can do. But just like the previous Ji Xinghe, who is able to kill all over the alien planet for a core reason. Now Ji Xinghe also has a gold medal for exemption from death in the Federation. Before the second person has the ability of the gift. No one wants to see Ji Xinghe die. This makes them have very little to do, and they can only passively face Ji Xinghe's initiative. The meeting ended because of the departure of the third apostle. The first apostle rarely expressed any effective opinions, but only reminded all apostles to be prepared and not to expose themselves in this situation. And, be ready to go to war with a mysterious organization. That is, shortly after the temporary meeting of the Tower Top organization ended, Ji Xinghe, who had been cruising in orbit, finally got the news he wanted. My lord, the third apostle went to the base of the Black Shield Company and gathered all the mecha warriors in the base. Now he is unlocking the permissions of all the mechas in the base, checking the energy supply devices, and loading ammunition for the weapon systems of all mechas. Inside the base, there are 120 combat mechas, all of which are pantolin armors. The melee weapons they use are all standard superalloy mecha heavy swords with high-frequency vibration armor-breaking characteristics. The independent regiments fighting on alien planets have long been unable to equip themselves with pangolin armors due to resource shortages. But the Azure Star, where there is no war, hides 120 brand new pangolin armors. This is just the base of the Black Shield Security Company, controlled by the third apostle of the Tower Top organization. Several other apostles also have similar bases. According to the information obtained by Xinghe, Tang Qiao, Tu Yuan, and Li Anbang, the number of pangolin armors privately manufactured by the Tower Top organization exceeded 350. The number of pangolins is greater than that of an independent regiment, and despite the Federation's almost all-out investment, it has only built 4 independent regiments at this stage, and the configuration of the Galaxy Independent Regiment has seriously declined. Xinghe, my lord, you said, if these pangolins were sent to the alien planet, and the mechas of the blind man's team were all pangolins, would they not have to die? In theory, there will still be sacrifices, but not so many people. Xinghe's answer was very sincere. They said that this was to leave the last defensive force for the Azure Star. Nonsense. If the war really hits the Azure Star, these pangolins are not enough to play their full performance. Only on the alien planet can the mecha be called the king of war. At least from the current performance of the mecha, this is the case. So, they are wrong. Yes, my lord, they are wrong. Then Ji Xinghe knew very well what impact his actions today would have on the Federation, because the Tower Top organization would not let him control it, and the Heroic Spirit Council currently does not have the ability to go to war with the Tower Top organization without affecting the overall situation of the Federation. According to the discussion between Tu Yuan and Li Anbang, the Heroic Spirit Council should take it slowly and formulate a 5-year plan. This 5 years is not counted from the time when Li Anbang joined the Heroic Council and then joined the Tower Top organization as an undercover agent, but from the time when Ji Xinghe returned to the alien planet. 5 years is not a long time. Ji Xinghe has the power of Qi, and it is certain that he will live longer, and he will be more capable of fighting after 5 years. 5 years is enough for a group of Ji Xinghe's real disciples to appear in the Federation, and the Heroic Council secretly took away the resources controlled by the Tower Top organization. The war will begin to end from that time. But if we really wait for another 5 years, how many people will be sacrificed? Ji Xinghe no longer hesitated, and his tone became firm. Rob the fuck out of him, okay, let's rob the fuck out of him, rob all of them. Ho-ha. The single soldier starship, which had been in a cruising state, suddenly changed its course, aimed at a certain place on the surface of the Azure Star, and rushed directly into the atmosphere. The 36 escorting single soldier starships had no time to react, and had already rushed out for dozens of kilometers. When they hurriedly adjusted their course and sought intelligence support and the latest orders, everyone in the command hall of Lingshan Space Station, as well as more people who could get the news, finally knew the answer to the question. Where is Grandpa? Grandpa went to rob his mother. Chapter 568, excuse me, does anyone want to resist? Ji Xinghe, who never responded to any communication request,
began to send a full-channel broadcast when a single soldier starship rushed into the atmosphere of the Azure Star. I am Ji Xinghe. From now on, your mechas have been requisitioned by my independent regiment. The propagation speed of the communication signal is infinitely close to the speed of light, so before Ji Xinghe landed, everyone who should have heard his voice had already heard it. People were a little puzzled. What does it mean? Our mechas? We don't have mechas. Whose mecha is that? The flying speed of the single soldier starship is very fast. With more and more aviation equipment, in order to avoid accidental collisions, it is necessary to set the course first and then fly within the course. So when the single soldier starship where Ji Xinghe was located completed the turn, his destination was already known to Lingshan Space Station, which was the base of Black Shield Security Company. The people of Lingshan Space Station reacted first, and then the people who got the news reacted. This is to rob the mecha? People were stunned. The fact that Black Shield Security Company has mechas is not a secret in the Federation. Not only Black Shield Security Company, but many security companies and even large security companies have mechas, the strongest single soldier weapon in human history. However, most of these mechas are just for show, used to support the facade and set up the scene. The very few mechas that have combat power are not really combat capable, and are not as good as the single soldier exoskeleton armor that can adapt to the environment of Azure Star. The number is also far less than the mechas owned by the Federation military. Of course, this information is known to the public of the Federation, so before today, not many people thought that the Federation still had a large number of mechas hidden in Azure Star. But making mechas is not a small matter, and it is impossible to keep it completely secret. The Tower Top organization wants to capitalize the war between the Federation and the Empire and then obtain corresponding benefits from it, so it is impossible not to make preparations in advance. Some bigwigs in the military actually know that Black Shield Security Company has a pangolin, and they are ready to put it into the alien battlefield in the name of Black Shield Security Company after a certain bill is passed. Judging from the results, there seems to be no problem. Some problems that can be seen from the process are still in the controversial stage, and there is no conclusion. And now, Ji Xinghe wants to end the so-called controversy in his own way. When all the people who got the news were in a state of continuous astonishment, the single soldier starship driven by Ji Xinghe had already stopped steadily in the parking area of Black Shield Security Company. The hatch opened, and the second-generation Xinghe armor, which was already familiar to the world, walked out slowly. Holding two knives were stuck in his legs. The second-generation Xinghe armor, which had completed Ji Xinghe's challenge on an alien planet, appeared on the blue star in combat form for the first time. It actually has no combat form, only regular form and overclocked form, and at this time it has not been activated in overclocking mode. But everyone who can see it thinks it is now in combat. Because Ji Xinghe is in it, because its eyes release scarlet light. There are a lot of security personnel in the parking area and training ground of Black Shield Security Company. Because of the relevant legal provisions, they can legally own and use weapons. They have already received some news, and they are all ready for battle. But the current situation is obviously different from the news they received. The previous news said that someone wanted to kill their boss, which is of course intolerable for them who earn money with their lives. But now what appeared in front of them is the second-generation Star Moon armor, and the driver inside is. I'll say it one last time. From now on, your mecha has been requisitioned by my independent regiment. From the speaker of the second-generation Star Moon armor, a voice that can cover a radius of several kilometers came out. This is impossible on an alien planet, but it is easy in the atmosphere of the Azure Star. Hundreds of fully armed security personnel heard this voice without self-introduction, but they all heard who this person was. Ji Xinghe, General. Ji Xinghe finished speaking in a stern tone, and then asked, "Excuse me, does anyone want to resist?" He was very polite. So polite that people doubted that the overbearing words just now were not said by him at all. Polite, let everyone be very sure that if anyone dared to resist, they would be able to see Ji Xinghe's impolite side. And his side, before only the guerrillas of the Empire could see. No, there was another person who saw it, General Tu Yuan of the Federation. Some people put down their weapons, raised their hands to indicate that they had no intention of resisting, and began to retreat to a safe area facing Ji Xinghe. He shouted loudly, "General Ji Xinghe, no matter what you are going to do, I will support you unconditionally. You are a hero of all mankind." Someone else put down his weapon and also raised his hands to indicate and retreated. "General Ji Xinghe, thank you, It was you who brought my brother home from the alien planet. When I went to Yingling Mountain, I learned from you longs how people to kneel down and worship your mecha. More and more people put down their weapons. They sincerely believe that they should not become Ji Xinghe's enemies, no matter what Ji Xinghe wanted to do. As for robbing their boss's mecha, when the independent regiment needed a mecha, they shouldn't have let the commander of the independent regiment, Ji Xinghe, come to rob it in person. They should have taken the initiative to deliver it. Because, that is Ji Xinghe's independent regiment. There are also some people who don't care about Ji Xinghe's deeds. They only have money and their own lives in their eyes. But the current situation is very obvious. Their teammates or colleagues are not willing to be enemies with Ji Xinghe. And when facing the armored Ji Xinghe, only a part of them are left. What can they do? They can't do anything. They can only wait to die if Ji Xinghe wants to kill them. Then, put down your weapons. Hundreds of assembled security personnel, fully armed and ready for battle, were disintegrated by Ji Xinghe with 2 sentences. It can even be said that it doesn't matter whether Ji Xinghe said the 2 sentences just now. When most people know that he is Ji Xinghe, they will not be willing to be his enemy. Is this Ji Xinghe? Through reconnaissance satellites, the security system of Black Shield Security Company, and the single soldier starship with certain reconnaissance functions. Many people saw what happened in Black Shield Security Company. People all breathed a sigh of relief. The 36 single soldier starships that finally caught up also landed in the parking area. The drivers in them ran wildly towards the second-generation Star Moon armor driven by Ji Xinghe, and then stood there like guards. A huge black shadow appeared on the ground. It was the chasing space battleship. It hovered over the second-generation Star Moon armor, and it seemed to be performing the escort mission. The third apostle also breathed a sigh of relief. Staying in the safest security room of Black Shield Security Company, looking at the second-generation Star Moon armor in the parking area, he even laughed. It turns out that the new metro was destroyed, so I want to take my metro to the alien planet. Ha ha ha, dreaming, he laughed happily. Ji Xinghe, do you know that what you are doing now is robbery? Do you know that I can define your behavior as you want to put the Federation into a martial law era, define it as you want to become a dictator, define it as you want to turn the Federation into an empire and become the emperor, Ji Xinghe, from now on, I can make you the enemy of all mankind. Because no one wants to live in a world of military dictatorship, including those soldiers who admire you and those people who regard you as a hero. You are finished, really, you are finished. The third apostle suddenly felt very proud. He felt that from today on, he could control Ji Xinghe's fate. If Ji Xinghe's behavior could be more intense, it would be better. So he gave the order. Stop Ji Xinghe from taking our mechas, don't let him take any, the subordinate asked. Then should we resist? From a legal point of view, we have. The third apostle cursed. Stupid, don't resist, don't have any resistance, let him rob. I want to see how many mechas he can drive away by himself. I said don't let him take a mecha away. I want you to show this attitude, to let you, your people, use your life to stop him. Let him kill your people, or you kill your people yourself. Understand? Understood. After the subordinate was awakened, he understood what his boss meant, so he began to make arrangements. The 120 mecha warriors on standby immediately released the neural link control mode, and after completing the removal of armor, they stood by their mechas. There is no need to say more about what they are going to do. But what they are going to do is actually meaningless to Ji Xinghe. Ji Xinghe, who was in the parking area of Black Shield, did not make any moves. He only said 2 words after landing, as if he was waiting for Black Shield to send their mechas over. It looks a bit stupid. How could Black Shield Security Company just give their mecha to Ji Xinghe? Perhaps, giving a mecha as a demonstration is also a face-saving thing for Ji Xinghe. When people were having all kinds of thoughts, Ji Xinghe heard Xingayu's voice. My lord, I'm starting. Yes. After a brief conversation, many exclamations suddenly sounded in the most heavily defended area of the Black Shield Security Company base. After the mecha warriors finished removing their armor, the 120's Hanshin armors in silent mode suddenly entered combat mode. Like the second-generation Xingayu armor and most mechas, the so-called combat mode is nothing more than the eyes changing from emitting white light to emitting red light. What's going on? I don't know. It seems that they have activated the God of War mode. God of War mode? The automatic combat mode? Who activated it? I didn't, not me. I don't have the authority. Cancel it quickly. Lock them all in silent mode. No, turn them off all off. Can't cancel, can't turn them off. I can't control them. I lost control authority, my authority was overridden by a higher authority. Amid the panicked voices, 120 panzers moved with a roar. They maintained an orderly formation, ignored the mecha warriors jumping around them, and made a loud thumping sound between their steps. The closed metal door opened automatically, and the panzers without drivers walked straight out. All the staff in the metal passage, as well as the mecha warriors who chased after them, began to make various attempts, but this situation was so sudden and unexpected that they had no time to make any effective stops, and the first panzer had already appeared on the surface. This is a hangar with a large area and a high roof. The metal door is currently closed. However, the first Xinghe that appeared in this hangar had scarlet eyes that seemed to be able to see through the metal door and see its target. It suddenly began to charge. Boom, 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 boom. The door was instantly broken. The powerful Xinghe can also exert super combat effectiveness in the gravity environment of the Azure Star. When it began to charge, the momentum was amazing. Hundreds of security personnel from the Black Shield Security Company who had not yet had time to completely retreat, the 36 single-soldier starship pilots guarding Ji Xinghe, and the people in the space battleship hovering in the sky, and the people in the command center of Lingshan Space Station. They were all stunned. It was a Xinghe? It actually charged General Ji Xinghe? There was more than one? Yes, before the first Xinghe rushed to Ji Xinghe, the second, third, and more Xinghe had already rushed out of the hangar through the hole created by the first Xinghe. Their scarlet eyes were all focused on Ji Xinghe. They were all charging towards Ji Xinghe. Everyone, retreat to a safe area, except those who want to resist. When Ji Xinghe's voice sounded again, the second generation Xinghe also charged. Before his voice fell, he had already encountered the first Xinghe. Xinghe, who used the heavy sword of the mecha with high-frequency vibration characteristics, raised the sword with both hands and chopped at Ji Xinghe first. The second generation Xinghe, whose conventional form performance was weaker than Xinghe, avoided the sword with a nimble step, and the tungsten steel gold sword in his hand also chopped out. Clang! Bang! The expensive mecha heavy sword was cut in half. The charging Xinghe lost its balance after being hit by the second generation Xinghe armor, and fell to the ground. In an instant, a Xinghe was knocked to the ground by the second generation Xinghe armor. But no one was surprised, because the one driving the second generation Xinghe armor was Ji Xinghe. The comprehensive performance gap of the conventional form? In front of Ji Xinghe, it should not make sense. However, the people who were not surprised were still shocked, because those Xinghe actually launched an attack on Ji Xinghe, and continued. One after another Xinghe rushed out of the hangar and then charged at Ji Xinghe. Ji Xinghe, who also launched a charge, suddenly slowed down his speed after leaving the area where the individual starship pilots were. The second generation Xinghe armor driven by him looked like an ordinary person taking a walk. And those Xinghes that rushed in front of him were like mosquitoes at night, which were dispersed by his casual wave of his hand. As they were walking around, one after another of the panic-armored guards had their weapons cut off and fell to the ground. They did not give up the fight after they got up again. Even without weapons, they charged towards Ji Xinghe. But their charge was almost all blocked by the panic-armored guards that came later. One after another. When Ji Xinghe walked a distance of more than a kilometer and appeared at the door of the hangar, no new panic-armored guards rushed out. But the number of panic-armored guards owned by Black Shield Security Company still shocked everyone, including those military leaders who had known in advance that Black Shield Security Company had panic-armored guards. 120 panic-armored guards. This is the number of panic-armored guards that can be used to build an independent regiment. Although these panic-armored guards were easily destroyed by Ji Xinghe and fell to the ground, they did not suffer any substantial damage. The most valuable part of the mecha heavy sword, with high-frequency vibration characteristics, is not the sword body, and the cost of repair is not high. Therefore, there are 120 intact panic-armored guards. Who cannot be jealous when seeing them? As for the fighting power they showed, which was like that of a child, people would not doubt that they were just for show. Because they were facing Ji Xinghe. Some people have started to do something, but these things have nothing to do with Ji Xinghe. He still has one thing to do. The pangolins that were chasing behind suddenly crashed collectively. It was the personnel of the Black Shield Security Company who had been trying to shut them down, and finally succeeded. Before they could breathe a sigh of relief, the superior's order appeared again. Activate them, activate those mechas,
Let them block Ji Xinghe. Let those mecha warriors wear armor and block Ji Xinghe. Huh? Didn't you say just now that there is no need to make substantial resistance? Why is it now? The third apostle watched Ji Xinghe follow the passage that the pangolins had just rushed out and entered the underground of this base, and his uneasy premonition became heavier. He was in the underground safe house. Is Ji Xinghe coming to see if there are more mechas? Or is he coming to take away the parts used to build and repair the pangolins? Or, when the metal doors that should have blocked Ji Xinghe all opened automatically, and when Ji Xinghe's route was exactly where he was in the safe house, the third apostle finally understood. Ji Xinghe is here to find me. He knows who I am, he knows I'm here. What is he going to do to me? Looking at the tungsten steel gold sword in the hands of the second generation Xinghe armor, he suddenly felt extremely regretful. The second generation Xinghe armor was sent back to the Azure Star to be exhibited as a display. Why did they bring back the tungsten steel gold sword? With a tungsten steel gold sword, his safe house is no longer safe. Go, go, go. The third apostle gave up his safe house without hesitation. He thought he couldn't sit here and wait for death. Neither the security guards nor the pangolins could protect him, and those pangolins took the initiative to attack Ji Xinghe. So he absolutely can't stay here now. Go. With his most trusted security guard, the third apostle left the underground area of the base along the secret passage. But what he didn't know was that after his identity was exposed, he would not have many secrets in front of Xinghe. At least the structure of this base was no secret to Xinghe. My lord, he ran away. Should we kill him or catch him? Ji Xinghe did not answer. He had already arrived at the mecha area of Black Shield Security Company. He looked at the weapons and grabbed a single soldier missile launcher for mechas. Then, under the panic gaze of the nervous mechanics, scientific researchers, security personnel, and mecha warriors without mechas, he turned and left. When the second generation Xinghe armor appeared in the open area on the ground again, it once again attracted everyone's attention. So few people noticed that a military aircraft had just taken off from a certain area of the Black Shield Security Company. Until Ji Xinghe carried a missile launcher and aimed at it. Boom. Chapter 569. I said, let there be light. Someone died. Ji Xinghe killed someone. These two things are actually the same thing, but they have completely different meanings. When the 120 pangolin armors of the Black Shield Security Company launched a fierce charge against Ji Xinghe, some people were already prepared for death today. The Federal space battleship hovering in the sky has even been authorized to unlock various weapons, and will launch a fatal attack on the 120 pangolin armors at any time with the goal of protecting Ji Xinghe's safety. They didn't know that there were no mecha warriors in the pangolin armor, but that didn't matter. What mattered was that in order to keep Ji Xinghe alive, they could kill people. So, Ji Xinghe could also kill people. But all of these have a big premise, that is, those people that Ji Xinghe could kill posed a threat to Ji Xinghe's life safety. However, the 120 pangolin armors did not cause any harm to Ji Xinghe. The second generation Xinghe armor, which was well preserved in the Yinglingshan Memorial Hall and underwent daily maintenance, did not need to start the overclocking mode. The second generation Xinghe armor, weighing more than 12 tons on the Azure Star, was used by Ji Xinghe to exert combat power beyond everyone's expectations. People knew that Ji Xinghe would not lose, but they never thought that Ji Xinghe could win so cleanly. The two spare swords were not unsheathed. The second generation Xinghe armor holding two swords cut off 120 mecha heavy swords with high-level shock characteristics, and there was a user, and the comprehensive performance of the user was far superior to the conventional form of the second generation Xinghe armor, and it was in a 1-to-1 situation. Combined with other factors, even if people already knew that the 120's Han Shanjiu were activated in the God of War mode instead of being driven by mecha warriors, they were still shocked and speechless. However, these shocks were not as good as Ji Xinghe's direct firing at an aircraft that theoretically could not pose any threat to him. Ji Xinghe killed people. When the aircraft was hit by a missile, a ball of fire burst out, then a black smoke fell from the sky, and then exploded again. Everyone who could see this scene was shocked to the point of aphasia. Inexplicably, they had a sense of déjà vu, as if they had seen this scene somewhere. Where is it? When? At Longzhou Star Military University, 2 hours ago. Block the news, immediately, block the news. The person who issued this order is of a very high status, but the news can't be blocked at all, because there are so many people who are paying attention to Ji Xinghe's new mecha, and their identities are relatively complicated. When the accident suddenly occurred, Everyone was panicked by Ji Xinghe's behavior and used various methods to inquire about the latest news. Before that, no one could think of what Ji Xinghe was going to do, so there was no real blocking of the news, confidentiality agreements, and so on. Everyone who should know knows. Who is on that aircraft? It's the former vice president. The identities of the passengers on the aircraft were confirmed by the relevant parties at the first time, so they once again fell into a state of aphasia. However, the problem still needs to be solved. Does Ji Xinghe know who is on that aircraft? It's impossible to be sure, but he should know. General Ji Xinghe's goal is very clear. Why? Have they had contact before? As far as I know, there has been no contact and no contradiction. More information is still being inquired. Check it quickly. I want to know why. We have to deal with the aftermath. Well, if it's for the aftermath, I think we should contact General Ji Xinghe directly. Yes, you can contact Ji Xinghe directly. But who can be contacted? There are actually not many real senior officials of the Federation who are still in a state of shock. The current president and vice president of the Federation, the federal minister of defense, and the governors of the three continents of Longzhou, Yingzhou, and Zhangzhou. They were not together. The emergency telephone conference only took 1 minute of discussion to determine the candidate to contact Ji Xinghe, and then they stopped discussing and began to pay attention to a conversation that was about to begin. This time, Ji Xinghe did not refuse the communication application. Li Anbang's attitude was not very good. He returned to the appearance of a marshal, frowned, and spoke in a stern tone. Ji Xinghe, do you know what you did? I know. Why? I said that all the mechas here have been requisitioned by my independent regiment, so what? I think that aircraft is stealing the mechas belonging to my independent regiment, so I used necessary means. Li Anbang's expression became angry, but he was speechless. At the same time, the president of the Federation and others who could see this conversation were also speechless. They wanted to say that it was impossible for that aircraft to transport a mecha, because the mecha was too heavy, because the mecha was too large, and the main function of that military aircraft was to carry people. But they couldn't say it. Ji Xinghe is still one of the best mechanics in the Federation, and after returning to the Blue Star, he obtained the driving qualification certificates for a variety of aircraft, including single soldier starships, and small space battleships. How could he not know? But he still said so. What could they do? However, those who paid attention to this conversation were secretly relieved. At least on the surface, Li Anbang and Ji Xinghe were not completely of the same mind. Although there is a possibility of superficial efforts, as long as they are willing to do so, there will be no problem. The fear is that they will not even do superficial efforts. You should know very well that you do not have the power to requisition the mechas of Black Shield Security Company. Li Anbang spoke again, as if he was looking for trouble with Ji Xinghe from another angle, and as if he was creating an opportunity for Ji Xinghe to explain. For Ji Xinghe, of course, it was the latter. Black Shield Security Company also has no right to own 120 panic armor, not even 20. Ji Xinghe's attitude was still tough. He looked at Li Anbang and some people, and said, I have read law. Panic armor is a military supply. Only the military can own it. Black Shield Security Company does not belong to the military, Li Anbang replied, but Black Shield Security Company has signed a cooperation agreement with the military to train mecha warriors and research new mechas, so they have the right to own some mechas, including panic armor. So I said, not even 20, not even 1, whether it works or not, it's not something you can decide, nor is it something you can act on directly. I said, starting today, I say, listen to me, Ji Xinghe. Do you know what you are talking about? Li Anbang, you heard it very clearly. The atmosphere became tense, and the federal president couldn't help but send a message to Li Anbang, asking him to control his temper a little. But Li Anbang ignored it directly. Ji Xinghe, who was not asked to control his temper, didn't need to control it even more. He spoke again. I know that in this world, there will be night when there is day, there will be darkness when there is sunshine, and in places where the sun can't shine, there are many things that shouldn't happen, but are condoned by some people. For example, these 120 pantaloon armors. For example, my new metro was destroyed. But, have you forgotten one thing? After Ji Xinghe questioned, his tone suddenly calmed down, just like his tone all the time, whether in battle, when repairing mechas, or when he was furious. He said. I said, there must be light, including Li Anbang. Everyone who could hear Ji Xinghe's words recalled the battle video they had watched. It was in the western theater of the Battle Scar Canyon on the alien planet. On the 7th day of Ji Xinghe's expedition with the independent regiment, facing the imperial mechas that were several times larger than theirs, he said at the most critical moment of the war that he would give people the 5th lesson. The name of that lesson is, I said, there must be light. After that, the Western Theater Command won an unprecedented victory in the brilliant light that Ji Xinghe burst out, and that victory also laid an important foundation for the Western Theater Command to continue to win in the next few years. People recalled the reason why Ji Xinghe went to the Battle Scar Canyon. Chen Zhuan died. And today, Li Lin of the Independent Regiment died. Don't you have anything to say? Ji Xinghe looked at Li Anbang and asked, but he didn't give Li Anbang time to speak, and continued to speak. Then I say, within 24 hours, prepare a spacecraft and transport all the 120 pangolins belonging to my independent regiment, not one less. After 24 hours, I will go directly back to the alien planet. If you want me to stay, then what happened today will happen tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, until one day, this kind of thing will never happen again. Or, I die. Ji Xinghe looked at Li Anbang, looked at those people, and asked, I'm done, please ask, does anyone object? No one objected. Those who will not object will never object, and those who want to object now just want Ji Xinghe to leave quickly. Compared to getting the power of Qi through Ji Xinghe's gift, they hope they can survive. As for killing Ji Xinghe, let's not talk about killing Ji Xinghe, it may really cut off the inheritance of Qi. Just saying whether Ji Xinghe can be killed is a problem in itself. Don't see or hear, avoid danger. This is one of the abilities that Ji Xinghe said in the Ji family Bible, that he has practiced Kung Fu. I don't object, Li Anbang expressed his position, and then said, but I hope that the delay to 72 hours will give us more preparation time, because the 2-month voyage from the Azure Star to the alien star can leave more seeds for the Federation. Ji Xinghe frowned. Li Anbang added, old Ji, give me some face. Ji Xinghe nodded, okay, the communication ended. Ji Xinghe, who was still in the 2nd generation Xingaiyu armor, walked directly to a single soldier starship. The relevant personnel who had arrived at the scene and the relevant personnel in the landed space battleship did not stop him. There were only orders issued continuously, requiring relevant parties to escort Ji Xinghe. This time, Ji Xinghe's destination was very clear, which was Longzhou Starry Sky Military University. After he left, he said that he would be back soon. It was indeed very fast. It only took more than 2 hours, but he did something big enough to affect the entire Federation. He brought back 120 pangolin armors and killed a former vice president of the Federation. Both the Azure Star and the Alien Star will be affected. Before Ji Xinghe returned to Longzhou Starry Sky Military University, Li Anbang, who was still here, was still in a meeting. The president of the Federation was a little dissatisfied. Senator Li, you shouldn't agree to Ji Xinghe's request so easily. His affairs have not been investigated clearly yet. Oh, then I'll tell him now. Do you object? The president of the Federation hesitated, thinking that his term of office was about to end, and it was very likely that like the vice president who was killed, the word former would be hung on his title. He said, let's talk about preparing the spacecraft. Okay, the number of participants in the meeting suddenly increased. All of them were related. There is no problem with this spacecraft, and the corresponding materials can be prepared within 6 hours. Those beheaded pangolins can be transported to the transfer station first, and the spacecraft can be handed over at the transfer station after taking off from the lunar base. These are not problems. The problem is, who should go to the alien planet with Ji Xinghe and accept Ji Xinghe's gifts during the voyage? I think this time we should try our best to select people with a higher chance of success and gifts. I don't think so. There are many people with a high chance of success and gifts on the alien planet. We should choose some more important people. The soldiers on the alien planet do have stronger spiritual will and a higher success rate, but whether they accept it or not, whether the gift can be successful or not, everyone has to participate in the war. What we need now are seeds left on the blue star, so that we can study the true secret of this power. We can transfer them back if they succeed in obtaining the gift. Transfer back? Do you want to transfer all the elites back? This war will not change significantly because of the departure of some people. Ji Xinghe has been away from the alien star for 3 years. Are others stronger than Ji Xinghe? Yes, Ji Xinghe has been away from the alien star for 3 years, and his independent regiment is almost destroyed. For you, this is not a significant change. The controversy about a list is very reasonable. The alien battlefield is full of dangers. Judging from Ji Xinghe's personality, he can't stay in the living base all the time, or in the relatively safe rear of the war zone to be a gift machine. There is a risk of sacrifice. From this perspective, Ji Xinghe's journey from the blue star to the alien star is indeed like Ji Xinghe's last gift to the people on the blue star. Some people think that more seeds should be guaranteed. Some people think that those who deserve to obtain Qi should be guaranteed to seize this opportunity to obtain the power of Qi, even if they fail, even if the number of seeds is reduced. However, these have nothing to do with Ji Xinghe. He has returned to Longzhou Starry Sky Military University. Li Anbang, who was still in a meeting, did not come to see him, and he did not want to see others who wanted to see him. He will spend the last 72 hours with Ji Rongzhou. The only one who can accompany them at this time is Xinghe. Xinghe will stay in the blue star to escort Ji Xinghe these days, so Li Yuanba has to temporarily give up the use of the A clone technique. My lord, why don't you take them all? There are more than 200 of them. I know where they are. And the 10th apostle, we all know who he is, why don't you kill him too? In that case, I really can't leave. Oh, what a pity. Don't worry, there is no need for us to take action again. Li Anbang and Tu Yuan can handle it. It's better to handle them, otherwise, I will handle them. Okay, after this time, Li Anbang can advance at least one sequence, and even have the opportunity to become the third apostle. Tu Yuan, it is also possible to become a formal apostle, then the resources they control will belong to a heroic spirit council. He, 1/5 of the resources of the Tower Top organization. I will use this 1/5 of the resources to eat up all their resources. Yeah, Xinghe soon quieted down. She wanted to leave time for Ji Xinghe and Ji Rongzhou. The grandfather and grandson didn't have anything special to do. Ji Xinghe cooked in the kitchen, and Ji Rongzhou helped by the side. After dinner, they took a walk, chatted, and practiced boxing. Ji Rongzhou did not show any reluctance, although she really did. Xinghe, Grandpa, you know what? If you were not so sensible, had not learned to take care of yourself, and were not so strong, I would not leave now. I know, so I have to be sensible. I have to take care of myself. I have to become stronger than you. Grandpa, have you ever thought that when you grow up, Grandpa will have ended the war? Yes, then why do you work so hard? Because I want to protect Grandpa, but the war is over? It is precisely because the war is over that I want to protect Grandpa. Why? Because after there is no war, the Federation will no longer need gods. Ji Xinghe wanted to rub Ji Rongzhou's head, but found that the child had grown very tall, so he patted Ji Rongzhou's shoulder, as if he were treating an adult. Grandpa will wait for you to grow up and protect me, okay? Ji Rongzhou smiled and stretched out his right hand, bending his little finger. Grandpa, let's make a pinky promise. Okay, let's make a pinky promise. For Ji Xinghe, this is an agreement about the future, but for Ji Rongzhou, it has nothing to do with the future. Because she feels that she has grown up. 3 days passed quickly, and Ji Xinghe successfully boarded the spacecraft flying to the alien planet. It was as if he had never killed the former vice president of the Federation and robbed the Black Shield Security Company of 120 pangolins. The public does not know. Among those who know, some are waiting for a reckoning later. Ji Rongzhou is right. This war needs a living god, but if the war is over, a dead god is more meaningful to the human world. Ji Rongzhou watched the small transport ship that Ji Xinghe was riding on flew from Longzhou Starry Sky Military University into space, and watched the spaceship fly into the dark depths of the universe through the bracelet screen. Her eyes brightened. Xinghe, do you really want to do that? Didn't we agree on this before? But, Xinghe, you have changed. Is it because you have been with Li Yuanba for too long? Woohoo, don't cry, Xinghe, I will start preparing now. P.S. Additional update for the Silver Alliance rewarded by 9 Chuan Boss, 21/66. Chapter 570 Waiting for the King to Arrive. Empire Star, King's Landing. It got its name because Emperor Wu I set foot here 200 years ago. After Emperor Wu I occupied King's Landing, it took only 5 years to conquer the second largest land on Empire Star. Therefore, since King's Landing got this name, it has been the most powerful city on this continent. And this continent, because of the name of King's Landing, became King's Landing Continent. And today, 200 years later, Ada King also set foot on King's Landing Continent. Its goal is the same as its grandfather, which is to conquer this continent. After 3 years of fighting, Ji Xinghe has conquered other continents on Empire Star, or in other words, it has annihilated all the rebels who dared to stand up on other continents. Among the 9 continents of Empire Star, only the last one still has the power of the rebels, or it can be said that all the remnants of the rebels on other continents have all moved to King's Landing continent. This makes the situation on King's Landing continent look very dangerous for the Empire, because on King's Landing continent, except for King's Landing City, which is almost the same as Emperor Wu City in structure and military, all other cities are occupied by the rebels. However, Ji Xinghe was not panicked at all, because it knew very well that the reason why those rebels were able to smoothly transfer from other continents to the King's Landing continent was not because the Empire had no defense and response measures, but because of the plan of Emperor Wu III. A full-scale war would cause the flames of war to spread to every city and affect the national strength of the entire empire. Instead of this, it would be better to let all the nobles, civilians, and slaves who have the courage to resist the rule of Emperor Wu III transfer to the King's Landing continent. Finally, we will accomplish our goal in one battle. And now is the beginning of the battle. It is said that this plan was proposed by Li Xinghe. Thinking of this, Ji Xinghe sneered. It could guess what Li Xinghe was thinking. It sounds like there is nothing wrong with this plan. The spread of the flames of war is indeed not easy to extinguish, because the high-pressure rule of Emperor Wu III has long made countless gorillas and monkeys dissatisfied. When no rebels dare to stand up to resist, all the people can only grit their teeth and bear it silently. And when the brave stand up, countless cowards will become brave. If the war is allowed to spread, countless cities in the 9 continents will start countless flames of resistance. Even if the power controlled by Emperor Wu III can still be completely extinguished, it will take a longer time and consume more national strength. But everything has its pros and cons. This plan that is beneficial to Emperor Wu III will also have some disadvantages. The most important one is that it will give the rebels more time to develop. All the high-tech of the empire, including weapons, its research and development, manufacturing, and large-scale production are all in the hands of Emperor Wu III. The weapons used by the rebels at the beginning, in addition to conventional firearms and artillery weapons, can only be tanks, armored vehicles, and mechas. Not to mention weapons such as space battleships and orbital ballistic missiles. There are not many medium and long-range ballistic missiles and fighters. As for military satellites, there is not a single one. All military satellites controlled by the rebels will be ruthlessly destroyed by the Empire. From this point of view, the state of the rebels on the Empire Star is very similar to the state of the Empire Army on the Alien Star, without air superiority. But in fact, it is far inferior. At least when the Imperial Army was on the alien planet, it could still use a large number of medium and long-range ballistic missiles, and occasionally it could use space battleships in the process of breaking through to conduct high-altitude and space reconnaissance, sneakily release some military satellites, and provide some support to the Imperial Army for a short time. How to fight such a rebel army? They can only rely on the city and fight street battles with the Imperial Army to avoid the Empire's air superiority and firepower advantage. Logically speaking, the rebels should stick to this way of fighting for a long time and wait for the opportunity to obtain the scientific research and production power that only Emperor Wu III could master before, but the rebels did not do so. Because they have it. What Zhongguo got from the Federation was not only a few high-yield nuclear weapons, but also various scientific and technological knowledge that the Federation reversed from the high-tech spoils of the Empire. Therefore, Li Xinghe's plan can be seen as buying time for the rebels to master those scientific and technological knowledge and transform them into production power. It can also be seen as a shocking gamble. Li Xinghe knew very well what kind of military power Emperor Wu III had, and bet that the rebels could master enough military power to prevent them from being completely wiped out before they were completely wiped out. In the end, the Empire would fall into the quagmire of war. This human general, Ji Xinghe's thoughts were interrupted. After returning to the Empire Star, he still liked the title of general. The staff reported, our 327th Army was attacked by medium-range ballistic missiles from the rebels during the march, and the casualties were not large. But we can now be sure that the medium-range ballistic missiles used by the rebels were not stolen from us, but made by them. Ji Xinghe frowned. The rebels launched a war of resistance in various parts of the empire. They were based on the army controlled by some nobles and naturally had some weapons. In the process of resistance, there were also some victories, and then some high-tech weapons of the Empire were obtained as trophies. However, these are all rootless duckweed. After losing the support of the Empire, both those armies and those military factories no longer have complete production capacity, and most of the military factories have been destroyed by the bombing of the Empire. Therefore, this war is almost over. But now it is different. The rebels have mastered the ability to manufacture medium-range ballistic missiles. How fast? Hypersonic? Haha, the Federation is really willing to invest, Ji Xinghe sneered. Facing hypersonic medium-range ballistic missiles, if they cannot be intercepted at the beginning of the launch, the success rate of interception in the middle and later stages will be greatly reduced. Although the Empire has mastered air superiority, theoretically it can accurately locate the rebels' launch base at the beginning of the missile launch, but the rebels have a miniaturized jump gate device. This is a bit like a war on an alien battlefield. Because the logistics supply lines are too long, the number of missiles and other weapons of the Federation is far less than that of the Empire, which has convenient supply. It can only rely on air superiority to make up for it. But after the Empire began to use miniaturized jump gate devices on alien planets, the Federation's air superiority advantage has dropped significantly. The staff said, in fact, we don't need to worry about this. Now we have focused all our attention on the King's Landing continent. The R&D and production bases they hide will soon be accurately located by us and then destroyed. Including those R&D and production bases located in the city, we can also use precision strikes, combined with orbital airborne mecha combat tactics to destroy them. It won't take long for the general to completely conquer the King's Landing continent. The Empire has mastered the orbital airborne technology of mechas. This technology is actually not difficult to achieve. They can't do this on alien planets, just because they don't have air superiority, and the air superiority of the Empire Star is in the hands of the Empire, and the rebels are simply unable to resist. Don't worry, Ji Xinghe asked coldly, what if the Federation gives Dongosilian not only nuclear weapons, but also the technology to manufacture nuclear weapons, with the ability to manufacture medium-range ballistic missiles? It won't be too difficult to manufacture intercontinental ballistic missiles. The Empire's industrial capacity has already reached this level, and there are still many monkeys in the rebels, plus the technical support of the Federation and the industrial bases that the rebels have obtained on the King's Landing continent. Nuclear war is likely to occur on the Empire Star. As for the problem of not being able to carry out precision strikes because there are no satellites. For nuclear weapons, does it matter whether they are precise or not? After thinking for a moment, the staff said, in theory, there is indeed such a possibility, because nuclear weapons are a technology we have already mastered, and the Federation does not need to worry about Dongosilian handing this technology over to us. Just like what we know so far, none of the technologies mastered by the rebels are beyond ours, they are all backward, and they are all technologies based on our technology, and they do not involve the Federation's technologies that we do not have. However, I don't think the Federation will hand over the manufacturing technology of nuclear weapons to Dongosilian, because this technology is too important to Dongosilian, and he will definitely choose to exchange it with information that is equally important to the Federation. I think it should be the precise coordinates of our jump base in the Battle Scar Canyon. But after Dongosilian returned to the jump base, we activated the countermeasures. Dongosilian had no chance to pass the precise coordinates to the Federation. Similarly, the Federation had no chance and would not hand over the manufacturing technology of nuclear weapons to Dongosilian. Ji Xinghe also knew this, but it thought of Li Xingfen's plan, and felt that the Federation might have given the manufacturing technology of nuclear weapons to Dongosilian. Compared with gorillas, Li Xingfen, a human, knows humans better. Nuclear war. It was also afraid. Because after its prince armor was seized by Ji Xinghe, it could only use the Duke armor. It wanted to build another prince armor using tungsten steel gold as the body material, but was stopped by Emperor Wu III. It had enough tungsten steel gold, but it didn't know how to make prince armor. It could only make conventional standard mechas. Without prince armor, it couldn't stop nuclear weapons. It couldn't stay in the underground bunker forever. So, Ji Xinghe hesitated again. The way to avoid nuclear war is very simple, that is, before the rebels have the ability to manufacture nuclear weapons and intercontinental missiles, all the main forces of the rebels should be eliminated. In the end, even if there are some difficult to extinguish fires left, it is impossible to trigger a nuclear war again. But it also knows that after the end of this civil war in the empire, its value to Emperor Wu Yi will drop significantly, and its fate at that time. General, new intelligence came again. 1 minute ago, the rebels used the full-channel broadcast mode to declare to the world that they want to liberate slaves and put forward the idea of equal rights. Liberate slaves? Equal rights? This is really bad news, worse than the rebels mastering nuclear weapons. Without listening to the specific content, Adaking has already guessed the idea that the rebels want to express. Although it sneered at this, thinking that the nobles in the rebels must be trying to attract more resistance forces to join them, this kind of thinking is really dangerous for the empire. So, is this the real reason why Li Hangfen believes that the rebels will not be destroyed by the empire? Adaking suddenly woke up. Sure enough, humans understand humans better. That has nothing to do with us. From now on, Adakang's order was interrupted again before it could be said, from the communication of Emperor Wu Yi. Your Majesty, Adakang noticed that Li Hangfen was still standing beside Emperor Wu Yi, not like a prisoner at all, but like an important staff member. Adakang, you go to the alien planet. Yes, Adakang agreed neatly without asking why. But what Emperor Wu Yi said next surprised it. Ji Xinghe has returned to the alien planet and has once again challenged you. The target he wants to challenge is you, Your Majesty. Should I accept his challenge? Yes, but my mecha, Adakang had to admit, without the prince's armor, I am not his opponent, because he must have the most powerful mecha in the entire Federation. Emperor Wu Yi laughed. The prince's mecha will be given to you to use, the emperor's armor of the previous generation? Although it is the previous generation, its comprehensive performance is stronger than the prince's armor that Adakang used before. Adakang was extremely happy. When he was about to make a promise, he suddenly hesitated. Then he asked, Your Majesty, can I use other means to kill Ji Xinghe directly? Emperor Wu Yi did not respond, and stared at Adakang in silence, which made Adakang feel ashamed. It explained, Your Majesty, I am not afraid of Ji Xinghe, but because Ji Xinghe has mastered the power of grace. His existence is a great threat to us. In order to solve this problem, I am willing to sacrifice my reputation. Adakang knew about Ji Xinghe's mastery of the gift soon after Emperor Wu Yi knew it. Emperor Wu Yi did not keep it secret, and it could not be kept completely secret because the news came from the Federation. Although Adakang did not think that Ji Xinghe's aura could be stronger than its aura, nor did he think that Ji Xinghe's mecha could be stronger than the Emperor's armor it was about to get. But Ji Xinghe's armor-piercing strength is too strong, and its advantages cannot be effectively exerted. So, it is a little worried. Your reputation is indeed not important, Emperor Wu Yi said calmly, but the reputation of the Empire is more important than your life and death. Adakang, don't let me down. Adakang was shocked. He could only bow his head and say, Your Majesty, please rest assured. I will kill Ji Xinghe with my own hands. Yes. After the communication was hung up, Adakang began to hand over its command. He was very skilled in doing it because he had done it once before on the alien planet. Thinking about the upcoming Emperor armor and Ji Xinghe, who was waiting for it to arrive on the alien planet, he hesitated again in his heart. Should he kill Ji Xinghe, or find a way to get the gift power that Ji Xinghe possessed? If he had the gift power, plus the power possessed by the Empire Star Resistance Army. In the palace in Wudi City, Li Hangfen spoke out curiously. Aren't you afraid that Adakang will not kill Ji Xinghe, but get the secret of the gift from Ji Xinghe, and then transform himself into the leader of the resistance army? Emperor Wu Yi asked back, do you think Ji Xinghe is not Adakang's opponent? Li Hangfen nodded and said, yes, haven't you got the information? Ji Xinghe's new mecha was destroyed. The mecha he can use now is either the previous God Punishment armor, or the 4th generation of Star Moon armor, or Han Li's alluring armor. But no matter which mecha it is not as good as the one eliminated by you. Yes, Ji Xinghe doesn't have a mecha comparable to the Emperor armor, but, Emperor Wu Yi laughed, if Adakang hesitates, he will be killed by Ji Xinghe. If he doesn't hesitate, he can kill Ji Xinghe. So, it's a test for Adakang. Li Hangfen asked, so, if Adakang passes this test, you will pass the power of grace to it? After all, you don't need it anymore. Yes, I will pass the power of grace to Adakang, and then, let him give gifts to those people who are loyal to me on my behalf. After confirming Li Hangfen's guess, Emperor Wu Yi asked, aren't you worried that after Ji Xinghe dies, you humans will never be able to obtain the power of gifts again? Why should you worry? Ji Xinghe can get the power of ki from nothing. and now he has mastered the power of gifts, so can others, for example, your brother, Li Yuanba. Yes, then I'll tell you a secret. Emperor Wu Yi smiled and said, after accepting the gift, it is impossible to master the power of the gift by yourself. Do you think Ji Xinghe will not give gifts to Li Yuanba and others? Li Hangfen frowned. You have also accepted the gift, and now you. No, you are not accepting the gift. Yes, I am not accepting the gift, but, inheritance. Emperor Wu Yi looked at Li Hangfen and said softly, it's really a pity that Ji Xinghe, the greatest hero in your human world, personally destroyed those geniuses among you humans. What's more regrettable is that he was destroyed by me. Li Hangfen finally understood. Why have so many apes received the power of Qi through the gift over the past 300 years, including many members of the royal family, but the gift has always been in the hands of the emperor. The military dictatorship is to influence the spiritual will of the people of the empire, and the control of high technology is to prevent the people from using nuclear radiation for experiments at will. The real way to master the secret of the gift is actually what Emperor Wu Yi just said. A life that has received a gift will never be able to master the power of the gift. I really hope that Ji Xinghe can give fewer gifts to some people, so that more people can master the power of the gift. Li Hangfen sighed in his heart and suddenly asked, what if Ji Xinghe already knew this? Have you ever thought about why he dared to challenge a Dakang without a mecha of the same level? And why did the Federation agree to let him launch this challenge that might result in his death before a second person with a gifted power appeared? Emperor Wu Yi did not answer these questions, but said, if a Dakang dies, you can ask Ji Xinghe these questions in person. You want me to go to the alien planet again? Li Hangfen laughed, it's meaningless. They all think I'm dead. As long as Li Anbang and Li Yuanba disagree that I am Li Hangfen, then I am not Li Hangfen. You don't have to go to the alien planet to have the opportunity to ask Ji Xinghe these questions, Emperor Wu Yi said, because after a Dakang dies, Ji Xinghe will come to the Empire Star. Li Hangfen was shocked. You want to give up the jump base in Battlescar Canyon? No, you want that jump base to be handed over to the Resistance. Chapter 571 3000 Disciples. Ji Xinghe's challenge to Ada King was naturally opposed by everyone, including those who have always believed that he would return as a king in the past 3 years. Old man, even if you want to tell everyone that you are back as a king, you can't be so fierce. That's right, although Ada King's prince armor was seized by you, the dog gorilla is still an imperial prince. It's not a matter of minutes to get the prince armor. You don't have a national level mecha, how can you fight it? Old man, let me make it clear first, I won't give you my divine punishment armor. In the western theater of the Battle Scar Canyon, the old people that Ji Xinghe just met used the name that the blind man left before. They all looked very good. They were not sad, angry, or resentful because of the sacrifice of many comrades, nor were they excited to the point of being unable to control themselves because of Ji Xinghe's arrival, the 120 Pantolin armors that Ji Xinghe brought, and the gifts that could start at any time. In the enthusiasm, there is a calmness that can be clearly felt. After 3 years, they have all grown a lot. Ji Xinghe is very pleased and a little distressed about their emotional control. These young people deliberately showed this state in front of him, isn't it to prevent him from worrying? When he left, there were 13 members of the original Xinghe team of the Independent Regiment. Because of him and the excellence of these 13 ace mecha warriors, at the peak of the Independent Regiment, they all had mechas of at least general level, Duke armor. Qintong, Harris, the blind man, the lame man, Sichuanian, the left hand, Andre, the deaf man, the lame man, Zhang Yun, Chu Feng, Zhang Ji, Liu Zhenle. And now, only Qintong, Harris, the lame man, Sichuanian, the left hand, and Zhang Yun are left to stand in front of Ji Xinghe. 7 ace mecha warriors died, and many special mecha warriors of the Independent Regiment died. The reason for their sacrifice was the war between the Federation and the Empire, but the substantial reduction in the Federation's resource support for the Independent Regiment was also an important reason. The Duke armor that the deaf man, the lame man, Chu Feng, Zhang Ji, and Liu Zhenle had obtained before could not be repaired after being damaged due to insufficient resources. The same was true for the others. If they had always been able to have the mechas that Ji Xinghe left for them when he left, would they really have sacrificed so many people? So, how could they not be sad? How could they not have any complaints? But they didn't want to say anything. They already knew that Ji Xinghe had killed a former vice president of the Federation 2 months ago, so they were more afraid of Ji Xinghe's rage than some people. Although,
They all wanted to lose their temper. Say what you just said again. Ji Xinghe looked at Sichuanian, softly, with a calm expression. But Sichuanian had become nervous. He realized that the comrades who had agreed to collectively persuade Ji Xinghe not to challenge him in front of the battle had all shut up and looked at him with strange eyes. Sichuanian said with a stiff face, "Old man, you are so old, don't you understand that if you give it to someone, it is theirs? If they don't want to lend it to you, you can't snatch it." The relief that Ji Xinghe had just felt disappeared a little. Sichuanian didn't seem to have changed much. "Okay, I don't need it." When he said this, everyone present was a little happy. "Old man, are you going to use Han Li's alluring armor? That thing is good. It was modified from the prince armor you captured before. The performance is simply explosive, the most advanced mecha in the entire Federation so far as the alluring armor used by Han Li. Although after the development of the 13th generation core engine and other mecha-related technologies, many mechas have undergone technical upgrades. But the Federation currently only has Han Li's prince armor, and the body is all made of tungsten steel gold. Li Yuanbi's overlord armor only uses tungsten steel alloy. If Ji Xinghe wants to challenge a Dakang, then using Han Li's alluring armor is definitely the best, and Han Li has no reason to refuse. "No, I don't want his alluring armor." Then do you want to use the previous general armor? They originally said that the mecha would be given to me, but they refused to give it to me and gave me your divine punishment armor. The general armor was modified and given to Caitlin. Sichuanian became excited. "I have wanted to ask them for it for a long time, but I knew I would not be able to get it, so I didn't ask for it." "Old man, you should ask them for it quickly." Although the divine punishment armor was equipped with a nuclear reactor, and the nuclear reactor of the general armor seized from Yunnan was dismantled, Sichuanian still wanted the general armor more, because the body material of the general armor used a lot of tungsten steel gold, and the defense was stronger. And the increased endurance of the nuclear reactor is actually not that important. Sichuanian can't support such a long period of high-intensity combat. "You don't need that one, then what mecha do you use?" "The Star Moon mecha won't work. The mecha I use will be sent to me by Anakin." Everyone was puzzled, but Ji Xinghe did not continue the topic. He couldn't say what he was going to do in advance. If he said it, it wouldn't work. "Let's not talk about this. Let's wait for Anakin to come. It may not dare to come." The discussion about Ji Xinghe's order to challenge the Empire in advance before landing on the alien planet was temporarily ended. The first formal meeting of the Independent Regiment after Ji Xinghe's return began. There were not many people participating in this meeting, but there were many people in the Independent Regiment. The current Independent Regiment is no longer composed of only mecha warriors and 2 staff officers. After Ji Xinghe left, Tang Qiao equipped the Independent Regiment with relevant personnel, so the organization of the Independent Regiment is already very complete. Originally, these organizations were prepared by Kenfus to seize the Independent Regiment, but he died. The total number of people is 535. Including 323 mecha warriors, and among these mecha warriors, 193 were added in the last 2 months. Ji Xinghe only knew 27 of the mecha warriors who were in the Independent Regiment before he left the alien planet. Only 1 in 10 survived. Chen Sun, who was pale and expressionless, took the lead in reporting and explained the current configuration of the Independent Regiment. In addition to Ji Xinghe, there are 6 ace mecha warriors, 43 special mecha warriors, 135 first-level mecha warriors, and 139 second-level mecha warriors. Other personnel configurations are omitted. 1 national-level mecha and Sichuanian's divine punishment armor. 5 general-level mechas, Qintong, Harris, Lame, Zuo Xiao, and Jian Yun's mechas. Including the 120 brought by Ji Xinghe, the total number of mountain-cutting armors is only 198. And there are 96 formation-breaking mechas. Other weapons and equipment configurations are omitted. After finishing the report, Chen Sun bowed his head slightly. "Old man, I'm sorry, we have almost destroyed the assets you left behind, because all the people present were old men of the Independent Regiment." Chen Sun also used the title of Old Man. Ji Xinghe did not comment, and asked, "How many have our Independent Regiment destroyed so far, not counting the destruction of yours?" "Our Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps has destroyed a total of 8,759 Imperial mechas. This number is not very good in theory. Because before Ji Xinghe left the alien planet, the Independent Regiment, which was established less than half a year ago, had destroyed more than 3,000 mechas in total.
According to the calculation of destroying 3,000 mechas in half a year, 3 years have passed. Not to mention 18,000, there must be 10,000 destroyed, right? But the fact is that not even 9,000 have been destroyed. However, theory is just theory. The independent regiment, which has been destroyed to the point of only 1 in 10, has really gone all out. Well, it's already very good. Ji Xinghe asked again, are there any other problems that need me to solve? Morale, or the self-confidence of the Mecha warriors, Chen Sun explained after he finished speaking. Because we insist on using the rules of Sichuanyan's challenge to select Mecha warriors, the Mecha warriors we added do not actually meet the standards of being able to drive the mountain armor in terms of armor-piercing combat. I have told you this before, but we had a lot of ace Mecha warriors and special Mecha warriors before, and we can take them with us to give them more room for growth, so there is no big problem. But in the past 6 months, the Empire has repeatedly carried out blockades against us at all costs, and our top and middle and high-level combat power have suffered serious losses. It is difficult for the newly added Mecha warriors to have enough room for growth. If it weren't for you being sure to come back, we wouldn't have added so many Mecha warriors in the past 2 months. Letting them come is actually harming them. So in the past 2 months, they have not participated in the war. But this has hit their self-confidence, and this problem is what you need to solve most at the moment. I know, Ji Xinghe nodded. Gather them later, I just need to say a few words. Just a few words. Sichuanyan asked curiously, old man, can you tell me what you are going to say first? I'm going to say, let them take turns challenging you, and then rebuild their self-confidence. After all, being able to defeat an ace Mecha warrior who can drive a national-level mecha should have some meaning. Don't mess with me. Sichuanyan finally couldn't help complaining. It's been 3 years, old man. Do you know how I have spent these 3 years? After the questioning tone, Sichuanyan noticed the change in Ji Xinghe's eyes, and his tone became proud again. I have killed my way through the enemy's formation 73 times and have already obtained 16 red stars. I am the strongest in the entire independent regiment, and can be regarded as the top card of our independent regiment. You let them take turns challenging me now. Don't I have any face? Ji Xinghe was too lazy to pay attention to Sichuanyan. Seeing that Chen Sun and the others had no questions to ask, he talked about the gift. Because the current brain-computer interface cannot adapt to the power of Qi, I will not give you a gift in the short term. Of course, if you think that you can change back to the previous operating mode instead of using neural link technology, I can give you a gift. Regarding the gift, the people of the independent group and many people on the alien planet have been looking forward to it for a long time. But the problem that Ji Xinghe said does exist, so they are all a little hesitant. In the past 3 years, although the resources obtained by the independent group in terms of mecha have become less and less, the neural link technology cockpit has become a regular configuration. They have become accustomed to using this new mecha operating mode, and because of the long-term use of this operating mode, their bodies have more or less become uncoordinated. If Ji Xinghe had not left the tradition of practicing kung fu and disarming combat training to the independent group, their physical incoordination would be even more serious. Not to mention changing back to the previous operating mode, even normal life will be affected. While they were thinking, Zuo Shou suddenly suggested, Sichuanyan, aren't you the strongest in the independent group? Come, accept the old man's gift first, and then use the previous operation mode to see if you are still the strongest. If you can do it, then we should all be able to do it. Of course I can do it. Sichuanyan gritted his teeth and said, come on, old man, let me try first. Anyway, my mecha is the strongest. Even if my operation level has declined, it's not a big problem. The Duke of the Empire can still kill it in seconds. Hearing him say this, Zuo Shou suddenly panicked. Don't, I'm kidding. You don't really think you are the strongest in our independent group, right? I don't agree with you, old man. Let me try first. Qin Tong said aloud. Let me do it. I am the strongest. Of course, you are not counted. Harris was unwilling to fall behind and began to fight. Ji Xinghe shook his head. You don't have to fight. I've said that I won't give you any gifts for the time being, unless you can guarantee that your previous operating mode is not weaker than it is now. The decline in combat effectiveness is of course not as simple as Sichuanyan said. There is not enough time in this war for Sichuanyan and his men to get familiar with the previous operating mode and the power of Qi again. Unless there is a big victory, or the Federation develops a brain-computer interface that does not affect Qi, then there will be no need to consider these issues. Is it possible that we don't need the power of Qi? Zhang Yun suggested. What I mean is, can the power of Qi be contracted when we are driving the mecha? In this way, there will be no conflict. No, the power of Qi requires good control and it takes some time to get familiar with it. If you can't master it, it will flow through your brain-computer interface uncontrollably, damaging the brain-computer interface at the very least, and your nervous system at the worst. Then what about General Li Yuanba and Han Li? Zhang Yun asked again. Didn't they say they have already taken control of their bodies? They can indeed complete the control of Qi in a very short time, but Ji Xinghe hesitated a little, and said, I have a feeling that it is the gift of Qi that has been obtained. After you have gained the power, you will not be able to obtain the power of the gift. Su Chuanyan asked, what do you mean? Use your brain. Oh, I understand. If you grant me the power of Qi, then although I have gained the power of Qi, I cannot give it to others. Yes, that won't work. I don't want your gift anymore. I also want the power of the gift. Okay, Ji Xinghe nodded and said, 3 elements. First, endure the baptism of a nuclear explosion. Second, have a strong spiritual will and belief like me. Third, practice Gangjin. Basically, as long as you can achieve these 3 elements and then survive a life and death struggle, you can obtain the power of Qi by yourself. Then, combine your spiritual will with the power of Qi, and you can give gifts to others. Ji Xinghe said everything without any reservation. The people present could be said to be his most trusted people. There was no risk of leakage, and this information was not a secret. Han Li knew it, and Li Yuanba knew it too. Everyone was stunned. Su Chuanyan was stunned for a moment and shook his head suddenly. Forget it, old man. You have to work hard and give me a favor when the time comes. I don't want to ask Han Li and Li Yuanba for help. Chen soon asked, do you mean that Han Li and Li Yuanba both want to take the same path you took? Han Li is still hesitating, and Li Yuanba has already decided. Ji Xinghe said, however, my feeling may not be right, so when I see Li Yuanba, I will talk to him. Chen soon frowned and said, I don't recommend them to try, because the risk is too great. I know, and they know it too. But, Ji Xinghe said, it took me half a year to let only 3,000 people have the power of Qi, which is far from enough. Everyone understood that the population base of the Federation was too large, and because of the system, it was impossible to regard the power of Qi as a privilege of the nobility like the Empire. That would cause a big mess. The reason why there have been no guerrilla rebellions in the Empire for so many years is because of the restrictions on the education of the people by the royal family. If Dongguo Silian had not obtained nuclear weapons and some scientific and technological knowledge through the Federation, there would be no rebels in the Empire. But the Federation has not restricted the education of the people. If it really wants to be privileged, division is inevitable. 3,000 disciples, Su Chuanyan suddenly said, old man, it turns out that your son is the son of Ji Xinghe, a saint. Ji Xinghe ignored Su Chuanyan again and discussed business. After the meeting, all the independent regiments transferred from the front line to the rear had assembled. Everyone was excitedly waiting for Ji Xinghe's lecture, but Ji Xinghe only said 2 sentences. Looking at the familiar and unfamiliar people in the independent regiment, Ji Xinghe's loud voice brought a certain majestic characteristic. He said, in the past 3.5 years, our independent regiment has destroyed 8,759 imperial mechas, which is the mecha corps with the largest number of destroyed, but I think it is far from enough. So, within 3 days, I will take you to make up. Hearing this strange yet familiar statement, the emotions of all the people in the independent regiment changed from excitement to fanaticism. The problem of self-confidence was solved just like that, and it really only took 2 sentences. Su Chuanyan secretly gave Ji Xinghe a thumbs up, and the smile on his face was the brightest he had ever seen in the past 3 years. Chapter 572 My Independent Group, I'm the Master. Ji Xinghe said that he would bring the independent regiment together within 3 days, but until the 2nd day after the independent regiment assembled in front of him, he did not participate in the battle, and the independent regiment did not participate in the battle. Just like 3.5 years ago, when the independent regiment was just established, those mecha warriors needed to adapt and become familiar with the Zon Shanjia. The mecha warriors of the independent regiment who had never driven the Zon Shanjia could not directly drive the Zon Shanjia to the battlefield. That was not the independent regiment getting together, but the independent regiment getting together for the Empire. 2 days, this is the time Ji Xinghe gave the mecha warriors to adapt to the Zon Shanjia. The time is very short, but it is actually enough, because the mecha warriors of the independent regiment who do not have the Zon Shanjia are already familiar with the performance of the broken formation level mecha, and the improvement brought by the Zon Shanjia does not take too long to adapt. Thanks to the neural link operation mode, the familiarization time can be further shortened. Although this still cannot allow them to play the full performance of the Zon Shanjia, when Ji Xinghe is there, they will have enough and relatively safe growth space when they are on the battlefield. No one questioned Ji Xinghe's decision, even though he had never participated in a battle since he came to the alien planet again. If you want a gift, come down yourself. Facing the request from Commander-in-Chief Ivanovich, Ji Xinghe did not give a single face. He knew that after Apostle number 3 was killed by Ivanovich, he became the 10th Apostle of the Tower Top organization, so it was understandable that he had such an attitude. Ivanovich was a little embarrassed and explained, General Ji, it's not that I want to get a gift, but there are many people in the laboratory of Nanchaman Space Station who have invested a lot of time and resources in this matter, and they really need the power of Ki, then let them come down, but going to the ground battlefield has certain risks, so I still suggest that you come up in person. If you are afraid of death, the gift will not succeed. Having said that, Ivanovich did not give up. He changed the subject, and he was actually talking about this matter. General Ji, we will hand over the command of the independent regiment to you as soon as possible. Up to now, the commander of the independent regiment in the command system of the federal military is still Qin Tong, who became the commander of the corps after Han Li left the independent regiment. So in theory, Ji Xinghe has no command over the independent regiment, but when he came to the western theater of the battle Scar Canyon, he directly ordered the independent regiment to assemble. This order is problematic, but no one has raised it to Ji Xinghe before this moment, and now, Ivanovich's meaning is already very clear. As soon as possible, Ji Xinghe raised his tone and asked, you mean, if I don't go to the Nanchaman space station to give you a gift, my independent regiment will not be my independent regiment, so direct? Ivanovich couldn't stand it. Although most soldiers have very direct personalities, when they are in a position like them, there will be more or less some twists and turns. So he threatened in a tactful way. But Ji Xinghe obviously didn't buy it. Of course I don't mean that, General Ji, you can doubt my military command ability, but you must not doubt my character. I have already issued your appointment as the head of the independent regiment again. It's just that we have to go through some procedures, so I said as soon as possible. Please don't get me wrong, character? Ji Xinghe sneered in his heart. As the 10th apostle of the Tower Top organization, Ivanovich really doesn't need to doubt his military command ability, not his character. If he is a waste, he can't become the commander-in-chief, and the Tower Top organization doesn't have that much ability. Even the previous canvas, although he has always been criticized by Tang Kia as a fool, he has made great achievements in command ability. 4 words can be summarized as knowing people and using them well. This is already very good. If the process is difficult to go through, then there is no need to go. My independent regiment, I have the final say. As the commander-in-chief, Ivanovich finally felt the pressure that Tu Yuan and Kentvis had faced Ji Xinghe before. He was a little angry. Why didn't you see you so tough when Li Anbang was the commander-in-chief before? But speaking of it, 2 months ago when Ji Xinghe was on the Blue Star, he only gave Li Anbang a face that was not really a face. Thinking about it this way, it seems that there is nothing wrong with Ji Xinghe's attitude towards himself. He really can't compare with Li Anbang. Whether before or now, there is no comparison in all aspects, and the status and position in the top organization are also incomparable. After the 3rd apostle was killed by Ji Xinghe, the number of apostles in the top organization became 10, and Li Anbang became the new 3rd apostle as Ji Xinghe expected. And the previous 11th apostle Ivanovich became the 10th apostle. It is a bit strange that Tu Yuan is still an informal apostle, and the current sequence is 11th. The 10th apostle, of course, can't be compared with a 3rd apostle. Facing a fierce man who killed the former 3rd apostle, Ivanovich, who is also a fierce man himself, did not dare to show his angry side. This is beyond doubt. The Galaxy Mech Independent Corps will always be your independent regiment. After Ivanovich expressed an affirmation that did not need to be affirmed, he said, General Ji, regarding the 112 Panzers requisition from the Black Shield Security Company, our general staff believes that we can actually coordinate. Your independent regiment does not have so many special grade mech warriors now, and the number of Panzers it has configured has exceeded the standard. If they are not special grade mech warriors, the formation breaking mechas are enough for them to exert their own combat power, so,
No need to say so, I said. The 120 panzers were requisitioned by my independent regiment. Ji Xinghe interrupted Ivanovich's words, and his attitude became tougher. Ivanovich frowned. He was not made of mud, so his tone was a little stern. General Ji, I think I need to remind you that this is not the blue planet, but an alien planet. You have returned to the military sequence. I don't think you need to relearn the duty of obeying orders. Yes, this is an alien planet. Ji Xinghe looked at Ivanovich on the screen. His eyes did not avoid at all, but were full of oppression. He said, "We have the final say on the land of the alien planet." The word "we" reminded Ivanovich that although Ji Xinghe's independent regiment was almost wiped out, Ji Xinghe had more than one independent regiment. The old father of 300,000 federal mecha warriors. Han Li and Jackson's master, and the kindness of Caitlyn's guidance. Luo Wei has always regarded Ji Xinghe as an idol. When Ji Xinghe was on the alien planet before, he asked to see him many times but failed. In addition, it is rumored that Ji Xinghe is Li Yuanba's godfather. It doesn't matter whether the rumor is true or not. What's important is that these 5 people are the 5 strongest mecha warriors in the Federation, besides Ji Xinghe. Among them, Caitlyn and Harris have an independent regiment, Ravik has an independent regiment, and Han Li has an independent regiment. In addition to Ji Xinghe's independent regiment, the Federation has 3 of the other 4 independent regiments currently built. The remaining one was established not long ago. It is not only very new but also has certain doubts about its combat effectiveness. I still hope that General Ji can think about it carefully. Don't wait until they have problems because they cannot play the performance of the pangolin, and then we will deal with the aftermath of your independent regiment. My independent regiment does not need you to deal with it. After Ji Xinghe once again rejected Ivanovich's euphemism with a tough attitude, he took the initiative and put forward his request. I had it before, but I gave up the privilege when I left the alien planet. Now, I want to take it back. Ivanovich didn't want to agree. Ji Xinghe's only privilege in the true sense is that his defeat on the battlefield and the military merits he obtained during the war can all be exchanged for contribution points or mecha-related resources. Therefore, Ji Xinghe, who has made countless contributions, has only 1 military medal so far, which is also the only galaxy medal currently in the Federation. After he returned to the Azure Star, the medals that the relevant parties actively begged him to accept were not worth mentioning. Once this privilege is granted to Ji Xinghe again, the independent regiment will be completely out of the control of the military, unless the military turns against them, but that is unlikely. We still need to discuss this matter. Moreover, the independent regiment has so many mechas, and it needs the cooperation of many mechanics. Even if all the resources exchanged for your privileges are given to you, you can't always be a mechanic. Of course, I don't doubt your mechanic ability, General Ji, but you should waste your talents like this. Mechanic teams, I have them all, don't bother, huh? When Ivanovich was about to say that the mechanics in the Western Theater Command could not be counted in the independent regiment, someone around him reminded him. Commander, Major Shen Mu and Captain Liu Chen have taken their mechanic team to the Western Theater. Noticing Ivanovich's slightly frowned brow, the reporter added, Captain Liu Chen is one of the original heads of the mechanic area of base number 6. Shen Mu certainly didn't need to be introduced too much. After hearing that Liu Chen was a mechanic at base number 6, Ivanovich didn't find it strange. He was just a little angry. General Ji, what are you going to do? You command the independent regiment, no problem, but whether it is Colonel Shen Mu or Captain Liu Chen, they have nothing to do with your independent regiment. You privately mobilized them, the impact is really very bad, they have a relationship with me, Ji Xinghe said expressionlessly. Moreover, no one objects to Liu Chen's base number 6 theater, and no one objects to Shen Mu's mountain theater. Excuse me, what's the problem, excuse me? Hearing these 2 words, Ivanovich suddenly became nervous. 2 months ago, Ji Xinghe asked, excuse me, is there anyone resisting? Then Apostle number 3 died. Can't you talk nicely if you have something to say? Isn't it a bit awkward to ask, please? Ivanovich finally confirmed that he was not regarded as the commander-in-chief of the Federation alien battlefield in front of Ji Xinghe. This made him doubt whether Ji Xinghe already knew that he was an apostle. Although Ji Xinghe killed the 3rd apostle directly at that time and had no chance to torture him, the authority held by the 3rd apostle was not lost because of this, and all were inherited by Li Anbang. But what if Ji Xinghe actually knew? No problem, I just said that this has a bad influence, Ivanovich said earnestly. General Ji, sometimes, Things need to be communicated with all parties in advance, and coordination is very important. Okay, then I will coordinate. Regarding the matter of taking back my privileges, please help me ask, does anyone object? Is this how to coordinate? Ivanovich was a little confused about Ji Xinghe, so he could only choose to give up temporarily. This video communication, which was originally intended to get Ji Xinghe to the Nanchunman space station, ended hastily. But Ivanovich did not give up. He found Tang Qiao, the commander of the ground command of the Western Theater of the Battle Scar Canyon, and also an apostle of the Tower Top organization. Under the dual relationship, the communication between the two people is much simpler and more direct. Shen Mu and another team of mechanics, after arriving at your Western Theater, you should find a way to restrict them. No problem, Ji Xinghe's privileges should still be given to him, but in terms of resource settlement, I think you should know how to do it. Don't worry, just a little bit, it can't be too obvious. Considering the impact is one aspect, and on the other hand, with Ji Xinghe's independent regiment, it should still be able to fight like before. I'll do it, don't worry. Okay, then leave it to you. I'm optimistic about you, you know. Thank you, I will never let you down, and I won't forget my identity. Yeah. After the communication was hung up, Tang Qiao sneered in his heart. Of course I won't forget my identity, the Heroic Council, Loki. Ji Xinghe once said that after Kentvis died, Tang Qiao would be able to gain his trust. This is exactly the case. Tang Qiao not only knows about the existence of the Heroic Spirit Council, but also becomes a formal member of the Heroic Spirit Council. Up to now, there are more than 10 official heroic spirits in the Heroic Spirit Council, and the number is consistent with the organization at the top of the tower. Ji Xinghe, the first emperor, Xinghe, King Solomon, Li Yuanba, Tu Yuan, Marquis of Huaiyan, Li Anbang, Emperor Gaozu of Han, Han Li, Zhao Zilin, Suhi, Sima Jin, Shen Mu, Lu Ban, Tang Qiao, Loki, Ji Rongzhenyu, Marquis of Champion. In fact, there can be more, such as Qin Tong and others can join the Heroic Spirit Council, but in Ji Xinghe's view, there is no need. Mecha warriors like Qin Tong should still remain pure and should not have too many ideological burdens. Li Yuanba and Han Li are different. They are indeed one level stronger than Qin Tong and others, and some ideological burdens will not affect them. As for Ji Rongzhenyu, in Ji Xinghe's view, it was just a joke between Ji Rongzhenyu and Xinghe. Although he knew that Ji Rongzhenyu was very sensible and strong, in his eyes, Ji Rongzhenyu was still a child. He didn't realize the seriousness of the matter at all. After confronting the commander-in-chief Ivanovich, Ji Xinghe suddenly felt much more relaxed. Those who were eager to get angry had completely understood Ji Xinghe's attitude. I can give you gifts, but don't disturb me to join the war. Line up, and come one by one. Inexplicably, some of them were like Ji Xinghe's previous challenges, which made people feel pressured. This is also one of the reasons why Ji Xinghe's attitude was so tough when facing Ivanovich. Ji Xinghe, who was relaxed, began to give gifts to people in the Western Theater. The first gift object was Chen Sun. The injury he suffered 2 months ago has not healed until now, and his condition is getting worse and worse. If Ji Xinghe had not set out to the alien star at that time, he should have returned to the blue star for treatment. After receiving the gift of the first stage, Chen Sun's condition had already begun to improve, which made people exclaim that it was amazing. If I had known it was so easy, I should have tied Lao Chen to the Nanchunman space station and let those gorillas treat him. How can it be the same? One is to use an inflatable treasure, and the other is to become an inflatable treasure. Hey, speaking of which, can Lao Chen inflate us in the future? Inflation will not conflict with a brain-computer interface. Tisk tisk tisk. Then Lao Chen has been very hard. Brothers come one by one. Lao Chen, why don't you ask the old man? This thing called qi, can it strengthen your kidneys first? I think you want to use qi to strengthen your kidneys. Haha, I really want to, but I can't use it. If you can't use it, then I'll help you get rid of it. Get lost. After Ji Xinghe arrived, the atmosphere of the independent group returned to 3.5 years ago. Although some people were gone, the living people believed that they were still watching from the sky. He had been holding on before, but now he doesn't have to. The old man they call can hold on. The second person to receive the gift was Liu Mian, and he also succeeded, which made Tang Qiao very envious. But because he had a bad relationship with Ji Xinghe on the surface, and he was not sure whether he could successfully accept the gift with his complicated thoughts, he did not try. During this gift process,
Shen Mu and Lao Liu arrived smoothly with their mechanical repair team, and Shen Mu, who came from the battlefield of the God's Mountain, brought Ji Xinghe's 4th-generation Xinghe armor. The battle is finally about to begin again. The independent regiment was divided into 8 mecha teams, with Ji Xinghe, Qin Tong, Harris, Lame, Sichuanian, Zuo Shou, Zhang Yun, and Wang Kang each leading a team. Among them, Wang Kang was the successor chosen by the blind man before his sacrifice, and he was also an old man in the independent regiment. He had joined before Ji Xinghe left the independent regiment. Although his number of Venus is relatively small, there is no problem with his strength and command ability, and he is allowed to be the captain of a mecha team. When Ji Xinghe was about to lead his troops to join the battle, the Empire responded positively to the challenge Ji Xinghe had raised before. 7 days later, people who heard the news were a little worried. But Ji Xinghe was not worried at all. He just felt a little regretful, a gift for a blind man, but the blind man could not see it. Chapter 573 Galaxy and Anti-Galaxy. When the alien sky just lit up, a Golden Federation mecha appeared on the barren land. It was alone, holding a knife. This was the battle area of the Battle Scar Canyon. Whether it was a Federation mecha or an Imperial mecha, it was not surprising. It was not uncommon to see a lone reconnaissance mecha. What was rare was a mecha with a golden paint job. Her body, under the sunlight of the alien planet, reflected the orange-red earth, and looked very beautiful. There was also a weird feeling, because she had 6 arms. There was also a sense of solemnity, because her 6 arms held 6 mecha swords. When she appeared alone at the edge of the Empire's occupied area, she was discovered by the Empire's reconnaissance unit. The panic spread in an instant, even to the headquarters of the Empire's jump base. It's Ji Xinghe's disciple, the disciple in the battlefield of the God's Mountain, the man who inherited Ji Xinghe's mecha. He's coming, he's walking towards us. Xinghe armor, I'm sure it's that man's Xinghe armor. Is it Wu Ming? If Wu Ming is here, then is Li Yuanba coming too? Only Wu Ming has been found so far, only him and his Xinghe armor that inherited Ji Xinghe, and Li Yuanba's mecha has not been found. Contact the God's Mountain war zone immediately. I want to know if Li Yuanba is there. Li Yuanba is now in the battlefield of the God's Mountain and is participating in the war. He didn't come to a war zone, so there's only Wu Ming, Grand Duke Tao Wacha, the new commander of the Empire in the Battle Scar Canyon war zone, is now a general like Yinan. After a brief panic, it suddenly had an ambition. In the past 3 years, this Xinghe armor has killed all directions in the battlefield of the God's Mountain. From having no gold stars when Ji Xinghe left the alien planet, it now has 21 red stars. It is really terrifying. In the intelligence known to the Empire, there is no identity information of the man driving this mecha, so within the Empire, this Federation mecha warrior is called Nameless. He never shouts on the battlefield, and he will not use loudspeakers or specific broadcasts on the Empire's communication channels during the battle to say things like liberating slaves, every guerrilla is equal, and there should be no nobles in this world, and so on. Naturally, his name has never been mentioned. But the fear that Nameless can bring to the Empire is not weaker than that of Li Yuanba, Han Li, Jackson, Kadelin, and Ravich, who have more red stars, because Nameless fights completely without regard for his life. And the fighting skills are very pure, simple, rough, and direct. Such a human, even Tao Wacha himself dare not easily claim victory, but what if there is only this one person? Thinking of his own anti-galaxy mecha independent core, Tao Wacha is ready to give orders. Many ants bite elephants to death, not to mention that there are no ants in the anti-galaxy mecha independent core, all of them can be called elephants. But just as the order was about to be uttered, another exclamation was heard in the headquarters. No, he is not Nameless, and the number of his red stars is wrong. This exclamation, combined with the clearer and clearer star moon armor on the big screen as the distance got closer and closer. Many apes and monkeys in the headquarters were stunned. They counted silently in their hearts, and the more they counted, the more frightened they became. They were in the rear headquarters, and finally felt the fear of the Imperial soldiers on the front line at this time. 60 red stars, the number of red stars on the star moon armor is 60, when a monkey exclaimed. He had already jumped up from the chair, with his legs curled up like a real monkey. Although they are called apes and monkeys by the Federation, their behavior patterns are essentially different from animals. There is almost no difference between walking, sitting and lying down in humans. And now, it is tantamount to a reversion phenomenon. Frightened to reversion.
Because Ji Xinghe, it's not the nameless one in Xingyujia, it's Ji Xinghe. He has 60 red stars. He is the only one in the Federation who has 60 red stars. Ji Xinghe is coming. Ji Xinghe is coming towards us. This exclamation made the gorillas and monkeys in the command center feel familiar, as if they had just heard it. But it doesn't matter. The important thing is that Ji Xinghe is really here. Isn't Ji Xinghe going to challenge Prince Adakang? After 7 days, why would he come to the battlefield at this time? They actually all know that Ji Xinghe has returned to the alien planet, and they also know that Ji Xinghe may be in the Battle Scar Canyon, because the location of the pre-battle challenge initiated by Ji Xinghe is here. But the problem is that to fight a strong man like Adakang, you should at least prepare in advance. 7 days is not long, nor is it short. The preparation time is sufficient, and you can do some other things. However, there are too many unexpected factors on the battlefield. In the eyes of the Empire, Ji Xinghe has no reason to increase the risk at this time. Is he Ji Xinghe? Tao Wuche's fear was forcibly suppressed, because he was not prepared to join the battle, and Ji Xinghe had no reason to challenge him at this time. If he really did, he could choose to refuse, because Ji Xinghe had already challenged Adakang. For the Grand Dukes of the Empire like Tao Wuche, this is actually a good thing, because according to the relevant rules of the battle challenge, Ji Xinghe can only challenge gorillas stronger than Adakang in the future. Of course, the premise is that Ji Xinghe wins. If Ji Xinghe loses, it will be even better news, and there will never be any Ji Xinghe's challenge in this world, which should not exist. Based on the intelligence we have on the federal mecha warriors, we can be completely sure that it is Ji Xinghe who is in the mecha now, because of the number of red stars. Moreover, the Star Moon armor was originally Ji Xinghe's mecha. Under Ji Xinghe's driving, it participated in defeating General Yinan's mecha, and also snatched Prince Adakang's prince armor. Tao Wuche frowned and asked, since Ji Xinghe is here, shouldn't he be driving Adakang's prince armor? The human mecha warrior named Han Li has led Ji Xinghe's independent regiment before. He should have a good relationship with Ji Xinghe. According to some human rules, he has no reason not to give that prince armor to Ji Xinghe. Perhaps, there is actually a conflict between them, the staff said. Han Li left the independent regiment half a year ago and appeared on the battlefield of the Mountain of Gods, leading another independent regiment of the Federation, and Ji Xinghe only came back recently. Tao Wuche pondered for a moment. Is it possible that he deliberately drove the Star Moon armor first, so that we can relax our vigilance, and then change to the Prince armor? It's unlikely. No matter what kind of mecha Ji Xinghe drives, Prince Adakang will never change his armor. He must use the imperial armor bestowed by His Majesty. That's right, Tao Wuche asked. Then what do you think we should do now? The staff who had been paying attention to the big screen while speaking clearly saw that Ji Xinghe had begun to charge alone. As expected by all the gorillas and monkeys, he was as unstoppable as ever, and his efficiency seemed to be higher than when the nameless one was driving. Facing Ji Xinghe, the imperial mechas on the front line did not dare to approach him at all, but just kept using long-range firepower weapons to carry out interference attacks. However, these attacks were meaningless. The ultra-high mobility and super-strong defense brought by the 13th generation and core engine and the conventional tungsten steel alloy shell made Ji Xinghe feel like he was in a place without gorillas. If it's just him, we can actually give it a try, an aide suggested. The conventional grade mechas on the front line will definitely not work. 300 to 500 are not enough for Ji Xinghe to kill alone, because he can engage in tug-of-war operations and cannot be surrounded by conventional grade mechas. Therefore, we should send out the Anti-Galaxy Independent Regiment. The Anti-Galaxy Independent Regiment must be sent out, because the mechas of other mecha regiments cannot keep up with Ji Xinghe's speed. As long as the Anti-Galaxy Independent Regiment can entangle Ji Xinghe, he will be dead, but that's Ji Xinghe. Thousands of mechas besieged him before, but they couldn't restrict him. It's different. The Anti-Galaxy Independent Regiment standard mechas are all armor, and the performance far exceeds those mechas that besieged Ji Xinghe before. Even if he is Ji Xinghe, he can't do it alone. Wasn't the Anti-Galaxy Independent Regiment established to counter Ji Xinghe? Now that Ji Xinghe is here, how can we not let the Anti-Galaxy Independent Regiment go? After the staff members talked to each other, Tao Wuche made a decision. It is definitely not possible to let Ji Xinghe charge. Even if Ji Xinghe is alone, the front-line troops will be directly killed by Ji Xinghe, and then the Federation can use long-range precision firepower strikes to destroy their troops. Let the Anti-Xinghe Independent Regiment go out, all of them. At the same time, pay attention to the Federation's support for Ji Xinghe.
If Ji Xinghe's independent regiment comes, be prepared to retreat, and be prepared to use Ji Xinghe as bait to defeat his independent regiment. Yes, after the order was issued, the anti-Xing independent regiment in the Battle Scar Canyon all began to assemble and head to the Western Theater. This made Ro, who was in the Eastern Theater, and the independent regiment he led suddenly feel a lot of pressure. Luo Wiki exclaimed, "It has to be Ji Xinghe. Even if it is replaced by Li Yuanba, it may not have such an effect. Commander, what should we do now? Should we take advantage of the situation to break the formation, or find a way to support General Ji Xinghe? Now General Ji Xinghe uses himself as bait to track the anti-Xing independent regiment of the Empire. If we can go there, there is a certain chance to cooperate with General Ji and his independent regiment to annihilate the anti-Xing independent regiment of the Empire." Luo Wiki thought for a moment and made a decision. "Let's break the formation. Ji Xinghe didn't contact me, which means he doesn't need us to go, or if we go, the anti-Xing independent regiment will not look for him. Alice, it would be great if the Bald Eagle Independent Regiment was still there." The Bald Eagle Independent Regiment, which was also in the Battle Scar Canyon War Zone, was stronger than Luo Wiki's Independent Regiment, because the Bald Eagle Independent Regiment had two ace mecha warriors, Kailan and Jackson. But after Luo Wiki relied on the support of Xiongxiao to form his independent regiment, the Bald Eagle Independent Regiment was transferred to the battlefield of the God's Mountain, and Han Li's independent regiment was also in the battlefield of the God's Mountain. In theory, the superior forces should be concentrated to break through the jump base in the Battle Scar Canyon first, but the problem is that the Empire will not allow the Federation to destroy their jump base. While continuously sending troops to the Battle Scar Canyon, they are also sending troops to the Mountain of the Gods battlefield. In comparison, the Battle Scar Canyon is easier to block the Imperial forces leaving it, while the Mountain of the Gods battlefield cannot be completely blocked due to the terrain. If the Imperial forces are allowed to leave the Mountain of the Gods battlefield, the Federation's bases will be very dangerous. Even if the precise location is not exposed, as long as the Imperial army completes the blockade, or even just enters the blockade area of the Federation's living base, the supply of materials will be seriously affected. Now the Federation has a total of 5 independent regiments, 2 in the Battle Scar Canyon, 2 in the Mountain of the Gods, and a newly formed independent regiment, which does not have a fixed war zone and is characterized as a rapid response support independent regiment. When Ro led his independent regiment to break the formation in the Eastern War Zone, the pressure on the Western War Zone was immediately relieved. The effect can be so fast because the Empire's occupied area in the Battle Scar Canyon is only about 90 kilometers long from the east to the west of the Battle Scar Canyon. Among them, there is an area of 30 kilometers in length, which was once occupied by the Federation, but was recently taken back by the Empire. Therefore, the truly unknown area of the Federation is actually only 60 kilometers in length. However, because the area is a terrain structure with 3 canyons in parallel, and the total width of the 3 canyons exceeds 300 kilometers, the Federation still cannot accurately locate the Empire's jump base. The war has been intense for a long time. Changes have finally come. 3 years ago, the promise between Ji Xinghe and hundreds of millions of people has come to an end. The return of the king that people have fantasized about for a long time will begin today. At least from the current performance of Ji Xinghe, he has indeed lived up to people's expectations for his return as a king. Breaking the formation alone. He who has mastered the gift ability did not stay in the safer rear to give gifts to people as many people expected. He is still the same Ji Xinghe. "My lord, how is it? Is my body very powerful?" Xinghe was very excited. After 3 years, she was finally able to fight side by side with Ji Xinghe. The last time Xinghe defeated 120's Han Shanjia, she didn't count it at all. Because of her ability and the fact that there were no mecha warriors among those mechas, there was no pressure. Very powerful. At this time, Ji Xinghe completely dominated the operation authority of Xinghe's body. While fighting, he regained his former feelings and got used to a stronger self. He became stronger in the past 3 years, and Xinghe also became stronger. The second generation Xinghe armor, which was originally only a general level, has been continuously upgraded and transformed in the past 3 years because of Li Yuanba. The conventional form uses tungsten steel alloy as the outer layer, and the overclocked form has been replaced with tungsten steel gold. The core engine has also been replaced with the most advanced 13th generation of the Federation, and a nuclear fusion reactor has been installed. It is not inferior to Li Yuanba's Overlord armor, and even surpasses it in combat power due to the form problem. But now, there is no chance to play it out. No Imperial mecha dares to face Ji Xinghe, and Ji Xinghe's own combat power does not need to be fully exerted, let alone the blessing of Xinghe. But Xinghe didn't wait too long. After Ji Xinghe completely destroyed the defensive weapons facilities of this Imperial position. My lord, they are coming, yes, but this is different from what I thought before. I think they will use those conventional standard mechas to entangle us, and we can take the opportunity to destroy more Imperial mechas, because they know very well that if I don't dare to fight them, those conventional standard mechas will not be able to entangle us and can only give us more Venus. If I dare to fight them, I will wait for them here. The dog gorilla is very smart, but it's good this way. Conventional Imperial mechas are actually not easy to break. Let's leave it to the new recruits of our independent regiment, yes, but don't learn from Sichuan and others in the future. New recruits are new recruits. Others have 2 words behind them, okay, my lord. During the conversation, the Imperial Anti-Galaxy Independent Regiment had already appeared in Ji Xinghe's sight. There were only 60 Earl armor, and it seemed that Ji Xinghe was not taken seriously at all. But Ji Xinghe knew very well that there was definitely one mecha that did not have an orangutan inside, but was operated by automatic driving or remote control, and the real one in it was the Empire's miniaturized jump gate device. After all, if there were too many, Ji Xinghe would pull the battle, and there was still a big gap between the performance of the Earl armor and the Star Moon armor. It was difficult to restrict Ji Xinghe, and there was no way to kill Ji Xinghe. And Ji Xinghe was no stranger to this kind of combat method. This is how the cripple was pitted by the Anti-Galaxy Independent Group, and this is how the blind man died. But Ji Xinghe, who knew this, chose to stand still and did not retreat. The surrounding area was constantly exploding Imperial artillery fire, and the orange-red dust was diffused. The Star Moon armor standing quietly in it was covered with the golden paint and no longer radiant. However, in the Star Moon armor, Ji Xinghe's eyes were extremely bright, as if they were glowing. In the invisible sky, the independent group mecha warriors in the peace space battleship also had extremely bright eyes. I think that in the higher sky, the blind man's pair of mechanical eyes are also glowing at this time. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 574 His Name. When Ji Xinghe launched the charge, more than a dozen strangely shaped shells were fired by the Earl armor. In a flash, they had turned into more than a dozen giant nets, which captured Ji Xinghe layer by layer. The standard mechas of the Wangshan and Pazian levels only needed one net to temporarily deprive them of their combat effectiveness. Even the standard mechas of the Zhanshan or Zhanshan levels would find it difficult to break free from their restraints if they did not have special weapons or lost their weapons in battle, and would naturally be ruthlessly broken afterwards. And now, this kind of mecha catcher, which originated from the Federation and is expensive for mechas, fired more than a dozen at a time, and more Earl armor was ready, and it seemed that mecha catchers were also prepared. Regarding mechas, the Empire has been learning from the Federation, including various weapons for mecha combat. The reason is that the Empire controls educational resources, so that people's wisdom seems to be open, and the lack of sufficient foundation naturally does not have much accumulation in development. If there was no spaceship from the alien civilization, the Federation could completely crush the Empire with its leading technology, given the Empire's system. Of course, without that spaceship, there would be no jump gate, and the Federation and the Empire might not meet for hundreds of years. It is also possible that there is no Empire, but another intelligent civilization with the federal system. I'll do it. When the brief conversation took place, Ji Xinghe had already controlled the Star Moon armor to spin like a gyroscope. The 6 arms were straightened, the upper body was slightly tilted, and the 6 swords were at different heights. When the giant net approached, it was already wrapped with huge power. Boom, boom, boom. The rotating Star Moon armor still maintained a forward-moving posture. The muffled sound made by the giant foot stepping on the ground could be spread even in the atmosphere of an alien planet. The dozen giant nets that were trampled out of the cracked ground by the Star Moon armor slowly fell down. When they touched the ground, the battle had really begun. Ji Xinghe, who had torn through more than a dozen giant nets, was somewhat affected in his charge, But those Earl armor took the opportunity to burst out at a higher speed and rush towards him fearlessly. It's really different. The Earl armor in the past would turn around and run without hesitation when they saw him. Ji Xinghe was a little uncomfortable, but more of it was the long-lost boiling fighting spirit. The blood in his body seemed to be burning, and his emotions were high. It's been 3 years. When Sichuan told him how he had spent the past 3 years, Ji Xinghe was actually a little envious. But now, he doesn't have to envy. The first Earl armor that rushed head-on, before the sword in his hand could chop out, had been stabbed in the waist by Ji Xinghe. The mecha actually does not have a weakness in the waist, but the waist that Ji Xinghe pierced is connected to its cockpit, and it is the easiest damaged position to repair later. The driver died, and the mecha naturally became a pile of scrap metal. The Empire's automatic driving and remote control driving technology have not yet reached the level of application in actual combat. The first break after returning to the alien planet was achieved so easily. But it was not easy. The anti-galaxy mecha core cooperated very well. The 3 Earl armors almost blocked all the charge paths of Ji Xinghe. When the first Earl armor was broken, the attack of the 2 Earl armors on the flank had also arrived. The performance of the Earl armor is not as good as the Zhongshan armor, but the anti-galaxy mecha core was able to break the many Zhongshan armors of the independent regiment because of a numerical advantage. If it were a Zhongshan armor, it would be inevitable to be damaged at this time, even for a general-level mecha. Because the weapons used by the anti-galaxy core mechas are all made of tungsten steel gold, they can cause damage to mechas made of tungsten steel alloys, not to mention that not all general-level mechas use tungsten steel alloys. However, Xinghe armor has 6 knives. Blocking with 2 swords and attacking with 2 swords, Ji Xinghe, who had 2 swords free, had completed another round of attacks. The method was the same as before, stabbing the waist of 2 Earl armors with a knife. Compared with 3 years ago, his attack was more ruthless. What surprised Xinghe even more was that the maneuvering instructions of the 6 arms were all completed by Ji Xinghe alone. My lord, you are so strong. Xinghe knew how difficult this operation was, because until now, Li Yuanba could not control the 6 arms of Xinghe armor in the regular form at the same time, let alone the 8-arm mode in the overclocked form. Xinghe, who did not need to operate at all, had been observing with all her strength. She was ready to remind Ji Xinghe at any time and intervene in the operation to help Ji Xinghe. But at present, this preparation was obviously redundant. Ji Xinghe, who broke 3 Earl armors in almost an instant, controlled the mecha to exert force suddenly, and all 3 broken Earl armors were knocked open by him. But the other Earl armor had also been in place. While avoiding the 3 Earl armor, 4 Earl armor attacked Ji Xinghe almost at the same time. Judging from the huge size of the mecha and the space required for various maneuvers, the cooperation of these 4 Earl armor was very skillful. And they were not afraid of death. They did not deliberately fall behind to let their teammates attract Ji Xinghe's attention, and then take the opportunity to kill Ji Xinghe. They had only one goal, to kill Ji Xinghe. Using the space created by the collision of the 3 Earl armor, Xinghe armor, under the control of Ji Xinghe, passed through the gap between the 4 Earl armor before they completed the siege. Then, using one of the Earl armor as a cover, he turned around and slashed with a knife. However, the Earl armor made of super alloy was not much different from tofu when facing weapons made of tungsten steel gold. A knife cut across, and when the head of the Earl armor flew up, a flash of white light appeared. It was Ji Xinghe's knife that broke the armor and opened the skull of the gorilla driver. The white thing was the brain. The Earl armor that Ji Xinghe had used as a cover did not move during this process, because when Ji Xinghe just passed by it, he had already stabbed it in the waist. So, this is the 5th Earl armor that Ji Xinghe has destroyed today. Then the 6th and 7th. Ji Xinghe's attack was clean and neat without leaving any trouble, and the time and cost required to repair these Earl armors were lower than the average. The battle was therefore paused for a moment. The 53 Earl armors around were not afraid of Ji Xinghe's strength, because the meaning of their existence was to kill Ji Xinghe and destroy Ji Xinghe's independent regiment. They just took the opportunity to encircle Ji Xinghe. The distance between them was not long or short. It was obvious that they knew that Ji Xinghe was good at leaping when driving a mecha. This kind of fighting method is already somewhat unfamiliar to Ji Xinghe. 3 years ago, when he left the alien planet, he faced countless imperial mechas in the God's Mountain, but none of them dared to use this kind of fighting method against him. These Earl armor are very confident. My lord, there is a problem with the Earl armor number 53. It is in the safest area of the entire battlefield. I suspect that it is not the Earl armor, but a miniaturized jump device disguised as the Earl armor. Xinghe has numbered the remaining 53 Earl armor and found the biggest possible risk. With a jump gate, it means that there will be more Imperial reinforcements. Judging from the situation they are showing at this time, the reinforcements must also be Earl armor. I suggest that we give priority to breaking the Earl armor number 53 and destroying the jump gate device in it. Xinghe proposed the most reasonable way of fighting. After eliminating the enemy's opportunity to send reinforcements, they can naturally kill all sides on this battlefield. The Empire sent more than 60 Earl armor, and there are more conventional Imperial mechas constantly gathering in the rear. Their goal is obviously to block Ji Xinghe's reinforcements. I want them to come, Ji Xinghe said softly, and then he moved the Xinghe armor. Relying on the speed advantage, when the Xinghe armor completed a break, the surrounding Earl armor started to move. Ji Xinghe did not choose to block the Imperial reinforcements, he chose the most unreasonable way of fighting. Step by step. Every knife is like a prison. The power of Ki flows along the connection between the body and the mecha, filling the entire Xinghe armor like filing the body. The actual operation of the body on the mecha is only one aspect. At this time, all the maneuvers completed by the Xinghe armor are also due to the direct intervention of Ki on the mecha. As a mechanic, Ji Xinghe's understanding of mecha exceeds that of any mecha warrior in the Federation, and there is absolutely no rival in the Empire. Because guerrillas generally cannot be mechanics, the mechanics of the Empire are almost all monkeys. Therefore, when the Ki he possesses reaches the level of being able to full and control the mecha, there may be only one person who can become his opponent. The first person to feel this change was Xinghe. As her body, she knows the Xinghe armor best in the world. At this time, the consciousness is in the intelligent core of Xinghe. It can be said that all the operating instructions given by Ji Xinghe to Xinghe can be seen clearly by her. However, those instructions are not enough for Xinghe to complete the maneuvers that have been made, especially 4 of the 6 arms. It's like there is another artificial intelligence life that is helping Ji Xinghe to complete additional operations. But the fact is that there is no such thing. Xinghe was amazed, but she didn't dare to ask questions at this time. She could feel that Ji Xinghe was in a state of going all out at this time. It has nothing to do with fighting, but going all out to get familiar with this new ability. Suddenly, Xinghe thought of a video she had seen a long time ago. It was the Imperial Prince who was captured alive by Li Yuanba. When escaping from prison, he used the power of Ki to open the metal hatch. In comparison, that kind of operation seems to be more delicate. But the complexity of the operation is far less than Ji Xinghe's operation of the mecha at this time. Controlling armor with Ki. Xinghe, who had this word in her mind, suddenly became extremely excited. She had seen Ji Xinghe use similar abilities before, but that was just using the power of Ki to improve operating efficiency, not really using Ki to control the mecha. This time, it was true Ki control of the mecha. The Xinghe armor, which has excellent performance, was amplified by Ji Xinghe's Ki. Even if it only used the conventional form, the combat power it could exert was not something that a mere 60 Earl armors could stop. During the siege, the Xinghe armor did not suffer any damage, but the number of Earl armors was decreasing. 35. The fearless Imperial civilian mecha warriors finally felt fear. They used to not care about Ji Xinghe's legend. It's just that the mecha they were driving was more advanced. If they had stronger mechas, even if they couldn't beat Ji Xinghe in a single fight, the difference in strength would not be too far. Just humans. However, at this moment, they had Earl armor that was several levels stronger than the mecha they had driven before, and the weapons they used were made of tungsten steel gold. The previous thoughts were killed and disappeared. The 53rd Earl armor marked by Xinghe finally made a move. It turned out to be a fake Earl armor with a miniaturized jump gate device. In the blue light that swept across like a shock wave, the Earl armor had completely cracked, revealing the jump gate channel that was opening. It can be seen that more Earl armors have been assembled on the opposite side. Old man, go and destroy that jump gate. On the orbital mecha launch platform of the Ping in space battleship, the left hand couldn't help but whispered. But this voice did not reach Ji Xinghe's ears. How could Ji Xinghe fight in this situation? Playing big swords in front of Guangguang. Captain, should we go down to support? A team member couldn't wait to ask in the communication channel. Seeing that the corps commander was fighting alone on the surface, they were watching the battle in the space battleship, and they really couldn't hold back. Moreover, Because Ji Xinghe did not choose to attack the jump gate device, the reinforcements of the Empire mecha appeared smoothly. One after another, the Earl armor rushed out of the jump gate. It was indeed as expected. The Empire chose to deal with Ji Xinghe with the anti-galaxy mech core. The Federation knew that the number of Earl armor that the Empire could mobilize was more than 500. How many will come this time? People began to worry and wanted to go to support. The left hand, who was just commanding in his mind, or reminding Ji Xinghe how to fight, questioned without hesitation. Are you teaching me how to do things, or teaching the old man how to do things? I call him an old man in front of you every day recently. Have you forgotten his name? The left hand said fanatically. Tell me loudly, what is his name? Ji Xinghe. Someone in the communication channel did not react in time, so the voice was not very neat and loud. The left hand was a little angry. Tell me his name, Ji Xinghe, this time, neat and tidy. Just like the anti-galaxy mech core on the surface battlefield, today, they also have to be neat and tidy. Chapter 575, Independent Regiment, Attack. The Western Theater Command put almost all its attention on Ji Xinghe. Ji Xinghe was the only one who had nothing to do with the Independent Regiment for the time being, because at this time, only Ji Xinghe was fighting. Seeing that Ji Xinghe had chosen a most unreasonable way of fighting, some people in the command were hesitant to speak. Most of them were transferred to the Western Theater in the past 3 years, and had no substantial contact with Ji Xinghe before. Tang Qiao noticed this. As the top staff officer under Kenfis, he actually valued some of Kenfis's abilities and had been learning. Do you want to know why Ji Xinghe fought like this? Yes, General, because Ji Xinghe is not here to fight, he is here to take revenge. Revenge. The people in the command were a little stunned, including some people who had dealt with Ji Xinghe before, and it was the first time they heard such a statement. Yes, revenge. After Tang Qiao confirmed, he added, Ji Xinghe's purpose of coming to the alien planet has always been revenge. People looked at Ji Xinghe who was fighting on the screen, and the Earl who seemed to be endless around him, with complicated emotions. If it was just revenge, Ji Xinghe didn't seem so great. Compared with personal hatred and the interests of all mankind, it is not worth mentioning in the eyes of many people. What people are worried about is that when these two conflict one day, which one will Ji Xinghe, who only wants revenge, choose? The people in the world who dislike war the most are actually the vast majority of ordinary soldiers. Because they will sacrifice. General, I don't think you should slander General Ji Xinghe like this. After someone objected, someone else shouted angrily. General Ji Xinghe's contribution to the Federation and all mankind is obvious to all, especially our Western Theater. From being beaten to outpost 1829 by the Empire to now being only 93 kilometers away from the battle zone of the Eastern Theater, General Ji Xinghe has made an indelible contribution. Ji Xinghe, who has been away from the Western Theater for more than 3 years, has left an influence here that is as indelible as his merits. Tang Qiao was pleased in his heart. This is the leadership charm of Ji Xinghe that conquered him. I did not slander General Ji Xinghe. Although many people think that there are some contradictions between me and General Ji, just as I did not stop the battle plan proposed by General Ji this time, I have always maintained the highest trust in General Ji. Tang Qiao, whose heroic spirit is codenamed Loki, still needs to cooperate with Ji Xinghe and Tu Yuan to perform for the time being. But he does not need to hide his trust in Ji Xinghe, because when Kentwis was still alive, he, Kentwis's subordinate, had always publicly expressed his blind trust in Ji Xinghe. What I just said is the truth. General Ji came to the alien planet for revenge the first time, and this time, it is the same. Tang Qiao's 2 sentences made the command center quiet down. People were not convinced, but just waiting for Tang Qiao's explanation. Tang Qiao's explanation came quickly. I don't need to say much about the first time, you all know it, but this time, he is avenging the blind man, the lame man, the people in the Independent Regiment, the people who died in our Western Theater, the millions of heroes on the Heroes Mountain of the Blue Star, and all those who have died on the alien planet. Also, revenge for those who are sacrificing, and revenge for those who will sacrifice in the future. People understood that Tang Qiao did not slander Ji Xinghe, but instead gave Ji Xinghe the highest respect. Tang Qiao continued, it's like a real father. When our children are hurt, he comes. We fight with all kinds of beliefs, and these beliefs support us. One of General Ji Xinghe's beliefs is to avenge us. We are not afraid of sacrifice, but if someone can avenge me, I think my spirit in heaven will be very pleased. This somewhat sensational speech did not receive people's applause, because the battle on the front line has reached a very critical moment. The 60 Earl armor that surrounded Ji Xinghe, except for the one that transformed into a miniaturized jump gate device, have all been broken by Ji Xinghe. The first wave of anti-galaxy mecha corps sent by the Empire against Ji Xinghe ended up being annihilated without any surprise. What surprised the guerrillas and people was Ji Xinghe's breaking speed and the way Ji Xinghe chose to fight. Because of the latter, the breaking speed seems to be unimportant. The number of Earl armor surrounding Ji Xinghe has exceeded 100 instead of decreasing. Just an hour ago, in the Empire's warp base in the Battle Scar Canyon, a staff member vowed that even Ji Xinghe could not fight against 100 like before when facing the anti-galaxy mech corps. I hope you tell me that Ji Xinghe is dead now, General. Ji Xinghe is indeed dead. Not only because the number of Earl armor has increased and is still increasing, but also because we don't need to protect the warp gate now. The reason why the 60 Earl armor were completely destroyed by Ji Xinghe in such a short time was partly because the warp gate needed to be protected at that time. And now, Ji Xinghe has lost the opportunity to destroy the warp gate. He is completely surrounded by us, with an increasing number of Earl armor in sight and a fully assembled mech corps outside. Ji Xinghe is absolutely dead this time. The staff's words were a bit long-winded, indicating that it was not as confident as it said. After all, it was Ji Xinghe. This name itself has power, whether in the Federation or in the Empire. If he doesn't die today, then you go die, Tao Wucha said indifferently, finding someone to take the blame for the possible failure of this operation. Although his status is relatively inferior to those Earl armors that have been damaged, it is not much different. After all, those Earl armors can be recovered no matter how you look at it. Ji Xinghe cannot kill or rob all the soldiers of a mecha corps. As for the mecha warriors among them, although they are carefully selected, their status is almost all civilians. In the eyes of a Grand Duke like Tao Wucha, they are not worth mentioning. The battle on the front line has entered a white-hot stage. Ji Xinghe still did not call for orbital airborne support from the independent regiment, but artillery support from the Western Theater has appeared. The many imperial mechas surrounding Ji Xinghe occupy a very large area. The Federation with military satellites can carry out very precise strikes. The error is even less than 1 meter. For the power of the Federation's artillery, this error does not have any impact. If it is replaced by the Azure Star, the error can be even smaller, the kind that hits the nose without accidentally hitting the eyes. It was precisely because of the Western Theater's unremitting artillery fire that Ji Xinghe was not suppressed when he was besieged by many Earl armor. But such long-range bombardment cannot last too long. Every minute and every second is a large military expenditure, and the firepower quota of the Western Theater is not unlimited. Start, the light of divine punishment. Ji Xinghe called for support for the first time, and what he called was also the first high-tech weapon he used in actual combat in the entire Federation. The Pingan space battleship equipped with this weapon system responded immediately. When the beams of light that connected the sky and the earth appeared, they failed to cause the same effect as before. The Empire's countermeasures against the light of divine punishment have been increasing. Especially in recent years, the Federation has used more and more general-level mechas made of tungsten steel alloys, which can be used with the light of divine punishment. If the Empire does not counterattack, it will not be able to fight a mecha war at all. Speaking of which, this is also because of Ji Xinghe, because those general-level mechas made of tungsten steel alloys are almost all transformed from the Duke armor he seized. So, shooting yourself in the foot? Mecha shields, special anti-gouge punishment light coatings, combined with special shells that hit the beam of gouge punishment light after the gouge punishment light appeared. After one shot, less than 100 Imperial mechas were affected, which can even be described as negligible compared to the number of Imperial mechas surrounding Ji Xinghe at this time. After all, most of them are conventional standard mechas, and they are just cannon fodder when facing Ji Xinghe. But this shot of gouge punishment light still bought Ji Xinghe some time and gave him a certain amount of room to maneuver. So he leaped up. The power of Xinghe armor was fully exploded at this moment. Even if there was not enough distance for the charge, this leap allowed Ji Xinghe to almost pass through the encirclement of Earl armor. The remaining layer of encirclement was directly broken by Ji Xinghe in an instant. This choice was beyond the expectations of people and apes, because the direction that Ji Xinghe took the opportunity to break through was not the direction of the jump gate, nor was it a direction suitable for retreat. It was the main force of the Empire's mecha corps. Then, charge. At this moment, even the guerrillas of the Empire could not help but respect Ji Xinghe. The empire that advocates individual force has already produced some admirers when Ji Xinghe's reputation is growing. But these worships are mostly directed at Ji Xinghe's strength. Based on the perspective of racial hostility, all the guerrillas in the empire want to kill Ji Xinghe. Even the civilians and slaves who are oppressed by the nobles are the same. This is a matter of right and wrong. But now when facing Ji Xinghe, looking at Ji Xinghe's invincible posture, one unexpected tactical choice after another, the courage of loneliness has been raised to the extreme. The respect of the guerrillas is no longer limited to Ji Xinghe's force. And even Emperor Wu did not have this. It has not fought for too long. The earls reacted quickly. After gathering, they chased Ji Xinghe directly. Although their mecha speed was not as fast as Xinghe could not charge at full speed at this time. Because Ji Xinghe was charging. It takes time to kill the regular imperial mechas like ants. The imperial mechas that can still fight and the broken imperial mechas can block Ji Xinghe's charge route. Soon, the earls caught up, and the imperial mechas blocking Ji Xinghe were also fearless and risked their lives to block them. The emergence of the anti-galaxy Mecha Corps gave these civilian Mecha warriors unprecedented hope. If they can be selected to drive the Earl armor, they will be treated the same as the nobles. In the future, they can also become nobles. The civilians and slaves who want to overthrow the rule of the empire and kill all the nobles did not hesitate when they had the opportunity to replace them. It has to be said that this is the nature of the apes. Seeing that Ji Xinghe was about to fall into the siege of the Earl armor again, and the opportunity to break through with the light of divine punishment before, there might not be another time. He leaped up again, and his target was still the regular standard mechas of the Imperial Mecha Corps. This time the Empire was prepared. The Mecha capture device was launched, and more than 10 giant nets blocked Ji Xinghe's path. Being in the air, it was difficult for him to spin up and cut all the giant nets like before, so he allowed himself to be bound by several giant nets and fell to the ground with some loss of balance. Before landing, several spears had already hit the target. Fortunately, they were all ordinary standard mecha spears, and they failed to break the conventional defense of Xinghe armor. So Ji Xinghe started spinning again. Although he successfully broke free from the bondage, the wasted time did allow those Earl armors to chase him again. If he was driving the new mecha, Ji Xinghe thought of the flight engine equipped with a mecha, he would never be bound by these giant nets. With a blessing of more flexible and efficient mobility, today's battle would definitely be simpler. However, the new mecha was gone. Xinghe, overclocking. Ji Xinghe started the overclocking mode without hesitation, and let Xinghe intervene in the operation. He disappeared in the state of Qiyujia, but his battle was even better. Turn around and charge. Facing the constantly pursuing Earl armor, Ji Xinghe led them into the area where the Empire's conventional Mecha Corps was located, with many Empire mechas as cover. He finally began his revenge against the anti-galaxy Mecha Corps in his strongest form. 12 more Earl armor were destroyed. Ji Xinghe, who was fighting with many Empire mechas, finally attracted the attention of almost all Empire mechas. Now is the time. Independence Regiment, attack. When the order was issued, the Pingan space battleship opened the hatch of the orbital airborne delivery platform without any hesitation. Nearly 200 mountain-cutting armors fell from the sky under the leadership of Qin Tong, Zhuo Shou, and Su Chuanan. On the surface farther away, the Independent Regiment Mecha formation composed of broken formation-level mechas, led by Harris, Lame, Zhang Yun, and Wang Kang, began a full-speed charge. Independence Regiment, join the battle. P.S. I came out to attend the wedding of my college classmate. I didn't bring my computer. I used my mobile phone to code 2 chapters in the hotel. I will correct the typos when I go back. Please forgive me. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.